Okay, good morning. So today we do the silent revolution, okay? And as I mentioned in previous classes, it was really Dante who helped give birth to the idea of modernity. And he really launched three major movements, which include the Renaissance, the Protestant Reformation, and the silent revolution, okay? We would not have modernity without Dante. Okay. All right, so let's see how the three connect together. Okay, we're going to review the previous two classes to connect to today's class on the silent revolution. So the Renaissance, what it was a celebration of what makes us human. Before we were focused on the divine, on the idea of God. Now we want to tell the story of what it means to be human. Okay, that's the Renaissance. Protestantism believes that we have direct access to God. The Catholic religion, the Pope is the divine representative, and the clergy is the spokesperson for God. But Protestantism believes that we have direct access to God. We should be able to speak with God directly through the Bible. The silent revolution, it's really about how can we know God. Okay, that's the idea of the silent revolution. So let's review why we have these ideas. And it has to do with Dante. So remember last week we discussed the dialogue between Beatrice and Dante. Let's review it really quickly. So Beatrice is saying, I just said that God is perfect. Whatever God touches, whatever God creates is perfect. So if that's the case, why is it that there is decay, destruction, and death in this world? What are the forces that give rise to this decay? And then she explains, okay, whatever God creates is perfect. So angels are perfect, they're immortal, they're eternal. But the elements that are in this world, they are not created by God. What is created by God are the divine laws that underlie the universe. God created the atoms. God created laws that allow these atoms to interact with each other. Okay? So the rays and motion of the holy lights draw forth the soul of every animal and plant from matter able to take form. So it's these divine laws that create the animals and the plants. But these divine laws also necessitate that they die in order for new forms to come into being. Okay, so this is the idea of evolution. We humans are special. Why? Because we are both divinely created and created by the laws of the universe. We have a dual nature. And the main advantage of this dual nature is it gives us a capacity to imagine. Remember, the issue of God is that God is perfect. If you're perfect, if you're eternal, if you're immutable, you lack an imagination because there are no boundaries to you. But if you're human, you're forced to have an imagination because you'll make mistakes. You will fail. There are things that you do not know. And the imagination gives you the capacity to know this world and to perfect this world, okay? So that's what it means to be fundamentally human. Okay, so let's recap, okay? These are the three main messages that Dante is relaying to us through his poetry. First of all, God is within us. How do we know? Because we are capable of loving others. God is the light of love within us. The more we love someone, the more this light grows in us. Okay, so we must focus on loving someone who is dear to us. Second idea is we have the imagination and thus responsibility to discover the universal laws underlying reality. God created the laws of the universe. God created us in order to know these laws. Okay? That's very fundamental to the idea of science. The last idea is we can master these laws to better our reality. Okay? So these are the three hidden messages of the Divine Comedy that will influence the development of science in the Western world. Okay, so I want to talk briefly about science that has been traditionally practiced in ancient societies. Okay, so in ancient societies, the major ancient civilizations are China, Egypt, and India. And you will see a lot of similarities among these three civilizations on how they practice the idea of science. Okay? It's very intuitive, it's very imaginative. It will make sense to you. Okay? So the first science that they focus a lot on is the idea of sacred geometry. I'm not sure if you've heard of this, okay? But the idea of sacred geometry is that the underlying fundamental structure of the universe, of reality, are geometric shapes. Okay? And from these geometric shapes, you can give rise to every possible reality. All right? So this is called the egg of life. And from the egg of life, you just keep on expanding it, you will get all of reality. Okay? These are actually 3D, 4D shapes. I can't illustrate them, but if you're curious, go online. These are beautiful ideas. Okay? So there are two possible ways to understand sacred geometry. The first possible way is to understand them as solids. Okay? So the Egyptians understood them as solids, and Plato understood them as solids. Remember, Plato, a lot of his philosophy is derived from the Egyptians. And the idea of sacred geometry, it's very apparent in Plato's writings, and he got this from the Egyptians. So basically the idea is that if you train yourself on how to understand sacred geometry and how to manipulate sacred geometry in your head, you can access God. Okay? So the first idea is to understand it as solids. But there's another way you can understand sacred geometry, and it's as vibrations, as energy, as a force. Okay? And this is the way that the Chinese understand sacred geometry, right? As qi, as life force, and also as well as the Hindus. And so imagine a monk who's breathing, okay? Who's meditating. What is he doing? He's breathing and he's meditating and he's focusing his energies in order to achieve the sacred geometry within him. The monk will often say things like Om, Om, Om. Okay? He's causing vibrations that try to mimic the sacred geometry. Why is he doing this? Because the belief at this time is that if there is a God, okay, if there's a creator God, the question is, how does it think, right? It's not going to think with words the way we do. It's going to think using mathematics, with sacred geometry. And by thinking, he is going to create the underlying universe. And how does he do that? He does it by breathing. Breathing in, emitting sacred geometry, and then breathing out, breathing back in, okay? Inhaling, exhaling. And this will give rise to the universe. So if you're a monk or a priest, you practice meditation in order to try to mimic the act of creation. And if you are able to succeed, then what will happen is you harmonize yourself with the vibrations of the universe. And therefore, you're able to access divine energy. Okay, so that's the idea of sacred geometry. And again, it's a very complicated idea, but that's a general gist. Any questions? Okay, and again, this should make intuitive sense. Okay, this should make intuitive sense to you. All right, the second big field that the Egyptians, the Chinese, and the Indians were really passionate about is astronomy and astrology, okay? So the Egyptians basically created astrology. And the idea is that you're trying to link the movement of the stars, the cosmos, with events in the world, okay? So by understanding the movement of the stars, you're able to divine or predict the future of humanity, okay? Every major king had an astrologist in order to divine the future through the practice of astronomy and astrology. All right, and the last thing is alchemy. What is alchemy? Alchemy is basically chemistry and sorcery combined together. This is a polytheistic world, and the idea is that because it's a polytheistic world, it's a chaotic world, and somehow, if you're clever enough, you're able to hack this world, okay? Think of it as hacking, that there are secrets to this world, and you are able to take elements in this world, combine together, and create something called the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is the power of God in order to give you the elixir of immortality, in order to live forever, as well as to manipulate the environment. So basically turn lead into gold. And again, this was an extremely popular practice in ancient societies. Okay, so these are three major sciences in the primitive societies: China, Egypt, and India, and they promulgated outwards and influenced other societies. We still have them today. Okay, there are still people who practice alchemy, sacred geometry, and astrology today. Okay, any questions about this before I move on? Okay, so this is primitive science. So the question then is, what's the difference? Okay, so let's focus on the three major differences between pre-modern science and modern science. Okay, the first major difference is it focuses on the spiritual world, on the outer worldly. All right, and the point of science was to create harmony between our world and the spiritual world. Okay, because if you harmonize these two worlds, you can have a more prosperous, more peaceful future. Today, we are only focused on the material world, the world that we can see and know, in order to create progress. Okay? We've abandoned the spiritual world, and we focus on this material world in order to manipulate it, in order to promote technological progress. And quite honestly, we have been extremely successful at that. In fact, I will argue we've been too successful at that. Okay? So that's the first major difference between pre-modern and modern science. Second major difference is that pre-modern science relies entirely on intuition and imagination, okay? You don't do experiments. You don't have conferences. You don't debate. You just meditate. You just dream, okay? And you often fall into trances in order to communicate with the spiritual world. In this world, they use a lot of hallucinogenics, okay? A lot of psychedelics, okay, including magic mushrooms, a drink called soma, which is very important in the Hindu religion, as well as the Zoroastrian religion. It's basically a psychedelic, okay? Today, we don't rely on intuition and imagination. We think this is superstitious. We rely mainly on something called the scientific method, okay? And later on, I will discuss the scientific method more in detail, all right? And the last thing is, in pre-modern science, people are relying on divine inspiration in order to discover the truth. The big question is, what is truth? Today, we care about the question, how do we know truth? Okay, it's really the idea of the institutionalization of doubt. Our main priority is to question and doubt the truth. And what will happen is, because of this emphasis change, we've changed from what is truth to how do we know truth. It will launch a revolution in technological progress. All right? All right, so underlying the scientific revolution are three major theological assumptions. Without these theological assumptions, the scientific revolution would not be possible, okay? So the first and most important idea is the idea of monotheism. There is one God, okay? And again, the very idea of monotheism is also revolutionary in human thought. Second idea is that God designed and willed the universe into being. So there is an intelligent design to the universe. And it's up to us to discover this design. God endowed us with the capacity to discover his design and will. Okay? So these are the three major theological assumptions underlying the scientific revolution. That is why the scientific revolution happened in Western Europe and not, say, in China or the Islamic world or India, okay? Because you needed these three theological assumptions. Okay, so what do these assumptions bring us? Okay, so let's look at polytheism. Again, throughout most of human history, most societies have been felt polytheistic. What is the difference between a polytheistic worldview of science and a monotheistic worldview of science? Okay, so I need you to memorize this chart. Okay, the first major difference is in a polytheistic system, there's really no design. There's really no progress. It's just chaos and struggle. But in a monotheistic worldview, there is an underlying truth to the universe. Okay? That's the first difference. Second major difference is the idea of randomness. Things happen for no particular reason. If you win the lottery, that's great, okay? But if you lose all your wealth, that's just random. Okay, it's just fate. It's just destiny. There's no purpose or no design to your fate. But in a monotheistic world, there's the idea of good and evil. Things happen to you that benefit you if you're doing good. But if you're doing evil, then bad things will happen to you. Okay, so there's a there's a deep sense that God is in our lives, orchestrating events. The last major difference is that between fate and progress. Okay? If there's truth in this world, if there's goodness in this world, then we have a responsibility to progress by doing good and by discovering this truth. Okay? That's why I keep on emphasizing this, but monotheism is really an intellectual revolution first and foremost. Okay, so the scientific revolution happens. And what drives it? Okay, there are three major forces that drive the scientific revolution. The first is the idea of the Protestant Reformation and the Counter-Reformation. So the Protestants have come and they're challenging the authority of the church. And the church responds by what's something called the Counter-Reformation. There is this belief, or there's this prejudice, that the church is anti-science. The Catholic Church is not anti-science. In fact, both the Protestants and the Catholic Church are trying to use science in order to promote their legitimacy and authority. Okay? So the Protestants are heavily devoted to science because they want to understand the will and mind of God. The Catholics themselves are also promoting science. The Catholics will create a new society called the Jesuits, who are renowned for being great scientists. In fact, a lot of universities in this world were founded by Jesuits. A lot of Jesuits came to China and they promoted knowledge and science in China. And this has been true for many centuries. Okay? So both the Catholic Church and the Protestant movement, they are in a struggle to use science in order to promote their own authority and legitimacy. Okay? So that's the first major force driving the revolution. Second is war. During this time, Europe is in constant state of war. It's fighting amongst themselves, between the Catholics and the Protestants. It's also fighting with the Muslims, okay? The Ottoman Empire, which is, at this point, the strongest empire in the world. All right, and the last idea that's driving science is the age of exploration and conquest. As Europe is trying to expand outwards, if they're going to North America, they're going to South America, they need better navigation tools. They need compasses. They need astrolabes. Okay, so science solves all three problems. Okay. Okay. So again, the scientific revolution. The best way to remember the scientific revolution is it's a fundamental change from asking what is truth to how do we know truth. Okay? How can we know truth? And believe it or not, but no one really bothered to ask this question before. How can we know truth? Okay? And because science is asking this question, how do we know truth? What it's really doing is it's separating itself from religion and putting itself above religion, okay? Because religion purports to be the truth, right? And what science is saying is like, how do you know if you're right? Well, we know if you're right because we have methods to test you, okay? So science is putting itself above religion. And as you can imagine, this will create conflicts within the Catholic Church very, very soon, mainly in the trial of Galileo. Okay, so because science asks this question, how do we know truth? What it does is it creates the scientific method, okay? And the scientific method is composed of three main elements. The first is you ask questions and you propose hypotheses. So there are no questions now that are out of bounds. And you have to think of solutions and ideas to solve these questions, okay? So that's the first step. Second step is there are these processes and protocols for testing hypotheses, experimentation, basically. All right? So only if you can experiment, only if your hypothesis matches experimental results can it be true. Now, last thing is it creates a system of doubt and criticism in order to test all experimental results. And today we call them academic societies and peer-reviewed journals. Okay, so if you're a scientist working today at a university, whatever results you have, you must first publish, and then you have to present your journal results to a conference of peers who will criticize you, and they will look for flaws in your argument. And this is an extremely effective system on how to know what is true. And again, because of this system, it's allowed for a remarkable explosion of wealth and technology and progress in the world today. And this is the chart that shows us, okay? So for most of human history, progress, meaning productivity, has been flat. And then starting around the year 1700, it starts to exponentially rise, okay? And this has meant that we are now able to feed more and more people. So before 1700, you really couldn't get above a few 100 million people. And now we are at we are projected to reach 9 billion people. And you can ask, is this a good thing? And I will argue it's not a good thing. But it shows us the remarkable power of science. Okay? All right. So now the question then is, what caused the scientific method to arise? And it really has to do with a major debate among scientists. It was the geocentric versus the heliocentric debate. Okay? Now, what's interesting is that if you look at the Egyptians, they knew that the sun was the center of the universe. That's why their god was the sun god, Ra. Okay? But by the time you hit the Greeks, there was now this divergence between those who believed that the universe revolved around the sun and those who believed it revolved around the earth. In about 150, a Greek scientist named Ptolemy, working in Egypt, he developed the first comprehensive cosmological system. And this cosmological system, which he wrote in a book called the Almagest, he made certain arguments. Okay, the first argument is that the earth stands still. Okay, the earth does not move. It doesn't revolve. Okay. Second is that all other celestial bodies, including the moon, including the stars, the planets, revolve around the earth in a circular motion. Okay, why? Because in the heavens, it is assumed that everything is perfect. Okay, so for example, on planet Earth, we breathe something called air, right? Air, oxygen is what gives us life. But up there in space, air becomes ether. Ether is the air that the gods breathe. Ether is what allows the world, the heavens, to be perfect. Okay? And this is the Arabic edition of the Almagest. And as you can see, you can't read this, but there's a lot of mathematical detail in the book. And because Ptolemy's perspective aligned with theology, the Bible, it was accepted truth for over 1,000 years. Okay, the Islamic Golden Age relied heavily on Ptolemy's understanding of the cosmos. But the first person to suggest that this model is wrong is Copernicus, okay, who is a Polish polymath. He did many things. He did astrology. He also did astronomy. Okay, and when he died in 1543, he proposed the heliocentric model. Now, what's really important for us to remember is that Copernicus was a devout Catholic, and many of his friends were major figures within the Catholic Church. And guess what? They were extremely supportive of his theory. In fact, they wanted him to publish his theory. Okay? Why? Because at this point, there is no conflict between science and religion. So the saying back then is, it is the job of the church, the Catholic Church, to tell you how to go to heaven, not how the heavens go. Okay? So the Catholic Church didn't really care one way. They didn't care about the geocentric model or the heliocentric model. They didn't care at all. So Copernicus was heavily supported. The problem with Copernicus is that the mathematics didn't really make sense. Okay? So if I put two books in front of you, Copernicus' book called On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, or Ptolemy's book, well, most scientists would tell you that Ptolemy's book is better, okay? There's more math, it's more well-argued. And the reason why is Copernicus, his idea is new, and so there was not that much time, he didn't have that much time to refine it. People didn't really have time to work on it. Whereas Ptolemy, thousands of people have been working on it over the centuries, okay? So the geocentric model, it is much more refined, much more accepted at this point than the heliocentric model. This man, his name is Tycho Brahe, and he is a Danish polymath as well. He comes from a very noble family, and he spent a lot of his time doing observations. Okay, he collected a lot of data. He observed how the planets revolve, and his conclusion is that the geocentric and the heliocentric model are both correct. And his proposal was that Earth was the center of the world, but the planets revolve around the sun. Okay, so the sun revolved around the Earth, and every other system revolved around the sun. Okay, so that's what he derived from his data. Now he had a protege named Johannes Kepler. He's a German, and he looked at the data, and he discovered that the data actually makes the heliocentric model, actually supports the heliocentric model more than the geocentric model. But because he is not a member of the Catholic Church, he's a Lutheran, okay, the Catholic Church couldn't really do anything about him, right? And what's remarkable about Kepler is that just from this data, he was able to make certain predictions about the stars that we've confirmed over time. The first is that the sun, so everything revolves around the sun. His problem, though, is that he didn't put the sun at the center of the universe. He put something else at the center of the universe. The sun revolved around that, and the Earth revolved around the sun. Second major law of planetary motion is that the orbit is actually not circular. It's elliptical. Okay? That's what the data was telling him. All right? And this goes against theology, because remember, in theology, the heavens are perfect, right? Because that's where God lives. But Kepler is saying, nope, the orbit is elliptical. And then what else he did that was revolutionary is that he discovered that there was a correlation between this orbit and the mass of the planet, okay? And this will give rise to Newton. But Kepler made all these revolutionary discoveries. Now comes Galileo. And Galileo, he lives in Florence at this time. And so he's under the purview of the Catholic Church. So he comes from a pretty normal background. When he grew up, he wanted to be a monk, but his dad wanted him to become a doctor instead. And then they made a compromise, and he said, I'll go study mathematics. But his dad was insistent that he go study medicine. Eventually, Galileo managed to go do what he wanted and just do science, okay? At this point, they invented a telescope. And this was not a great telescope. So the telescope could give you 3 times the magnification of the human eye, okay? But it's not that great. But with this telescope, this new invention, Galileo did amazing things. First thing he did was he discovered that Jupiter had moons. And this was revolutionary because it was assumed that everything revolved around the planet Earth. But now he showed that moons revolved around Jupiter. He also recognized that from the Earth, you're able to see Venus spin around us. And that also was revolutionary because it was assumed that Earth stood still and all the planets stood still. Okay? So he wrote this book, and it was a sensation. He became like the court scientist to the Medici family, and the Catholic Church thought this book was great. Okay? But the thing about Galileo, which is very important, is that he was a very arrogant man. And because he was promoting the heliocentric model, he was coming into conflict with a lot of academics that were extremely well established who made their living off the geocentric model. Okay, so they're having these arguments, and Galileo's arguments were very limited. Remember, this is a new idea. It's not really supported by mathematics. It's not really supported by a lot of data. Okay, so Galileo's entire logic was, I speak to God, I know the truth, and you're all idiots, okay? That was basically how he spoke to his enemies. And as you can imagine, he had more and more enemies. And as you can also imagine, his enemies were devising ways to get at Galileo. One thing that Galileo was saying privately that he should not have been saying is that people were saying to him, listen, this heliocentric model, it's fine, but it goes against Scripture, okay? Let's look at Scripture. Scripture says that the earth, it's firm and immovable, okay? That's what the Bible says. Also, if you look at Genesis, it's clear that God created the earth first, and then he created the heavens, the sun and the moon and the stars. So logically, everything should revolve around earth. So Galileo, how do you explain this conflict between your theory of the heliocentric model and Scripture? And Galileo's response was, it's my job to interpret Scripture. And this, as you remember from last week, it's heresy. Okay? If you disagree with the church, that's not heresy. That could just be ignorance. Okay? But if you believe that you are above the church, if you refuse to accept the authority of the church, if you believe that I interpret the Bible better than the church, that is heresy. Okay? So Galileo was called before the Inquisition. He was asked to explain himself. And Galileo was pretty confident. You know, he had the support of the Medicis. He was a very famous author. He was extremely intelligent. He thought that God loved him, okay? So as you can imagine, it was a complete disaster. It was a disastrous meeting. The Inquisition told him to shut up, okay? You can write anything you want privately, but do not promote your views anymore. And because if you were guilty of heresy, you could be burned at the stake, Galileo had no choice but to follow this order, okay? That is until 1632. What happened in 1632? Well, the old pope died, and the new pope, Urban VIII, came into power. Who was Urban VIII? Well, he was a very good friend of Galileo's. And Urban VIII was a huge admirer of Galileo's, okay? So Galileo felt he now had permission to get back at his enemies. So he wrote a book called Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems. And it was basically like almost like a Platonic dialogue, okay? Where he presented his argument again for the heliocentric model. Not only that, but he made fun of his enemies. So it's a dialogue, and the chief enemy of Galileo, his name was Simplicitus, okay? Simplicitus, moron. Not only that, but he put into the mouth of Simplicitus a lot of the arguments from Pope Urban VIII, okay? So he was making fun of the Pope, even though they were very good friends. So as you can imagine, the Pope was really pissed. At first, he banned this book. And what happens when you ban a book? you make it into a national bestseller, okay? So everyone was reading this book. So now Urban VIII was really angry, and so he called for the Inquisition, okay? So Galileo was hauled before the Inquisition, and Galileo now had to explain himself. And Galileo was coming up with a lot of like really silly excuses. So what he said is, listen, this book, it's a satire. It's a thought experiment. I know that the heliocentric model is wrong. And so I wrote this book to as an intellectual exercise to see how wrong it could be and to see if it could be right. Okay, so saying things like this didn't work, and they basically put him under arrest. Okay, at this point, Galileo's friends pleaded with the Pope, and the Pope said, "Fine, I'm a generous person. I will commute his sentence to house arrest for the rest of his life." Okay, so that is a story of Galileo. All right, so you can make the argument that it was Galileo's personality that was responsible for his trial and downfall. It was his hubris. It's a very classic Greek tragedy. But historically, that's not how we remember this story. And the reason why is, again, remember, there's a major conflict between the Protestants and the Catholics. So the Protestants will use this trial as propaganda against the church. And the Protestants will say, you see how anti-science the church is. And Galileo will be remembered now as the father of modern science because he put science above religion. And even though Galileo was disgraced during his time, eventually what will happen is the Florentines, the people of Florence, they will dig up his grave and put his body beside Michelangelo and Dante. All right, that's how they revered the contribution of Galileo. Okay, all right. So again, even though the theory of heliocentrism it is correct, the mathematics didn't make any sense. At this time in history, if you had a team of scientists go and look at the geocentric argument versus a heliocentric argument, they would say the geocentric argument makes more scientific sense, okay? It was not until Newton, when the mathematics came into being, that allowed for the heliocentric model to be widely accepted. Newton, as you know, he's the person who created calculus. The calculus you're learning in school, guess what? He was responsible for the creation of calculus. Now, what's really interesting for us to know about Newton is Newton didn't really see himself as a mathematician or a scientist. These were side hobbies. What he really was a theologian, okay? So he spent most of his time actually reading the Bible because he was convinced that within the Bible were the secrets of the universe. Specifically, he wanted to know when the world would end, okay? And he spent most of his life doing these calculations, and he told us that the world will probably end, I don't know, 2060, okay? 2050, 2060, around then. So he spent most of his time doing theology. This is important for us because even at this time, even as the scientific revolution is gaining steam, there is no separation between religion and science. People understood faith as a very important cornerstone of science. Without faith, how could you have the energy and the inspiration to understand the mind of God? Okay? Newton is also famous for being an alchemist. So he spent most of his time also doing these science experiments where he's trying to combine different elements. Unfortunately, chemistry at this point, it's very primitive. So he was taking mercury. Okay, he was convinced that mercury will lead to the philosopher's stone, and he was eating it. He was tasting it. And as a result, he had a lot of mercury poisoning problems. He couldn't sleep. He had delusions. His hair was falling out. He had mercury poisoning, okay? But at the same time, he had the inspiration to come up with the mathematics to prove the heliocentric model is correct, okay? The book he wrote is called the Principia. At this time, Latin is the universal language of scientists, right? And also, guys, at this time, they're not called scientists. They're called natural philosophers, all right? Science is considered part of philosophy. All right, so in 1687, this debate ended with the publication of this book. Newton used mathematics to prove once and for all the heliocentric model. This is one page from the Principia. As you can see, there are a lot of mathematics. There are a lot of diagrams, okay? In this book, you also find his laws of motions. So Newton's great insight was that probably the laws of attraction, gravity that govern this world, probably govern the heavens as well, okay? So before it was assumed that the heavens and the earth were separate. And now he's saying that no, these are combined together. And he created laws of planetary motion, okay? He figured out the mathematics that told us the relationship between the size of the planets, the mass, and how they orbited, okay? Now, the problem, though, he had a huge problem. The problem is he had the correlation, he had the mathematical correlation, but he didn't know why the correlation existed. He couldn't solve the causation problem, okay? There's just no way that God would spend his time moving the planets around. He was much too busy. So there had to be an underlying cause. He didn't know what it was, though, okay? And who figured it out? Well, Einstein figured it out, right? So at this point, in 1905, we knew that there was a correlation between the size of the planet and how it moved, okay? And gravity. But we didn't know why. And it was a genius of Einstein to figure it out. Now, you remember Einstein because of his famous equation, E equals mc squared. Okay, what does E equals mc squared mean? It means that mass and energy are correlated. And this is a revolution. We didn't really understand this before, right? We just assumed that solids and vibrations are different. And what Einstein is saying is that in order for a solid to exist, there had to be vibrations in the first place. And this formula tells us that within all objects, there is almost an infinite amount of energy, okay? Because c is the speed of light. And why is this important? Because this formula will allow us to develop the nuclear bomb, right? By splitting the atom, you can create almost an infinite amount of energy in this world. Okay, so that's a major contribution of Einstein. But at his time, he was mainly known for figuring out the causation problem in space, okay? And how Einstein figured out is by developing a new idea called space-time. He believed that in the heavens, there was a space-time curvature. And so what was happening was this. A mass, a huge object, it would go into the space-time curvature and warp it. And because it warped it, it drew things into its orbit. And then these things would have to move around this solid, okay? So space-time curvature now helps us understand the laws of planetary motion, first developed by Kepler and then refined by Newton, okay? And what's amazing about Einstein is, and this will blow your mind, okay? But he did all this while sitting at a desk at a patent office in Switzerland. He was not in a laboratory. He was not at a university. He was just thinking by himself. He was daydreaming, okay? So this was just an incredible achievement. Okay, and so the mathematics is very complicated, okay? But all you need to understand is that he figured out that there's a mathematical relationship between the mass of the object and the space-time curvature, okay? And this formula tells us what the relationship is. And why mathematics is important is it allows us to make predictions. And these predictions will tell us if the science actually works or not, okay? If the model, the theory makes sense or not. And so Einstein's theory of relativity, space-time curvature, it is one of the most successful models in history because it predicts the black hole, okay? The black hole is almost solid that is infinitely massive, and therefore it attracts everything into it and sucks everything into it, including light. Okay, so it predicts the idea of the black hole, and we discovered the black hole. All right, so this confirms the theory of relativity. But the theory of relativity also predicts the Big Bang, because space-time, the idea of space-time is that space is in motion, right? That's why you have time, because it's in motion. Well, if it's in motion, then where did it start? There had to be like a starting point. And that's why scientists, not Einstein was actually against the idea of the Big Bang, but a lot of scientists believed that you needed a Big Bang, okay? And so we have a working model of the Big Bang. The problem with this model is that there's actually a lot of evidence against this, okay? So there are two examples. The first example is using the Hubble telescope, the most advanced telescope in the world, which is now in outer space. We've discovered that there are actually galaxies that came before they were due, okay? So the idea of Big Bang is that it's this massive energy explosion, and so the galaxies will develop later. But our data tells us the galaxies came before, much earlier than we expect, okay? That's the first thing. Second problem that we have with the Big Bang model is that this universal expansion, it is not constant. There are times when it actually speeds up, which makes no sense. Why would it speed up? Okay, so this Big Bang model, a lot of scientists are now trying to re-examine it. Okay, the problem is, and this is a huge problem, is we don't have a better theory. And so to get around the problem of these mathematical inconsistencies in the model, scientists created a new concept called dark energy. Dark energy. Now you think to yourself, dark energy means we can't see it. No, that's not what it means, okay? And you're like, well, dark energy means we can't measure it. No, that's not what it means. Dark energy means we don't know what it is, okay? Doesn't mean it exists and we can't see it. It just means we have no idea what it is. We cannot explain why the Big Bang is expanding really fast at certain points and really slow at other points. And so we just say it must be dark energy, okay? Does that make sense, guys? So dark energy is not something that you can't see. It's just something we don't have no idea what it is, okay? All right, so these are the theories, okay? But the person who was most responsible for the creation of the scientific method, his name is actually Francis Bacon. And he spent his entire life promoting the idea of scientific processes and methods. He's most well known for his book, The New Atlantis. So in the New Atlantis, which is like a novel, the protagonist, he ends up on an island where they have the most advanced science in the world. And the reason why they have the most advanced science in the world is because they turn science into a bureaucracy, a very specialized bureaucracy, okay? So I'm not going to read all of it, all right? But there are different offices, different bureaucracies for different functions. So for example, we have 3 that try new experiments, such as themselves think good. These we call pioneers or minors, okay? So you have an office, a bureaucracy specifically to do experiments, which means that you have an office, a bureaucracy, specifically come up with hypotheses to ask questions, okay? Also, we have 3 that take care out of them direct new experiments of a higher light, more penetrating into nature than the former. These we call lamps. So you have a team to actually audit these experiments and figure out how to improve them, okay? And then lastly, we have 3 that raise the former discoveries by experiments into great observations, axioms, and aphorisms. These we call interpreters of nature. So these are theoreticians. They're the ones who will take this experimental data and combine it into a theory. And so Bacon is proposing a scientific bureaucracy. And guess what, guys? We have basically achieved his vision today. If you look at science today, it's essentially a bureaucracy. All right? Now, one of the foundations of this bureaucracy was the founding of the Royal Society of London in 1660. Okay? Why is this important? Because for the first time, scientists are allowed to present their findings before a group of peers who will question and doubt them. And this will enhance their research process. Okay, so the founding of the Royal Society was fundamental. As you can imagine, what will come next is publications, magazines, that will showcase a lot of these new discoveries. The founding members of the Royal Society include Christopher Wren, who is a very famous architect, as well as Robert Dole, who is a very famous chemist. Okay, so that's a basic background into the history of the Scientific Revolution. Today, we are asking ourselves a very deep question. So the Scientific Revolution separated science from religion. And there's a lot of concern that this has created a lot of ethical issues within science, okay? So let's look at three major issues. The first major issue is the idea of artificial intelligence. Basically, we're trying to create God. And that's a huge concern. What happens when the computers are much smarter than humans, okay? Second is the idea of nanotechnology, where we're trying to go into the atomic level and change the laws of nature, okay? We're trying to defy God. And the third is the idea of genetics, where we are trying to change people's genetic blueprint so that we can have designer babies, so that babies will be free from cancer. Also, we're trying to develop immortality, okay? We're looking for the elixir of immortality, okay? So these are three massive ethical debates within science. And my argument to you today is that this is the wrong question to ask. Okay? This is the wrong question to ask. These are not possible within the current scientific framework that we have today. In fact, I would make the argument that these three are essentially illusions, hocus pocus, magic. Or you can even go as far as to say they are deliberate scams. So artificial intelligence is the example that we are most that we're most familiar with, okay? So I'm sure you've all used ChatGPT. Is it any good? No, it's not. Will it get any better? No, it won't, okay? So, but there's so much hype around it, okay? I don't have time to go into artificial intelligence, but if you want to know more about artificial intelligence and why it's a scam, I can do so later on, okay? Just ask me. All right, so the real problem is this. Okay, the real problem is this. Science has become an imperial bureaucracy. That's the real issue. All right? If you think about the world we live in today, the field that is most like the imperial bureaucracy of China is science today. Science is above nation. It is above government. It does things by itself. Okay? And what's science doing? Science is promoting its own bureaucracy. If there's no accountability, if there's no responsibility, if scientists don't actually have to tell us what they're doing, then it's not that they will become God. It's more like they'll become corrupt bureaucrats. Does that make sense? It's more likely that they will take all these billions of dollars, the government's fraud them, and they'll just waste it all. Okay? Why? Because they can. It's much easier for people to be lazy, greedy, and corrupt than it is for them to become God, okay? All right, so let me explain. Okay, so I know this is a hard idea, but genius does not come from hard work. It does not come from scientific process or scientific method. It comes from intuition, imagination, and inspiration, okay? So remember when Einstein, he was just daydreaming his theories, okay? Remember when Newton, he was working on theology, he was working on alchemy, and then he developed the ideas of calculus, okay? This is true consistently throughout history. This is a passage from the book, The Cosmic Serpent by Jerry Narby, okay? I'll just read it to you. Many of science's central ideas seem to come from beyond the limits of rationalism. People do not logically deduce these ideas. René Descartes dreams of an angel who explains the basic principles of materialist rationalism to him. Okay, this is no different from Muhammad, who was meditating in a cave and the angel Gabriel appeared before him. It's religious. Albert Einstein daydreams in a tram approaching another and conceives the theory of relativity, right? James Watson scribbles on a newspaper in a train, then rides his bicycle to reach the conviction that DNA has the form of a double helix. So what gives rise to great science, to great ideas? Well, imagination, intuition, and also faith that you are correct, right? That's Galileo. Galileo was actually convinced that he was right even though the science was very sloppy, okay? In fact, there's a very famous story where Einstein, in the 1930s and 40s, he was having a huge argument with scientists who were arguing for quantum mechanics, specifically Niels Bohr. Okay? So if you go and look back in the 1930s and 40s, and you look at their arguments, what you will find is that Einstein was very clear, was very logical, and was very scientifically sound. Okay? And you will find that Niels Bohr was unclear, illogical, and very sloppy with science. But Einstein was wrong, Niels Bohr was right. Today, quantum mechanics is a science that underlines all the technology that we have today, including the computer, okay, the semiconductor, the transistor computer. All right? So that's a really important thing we have to remember about science. At first, it seems wrong. But because the people who believe in it have so much conviction and faith, they eventually triumph, okay? All right, so that's how science develops. And this is the argument of Thomas Kuhn in his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. Okay, this is a book that I highly recommend. If you ever study the history of science, this is the first book that you will read, because he goes into how science develops over the centuries. And the central argument is that science does not develop like piecemeal and slowly and methodically. Okay, it goes through revolutions and paradigm shifts. All right. Okay, so I know this is going to be a bit long, but it's really important that we read him, okay? Paradigms gain their status because they are more successful than their counter-competitors in solving a few problems that the group of practitioners has come to recognize as acute. All right, so Ptolemy, for his time, was considered revolutionary because he solved the problem of why is it the moon revolves around the Earth? Okay, he provided a cosmology that was simple and which fit into theology. To be more successful is not, however, to be either completely successful with a single problem or no successful with any large number, okay? So Ptolemy's solution only solved a few problems. It was not the complete solution. The success of a paradigm is at the start largely a promise of success discoverable in selected and still incomplete examples. Okay, so the paradigm at first, it's actually promising, but it's not at all convincing. Normal science, okay, the science that we practice today, consists in the actualization of that promise, an actualization achieved by extending the knowledge of those facts that the paradigm displays as particularly revealing by increasing the extent of the match between those facts and the paradigm's predictions, and by further articulation of the paradigm itself. Okay, so this is really important, guys. Science is not about discovery. It's about refinement. Does that make sense? Science will not give us new ideas. Science will take existing ideas and fine-tune them into something that we can believe and that we can use to drive technological innovation. Okay? All right, so let's look at another passage. Turn now to another more difficult and more revealing aspect of the parallelism between puzzles and the problems of normal science. If it is to classify as a puzzle, a problem must be characterized by more than an assured solution. There must also be rules that limit both the nature of acceptable solutions and the steps by which they are to be obtained. To solve a jigsaw puzzle is not, for example, merely to make a picture. Either a child or a contemporary artist could do that by scattering selected pieces as abstract shapes upon some neutral ground. Okay, so this is really important. But what he's saying is this. Science today solves jigsaw puzzles. They're trying to take a larger model and fine-tune pieces that make the model much more elegant. It's not trying to reimagine the model. It's not trying to overturn the model. It's not trying to add new pieces to the model. All it's doing is fine-tuning existing pieces. It's like you take a jigsaw puzzle, and there's exactly one solution to the jigsaw puzzle. If you don't provide that solution, you're wrong. Okay? Does that make sense? That's what science is. Nevertheless, such a picture would not be a solution. Okay? So what he's saying is, if you come up with a new picture to the jigsaw puzzle, you might be creative, you might be interesting, you might be imaginative, but you're wrong. Okay? Scientists cannot accept your solution. To achieve that, all the pieces must be used, their plain sides must be turned down, and they must be interlocked without forcing until no holes remain. Okay? Those are among the rules that govern jigsaw puzzle solutions. So if you are a scientist working today, you're literally solving a jigsaw puzzle. The solution, everyone knows the solution. If you provide something that goes against the accepted solution, you will not be accepted. Okay? All right. So he concludes, but paradigm debates are not really about relative problem-solving ability, though for good reasons they are usually couched in those terms. Instead, the issue in which paradigm should in the future guide research on problems, many of which neither competitor can yet claim to resolve completely. A decision between alternate ways of practicing science is called for, and the circumstances that that decision must be based less on past achievement than on future promise. The man who embraces a new paradigm at an early stage must often do so in defiance of the evidence provided by problem solving. Okay, so this is hard for us to understand, but if you're to be a true innovator, it's not that you come up with a new solution to a problem, it's that you must defy the basic premises of bureaucratic science. He must, that is, have faith that the new paradigm will succeed with the many large problems that confront it, knowing only that the older paradigm has failed with few. A decision of that kind can only be made on faith. Okay, so this is why it's almost impossible to separate religion from science. If a new discovery is to be made, that person must believe that he is sent by God to tell us the truth. Okay? That's Galileo. Galileo, if you actually met the person, you would think this guy's a complete asshole. All right? He's arrogant, he's obnoxious, all he does is make fun of you. Okay? But he's driven by a divine mission to spread the truth. And because he created this conflict with the church, it became an international controversy, and that focused the attention of scientists, and they tried to resolve this issue. Okay? So science, scientific innovation, genius, it's not a tea party, all right? It's a revolution. Okay, so I'm going to summarize what we've discussed, okay? Because this was a lot. Okay, but I want to summarize what we did so that you have a basic framework to understand what I'm talking about. Because there'll be other classes on these topics. Right? We'll be discussing quantum mechanics at a future date. So I want to make sure that we understand the argument. Okay, so our argument is this. For most of history, science was part of religion. Okay? Science was about validating this religion. But this creates a problem we call confirmation bias. Confirmation bias. Meaning that we will only look at evidence that supports our claims. And we do this every single day. Okay? We all want to be right. We all want to feel good. We all want to be confirmed and validated by the world around us. Okay? So there's a very famous experiment called the Dunning-Kruger. You've heard of this, right? Okay, Dunning-Kruger. The Dunning-Kruger experiment. So Dunning-Kruger were two American psychologists. And they were teaching an undergraduate class of 400 students. And they made these students do two things. The first thing is they made every student take an IQ test. Okay? And the second thing is they asked students how they think they did on that IQ test. Were you in the top 5%? Were you in the bottom 5%? Were you average? Okay? And it turned out that once they looked at all the results, not one student predicted his or her class ranking. Those who did really well, the top 5%, it was pretty easy for them, so they assumed it was easy for everyone, okay? So they underestimated their performance by about 10%. Those who did the worst didn't really know what was asked of them, okay? So they overestimate their performance. In fact, those who got the most wrong were the worst students. So maybe they were the bottom 10%, but they thought they were average, okay? And what this tells us is this. Doubt, self-doubt, it's really the mark of genius, okay? If you're able to doubt yourself, if you're able to question yourself, if you're able to self-reflect, that's a sign of an excellent student, okay? In fact, the best sign of an excellent student. So the question then is, how do you bring doubt into science? What you do is you separate science from religion and you create a bureaucracy around science in order to instill doubt in the scientific process, okay? That's the solution proposed by Francis Bacon. And again, it is the most successful solution in human history. All right, so the scientific process is hypothesis, experiment, data analysis, replication. Okay, does that make sense? You have a hypothesis, you then test it out. If it works, according to data, you then have to replicate the experiment to make sure that you are correct. Now, the beauty of this model is that you can actually make it into a bureaucracy, right? So each department does its own thing. And so what happens is that each department is inspecting and auditing the work of the previous department to make sure the results are accurate and correct. Okay, does that make sense? And it turns out if you do it this way, well, it's revolutionary. And it explains the world that we live in today. It explains why scientific progress has been so fast and so remarkable these past 300, 400 years, okay? But embedded in the system are lots and lots of other issues, okay, which I will discuss. The first is the idea of political control. It takes a lot of resources to run the system, and as a result, you can allow politicians to come in and interfere with the science, okay? That's the first problem. Second problem is that over time, each department will over-specialize, okay? You have over-specialization, which means that these departments are now unable to communicate with each other because the underlying assumptions, the science of each department will be different, okay? So if you run experiments, you use a lot of instruments, okay? All of these instruments are so complicated that normal scientists don't really understand what you're doing, okay? So that's the second problem, over-specialization. The third problem is the idea of accountability, okay? How do you know if each department is doing a good job or not? Right? You can't because now they're over-specialized. The word we use is they are now aloof. Okay? So there are many problems with this system. Another problem is insularity, meaning that you have to spend like 20 years in school before you could even enter the system. Okay? Insularity creates gatekeeping, which means that only if you play by the rules, only if you vet it, can you enter the system. Okay? And as a result, you no longer have any creativity. So this is the great irony of science. Science was inspired by the genius of Galileo, Newton, and Einstein. But today, science has developed to a point where it no longer welcomes Galileo, Newton, or Einstein, okay? Why? Because Galileo is an asshole. He doesn't get along with other people. They won't let him in. Newton is crazy, right? He's an alchemist. He believes that the Bible will reveal the end of the world. He's crazy. They won't let him in. Einstein is really bad at mathematics. He would fail all these mathematic tests in order to get into the system. He probably would not get into graduate school today, right? So this is the world we live in. So don't worry about artificial intelligence. Don't worry about billionaires living forever. Don't worry about nanotechnology, okay? Worry about the fact that we've come to a point in our civilization where we are now incapable of innovation, okay? All right. So that's it. Any questions?
Okay. Just a small observation.
Okay.
When you set up this lecture, you talked about pre-modern science and it relied on intuition and faith and imagination. I was really getting ready to push back on you and say, hey, that's a lot of what makes science, like modern science, great. And you brought that in, very nicely in later stages of the lecture there. So kind of inspired.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Any questions? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so
I got a light question.
Okay, great.
I didn't know about Newton's predictions about the end of the world, but if you're saying 2050, 2060, what do you think the chances are that he was right?
Okay. So Newton. Okay, so what do we know that Newton predicted the end of the world? Okay, the reason why is this. So Newton didn't have any family. He didn't have a wife. He didn't have any children. So his entire estate was left to his nephews and his nieces. And Newton also left them a lot of money. Okay, these are aristocrats. Newton is actually the first commoner, the first non-royal in English history to receive a state funeral. He's the first commoner to be buried at Westminster Abbey. Okay, so he was a very big deal back then. And his relatives obviously were aristocrats. But the thing about aristocrats is that over time, they become poor. So, and what do you do when you become poor? Well, you sell off what is valuable. And so Newton's papers, all his notes were auctioned off in I think the 1930s. I don't remember, okay, 1930s. And you would imagine that everyone would want these notes, right? Because they reveal genius to you. But for whatever reason, they didn't really sell very well. And the sale was so bad, the auction was so bad that it was sold piecemeal, okay? And one person who bought the notes was John Keynes, the economist, John Keynes, the economist. And he was so excited to read the papers of Newton. He was like, oh my God, there must be so much mathematics in these papers that will lead to new discoveries, right? So when he actually read the papers, he was absolutely aghast at what he discovered. It was alchemy, it was theology. And so what Newton was trying to do was he was trying to read the Bible and look for a secret code. I mean, he was crazy, okay? Look for a secret code within the Bible that would tell him the future. And he was actually convinced of something called the second coming. He was convinced that Jesus will return. I mean, these are all Christians at this point, right? He was absolutely convinced that Jesus will return. And so he wanted to know when he would return and how he would return, okay? So I think he made the prediction 2060. But I can't be sure. But he made a prediction when the world will end. What's more important for us is that he became what we call a Christian Zionist. Okay? And the idea of a Christian Zionist, and this is really important, is that once you predict the future and you know when Jesus is returning, you want to know how he returns. And Newton became absolutely convinced that for Jesus to return, certain conditions had to be met in order to facilitate his return. One major condition was the return of the Jews to Jerusalem. Because at this point, Jerusalem was being controlled by the Ottomans. Okay? He was absolutely convinced that we have to get all the world's Jews and return them to Jerusalem. Okay? Only problem was Jews didn't want to go back. Okay? And so Isaac Newton, and this is completely unknown about him, okay? He's actually one of the founders of a movement called Christian Zionism, is let's figure out how to get all the Jews to go back to Jerusalem, and this will start a process which will culminate with the return of Jesus. Okay? So that's Newton. And so what this tells us, okay, and this is also something that is really important, is he was part of a secret society with John Locke and some other really important individuals. And this secret society, I mean, like, they consider themselves the true church, right? So Newton, in his notes, he was very clear. He thought the Holy Trinity was nonsense. There's only one God, okay? And he was the representative of God on earth. He was here on a divine mission. So he's part of the secret society to try to achieve Christian Zionism and to discover when the second coming will happen. So he makes his prediction 2060. So whether or not Newton is correct, that's not the issue. The issue is that with his power, with his influence, he was heavily promoting Christian Zionism in England. And as we know, what will happen is these people will go to America. Okay? A lot of these people who are Christian Zionists, they will go to America believing that America is the New Jerusalem. And then what will happen later on is these Zionists, Christian Zionists, will link up and they will plot to bring the Jews back to Jerusalem. And this leads to something called the Balfour Declaration, right? Which is to say that after World War I, when the Ottoman Empire was defeated, the British Empire now gives permission to all the Jews in the world to return to Jerusalem, whether or not they want to. Okay, so this is why history is so important, because you cannot possibly understand what's happening in the Middle East today without first understanding all this history. Right? So does that make sense? Okay, all right, great.
So odds are he was right. 2060, things are going to happen.
Well, again, okay, so
I'm just kidding.
So 2060, again, that's not the issue. The issue is that there are very powerful people in this world who believe in this, and who believe that it is a divine mission to make this come true, to use their power, to use their influence, to use their money to make this prediction come true. It's not really a prophecy, okay? It's really a plan. This is what it is. It's a plan. It's like, how do we bring back Jesus? Because when Jesus returns, the world ends and everyone's happy. Okay? That's heaven comes on earth. But how do we make it happen? Well, here's the plan. Christian Zionism. All right? So that's my real concern. Whether or not the world ends in 2016, I don't know, okay? But the fact that there are really powerful people of the stature of Isaac Newton with like almost unlimited resources and unlimited power, they actually believe in this and they want to make this come true. That should be the major concern, right? Okay? So I apologize for going on this tangent, okay? But we don't have class on Thursday, but next Tuesday we'll start the Age of Exploration, okay? Okay, good morning. So today we are doing the European conquest of the New World, meaning North and South America. So these people who start to conquer the New World are called the conquistadors, which is Spanish for conquerors. These are mercenaries, they're bandits, they're lower class people who have to leave Spain and Portugal and look for new opportunities in South and Central America. Okay? So some basic history. Remember that when we discussed this Islamic Golden Age, the Islamic Empire started to connect the world in globalized trade. And the networks run all the way from Central Asia over to China, into Europe, and even into parts of Africa. There's the maritime Silk Road that they create because they want the porcelain from China. They also have an overland Silk Road. Okay? And at this point in history, Spain, which is called Al-Andalusia, it's part of the Islamic world. And it is integrated heavily into the Islamic world. It's become very wealthy, very cosmopolitan because of this. This globalized trade becomes much more concentrated, becomes much more rapid during the Mongolian conquest. Okay? And because of the Mongolian Empire, the Pax Mongolica, a lot of knowledge, a lot of trade is being transferred from the east to the west, including paper, which is made in, which was first invented in China, but also gunpowder. Next class, we talk about the gunpowder revolution, which marks a radical change in how the world works. Historically, we have considered the Vikings to be the first to explore the New World. Remember that when we discussed the Vikings, they made it all the way to present-day Newfoundland and found a colony called Vineland. But the colony didn't last very long. And that was the first encounter between the Europeans and the native people of North America. The thing that you learn in this class that's very important to understand is the world has always been interconnected in some capacity. It's always been globalized. So we can assume that even before the Vikings, there were some encounters between the old world and the new world. It could have been the Egyptians. It could have been the Harappans of the Indus Valley Civilization. It could have also been the Chinese, okay? Just because we don't have written records or archaeological evidence does not mean that there was no contact. We have to assume that there was some limited contact between these worlds, okay? But it's only until the 16th century when the old world and the new world begin to collide with each other violently. And the reason why is that Spain was eventually reconquered by the Europeans and it became Christian. And because of that, Spain lost its trade routes in the Islamic world. Also, at this particular time in history, the Ottoman Empire is rising in power. And what's really important is that in 1453, they conquer Constantinople, which was the seat of the Eastern Roman Empire. And so now, for the Europeans to trade with India, China, and the rest of East Asia, they have to pay a heavy tax to the Ottomans and the Italians as well. They don't want to do that. So their response is to discover their own routes to East Asia, to China, to the East Indies. And they do. They hire a lot of these very experienced Italian seamen. So Christopher Columbus is from Genoa. He is Italian. And he was hired to go discover a route to China. And he ended up in discovering North America, basically. So all the major powers, France, England, Portugal, Spain, they are engaging in maritime exploration. Okay, and starting in the 16th century, what will happen is that the Spanish will start to conquer Central America and South America, and they do so in less than 30 years. Okay, it's a very quick conquest. And so you can see that during the 16th century, there's a lot of exploration going on. There's a lot of contacts being made. The Portuguese are really the first to establish the maritime empire. And so the question then is, why is it that the Portuguese end up establishing colonies in Africa, in India, in China, throughout the East Indies? And the reason why is that the fear was that Portugal and Spain would come into conflict with each other. So the Pope divided the world into two. So the Portuguese got this part of the world, and the Spanish got the New World, basically. And the Spanish obviously got the better end of this deal, but that was the arrangement. Okay, so the Spanish got all of present-day Mexico, Central America, and most of South America. And there's a lot of gold, a lot of silver within these regions, and as a result, Spain became very wealthy. Okay. Eventually, the British and the French will get involved as well, but because South America and Central America were already taken by the Spanish and the Portuguese, they ended up in North America, which was cold and poor and inhabited by lots of very aggressive and violent natives. And it turned out that in the long run, this would prove to be more beneficial for the British. Okay, in the long run. But currently, the Spanish have accumulated all the wealth in the New World. Okay, so the main thing I want you to remember is that because the Old World and the New World collided, this marked a revolution in European agriculture. Because now the Europeans could import these extremely nutritious and easy to produce vegetables back into Europe. So the corn was invented by the native people of Central America. Corn is not naturally produced. You have to basically scientifically invent it by crossbreeding different crops. Okay, it's a very long process, and corn allowed for the Mayan civilization to flourish. So corn is an extremely important nutrient that's easy to produce, cheap, and very nutritious. So is the potato. Okay? The potato, over time, will become the staple food of Europeans. So are peanuts, so are squash, so is the tomato. Okay? So all these foods that we take for granted were actually first domesticated in the Old World, which was then transported to New World. And because of these very nutritious foods, and they're far more nutritious than wheat, you have a population explosion in Europe, okay? So this is very important. I want you guys to remember this. The potato, the corn, led to a population explosion in Europe. And what did the natives get? Well, they got a lot of diseases, right? They got a lot of measles and smallpox. So the question we're looking at this morning is, how did a few thousand conquistadors, Spanish mercenaries basically, how were they able to conquer millions and millions of indigenous people in South America? There were three main civilizations in South America at this time: the Aztecs, the Mayans, and the Incas. And the Spanish were able to conquer all three major civilizations in less than 30 years. So how were they able to do so? Okay, that's a question we're looking at this morning. Okay, now the standard explanation is threefold. When you talk to scholars, they have three explanations for how this happened. It was a perfect storm of three factors. Okay, the first is the native people were not in contact with the Europeans. So the Europeans brought with them these diseases that the native people had no immunity against. Okay, and the four major ones are smallpox, measles, typhus, and cholera. And this wiped out about 80% of the population in North and South America. It was basically a genocide, okay? 80% is a lot of people. We're talking about millions and millions of people. Second major factor is that there were these internal conflicts, tribal warfare among the native people. And the Europeans, the Spanish, exploited this. They basically used a divide and conquer strategy against the natives, right? You first unite with a tribe that hated the Aztecs. You conquer the Aztecs together, and then you enslave the tribes. Okay, so that's a divide and conquer strategy. And the third factor is the Europeans had superior weapons and technology. Okay, they had armor, they had cannons, they had horses. The natives didn't have access to any of this technology. So that's the three explanations. But if you ask the Spanish at that time, how did you do it? How are you able to, with a few thousand soldiers, conquer this vast territory? And the Spanish would just say, because one, God willed it. Our God made us conquerors. It was a divine mission from God, okay? And the second is, we were so powerful that the natives bowed before us. They saw us as gods. Okay, that was the standard explanation of the Spanish at that time. And because this is clearly a very racist attitude, right? We're superior. We are white. We're here to civilize you. Scholars have rejected this explanation, okay? But what I want to show you today, and I know this is going to be controversial, and so please feel free to debate or ask questions or point out inconsistencies in my argument, okay? But I want to argue today that the original Spanish argument actually has much more evidence. It makes much more logical and coherent sense than the current scholarly interpretation. Okay, does that make sense? All right? So this is my thesis. This is my argument. The religious beliefs and practice of the Aztecs, Incas, and Mayans made them vulnerable to Spanish conquest. So the ultimate weakness of these people was their religion. Okay? You're not allowed to say this today in university because it's not politically correct. But I want you to make that argument because I think this is what makes the most academic, logical, and coherent sense. Okay? That's my thesis to you today. Okay? So a quick picture to contrast the collision of civilizations. Okay? So the Aztec people, they're ferocious warriors. They love war, but they have wooden spears and they have no armor, okay? Whereas the Europeans, they have swords, they have shields, they have armor, okay? So this is a class of civilizations. All right, okay. So let's go back to the beginning of time. And one thing that we talked about before is how civilizations arise because of three factors, right? Geography is the main factor, okay? So you want to be in a temperate climate. You need rivers in order to have civilizations. And you need natural boundaries like mountains in order to protect yourself from invaders, okay? And that's why the 5 earliest civilizations are all in this latitude, right here, okay? Right here. And they are China, India, the Indus Valley Civilization, the Harappans, Mesopotamia, which is here, Egypt, which is here, and the Mayan civilization. All right? And what's amazing is that when you start to analyze all 5 civilizations, you will discover there's actually a lot of similarities, a lot of common characteristics among these 5 civilizations. Okay? So this part of the world, right here, okay? The tropic of Cancer. This is where all 5 civilizations first developed, around this area. Okay, so the Mayan civilization was just an astounding civilization. They had millions and millions of people. They spread all across Central America. They had science, they had astronomy, they had mathematics, they had a written language. Okay? They built pyramids. So these are all these temples to worship their gods. They had something called the Mayan calendar. And it's an astonishing achievement because back then, they used 365 days. So the Egyptians were actually the first to use a solar calendar, but the Mayans independently also created their own calendar. And if you actually study the calendar, it's actually a very sophisticated, very nuanced, extremely scientific instrument that they use for agriculture. The most astonishing achievement of the Mayans was agriculture. And this is no different from science, okay? They not only were the first to invent corn. Okay? Again, what's really important for us to remember is that corn is not produced naturally. Nature did not produce corn. The Mayans invented corn. And this was important because it allowed them to feed a large population with very limited agriculture. But not only that, but they figured out the most efficient way to use farmland. And this is called the Three Sisters planting. Okay? What they would do is this. They would grow corn, bean, and squash together in a symbiotic relationship so that they're all helping each other nourish themselves and grow. Okay? So the corn will provide the structure in order for the beans to climb in order to reach sunlight. Okay? The bean will fertilize the corn and squash by releasing nitrogen into the soil. And the squash will basically prevent weeds and insects from invading this ecosystem. Okay? So it's a perfect symbiotic relationship that we still use today. And because of this scientific breakthrough, the Mayans were able to build a civilization of millions and millions of people. Okay? It's just an incredible achievement. Okay? Any questions? Okay? All right, let's continue. As we discussed in this class, all civilizations rise and fall. That's just a natural cycle. There's nothing you can do to prevent them from declining over time. Same process with the Mayans, where over time, because of their breakthroughs in agriculture, they reach a peak in about the year 780 in their population. But after they reach a peak, okay, this is really important, there's a huge decline. All right? And the thing that you learn in this class is that there are so scientists have looked at the reasons for this decline, and what they've discovered is ecological collapse. Okay, so you have this huge increase in population, and this leads to deforestation and soil erosion. Basically, they're not able to grow farmland anymore, and that's why their civilization has collapsed. Okay, but the question then is this correlation or is this causation? Okay? Do you guys understand? Right? Because scholars will tell you this is causation. It's because they had an overpopulation, so they were using too much of the land, and so it led to deforestation and soil erosion. Okay, that's a causation. But some other scholars argue it is correlation. And the reason why is that Mayans are really famous for their ecological management. They're masters at being able to manage their environment. So this could be a correlation and not causation. So then what's a causation? Okay, well, if we look at all civilizations, there are three factors that lead to the decline. All right? If a civilization is prosperous, stable, and peaceful, guess what? Three things always happen. The first is the idea of elite overproduction, right? The Peter Turchin argument, which is that over time, you have too many nobles, you have too many elite who compete for status together. Okay, that's the first problem. Second problem is the idea of rat utopia, where old people live too long, and as such, young people are not able to inherit status. And this leads to a malfunctioning of society, okay? Because young people feel they have no opportunities. Same thing that's happening in the world today, where in America, there's something called quiet quitting. In China, there's something called lying flat, 躺平, okay? And the third is the idea of financialization, debt slavery. And the idea here is that if you're a very prosperous society, it's very hard to get people to work because they don't really want material goods. All they want to do is have enough food to feed their family, and they're good. Okay, that's why if you pay them more, they actually work less. So the only way you get them to work more is if you get them into debt, okay? If you enslave them. And that's what every civilization has done since the dawn of time. That's slavery, in order to produce, get people to work harder. Okay, this idea of financialization. So all three things are correlated. They are symbiotic. They work together, and they all spell the end of civilization. Okay, this is true for Rome. This is true for the Mayans. This has been true also for China throughout its history. Okay, does that make sense, guys? All right. All right. So as the Mayan civilization collapsed, people diffused all over Central and South America, and they brought with them the Mayan culture. Okay, because the Mayan culture was the dominant culture of that time. It's like China in Southeast Asia. China is this huge sun that shines light on all other countries, including Japan and South Korea. And what will happen over time is that different tribes will fight over to inherit the Mayan legacy. Okay, they will compete against each other in order to become the major empire. And the nation that eventually wins out in Central America are called the Aztecs. And the Aztecs are really interesting people. Okay? So, and they're very similar to the Romans. So, if you think Aztec, think Romans as well. The main similarity is that both the Aztecs and the Romans are societies based on war. They love war. All they want to do is fight war. Okay? So, the Aztecs are originally from southern United States. Okay, what is southern United States? And because of climate change, they have to migrate to Central America for food. Problem is that Central America was already overpopulated. And they start to hire themselves out as mercenaries to the other tribes. And then eventually they came into conflicts with the other tribes. And they became isolated in a place called Tenochtitlan. Okay? And this is basically swampland. It's very hard to grow food in Tenochtitlan. Today, Tenochtitlan is called what city? Do you guys know? Tenochtitlan is called what city today? Can you guess? Mexico City, okay? So Mexico City, if you have a chance to visit there, it is actually on the site of Tenochtitlan, which is a city that the Aztecs founded. And remember, back then, it was all basically swampland. And so something miraculous happened. The Aztecs adapted themselves to the swampland, and they began to focus on agriculture, okay? And this agriculture was very innovative. They turned basically swampland into farmland. And it allowed for the populations to increase and prosper. So swampland is bad because you can't really grow crops, but swampland is good because it's pretty defensible. Okay, so they were able to very quickly expand their population. And so what did they do? Well, they started to conquer other territories because this is a war society. Okay, it is a heavily military society focused on war. The religion is to defeat enemies and then sacrifice these enemies to their god, who maintains his vitality through blood sacrifice. Okay. So the Aztecs were known for the most grotesque forms of human sacrifice. They would sacrifice 1,000 people at once. They would also sacrifice you while you were alive. So they would strap you up and then cut out your heart while you were alive. And obviously, the entire point was terror, okay? To terrorize your enemies and to unite your people. And what's really important for us to remember is that all war societies, including the Romans, the Vikings, and the Aztecs, practice a form of human sacrifice. Okay? Remember this. It's very important. The Vikings, we discussed how they practice human sacrifice. The Romans also practice human sacrifice. And this is something that they sort of hid in their history. So the way they practice their human sacrifice is, at the end of every major military campaign, they would have a parade called a triumph. Okay? And they would parade their war captives across the city of Rome. And then these war captives were taken to the temple of Jupiter, where the parade would end, and then they would be strangled to death in front of Jupiter. That's human sacrifice, okay? That's human sacrifice. There's no other word for it. But the Romans said, oh, no, we don't do this, okay? We don't do human sacrifice because we're much more civilized than other people. And they never explained why the strangulation is not human sacrifice, okay? All right. Over time, because the Aztecs were such a violent, aggressive people, they, like the Romans, were able to take over the entire territory of Central America. Okay, and they did so with allies. Okay, they were the main partners. They're part of something called the Triple Alliance. Okay, so 3 tribes that united together in order to conquer the surrounding enemies. They were the main partner. The Aztec civilization was, like the Romans, extremely advanced. They had hierarchy, they had priests, they had universal schooling, okay? So every child was allowed to go to school and learn to read and write. They had a system of courts and judges, and they had a very strict legal code. They had a very vibrant economy, okay? So this was a very vibrant civilization. And as such, their city, Tenochtitlan, grew very, very large. When the Spanish first came to the city, they were amazed by the extreme wealth and size and prosperity of this city. Okay, it made them salivate. Okay, so this is another shot of Tenochtitlan. Eventually, the Aztecs were conquered by one man with maybe a few hundred soldiers. His name is Hernan Cortez, and he's an adventurer. He did not have permission from Spain to go and conquer the Aztecs. He just did so because he wanted to. He was a soldier of fortune, okay? And when he first arrived with the Aztecs actually treated him very, very well. Okay, he was like a novelty, right? Yeah, he had weapons, but there's only a few hundred of them, whereas the Aztecs had millions and millions of soldiers. So their king at this time, Montezuma, welcomed him with open arms. And Montezuma probably wanted to co-opt him, right? Montezuma saw Cortez as an opportunity to use against his enemies and his internal enemies as well. Cortez just wanted gold. Okay, that's all he cared about, gold. So wherever he could find gold, he'd be happy to go. Okay, so but there was a misunderstanding because these were two very different civilizations. So during a religious ceremony, when the Aztecs were gearing up, Cortez's men saw this as a threat, and they started to massacre these soldiers. And one thing led to another. We don't know what happened, okay, because the Aztecs were obviously destroyed by the Spanish. The Christian missionaries would come and destroy all written records of the Aztecs. And all we have are the stories that probably aren't true, okay? But what probably happened is that the Spanish captured Montezuma and held him as a captive, okay? They wanted a ransom. They couldn't get the ransom, so they killed him. And then very shortly, they were expelled from the city. But then the disease of smallpox hit the population, and they all fell sick. And that gave time for the Spanish to recuperate and then eventually conquer the city with allies. All right, does that make sense? Okay. All right, now let's go to the Incas. The Incas, also a huge empire throughout South America. These mountains are called the Andes, okay? So like modern-day Peru. They are in the highlands, and they also had very advanced civilizations. Okay? One thing that made the Incas different from the Aztecs is they practiced a form of ancestor worship, a pretty extreme form of ancestor worship. So the idea is the emperor is divine. If you're divine, it means you're immortal. So even though the emperor dies, he's then mummified. Okay, he's mummified. And so he's still alive. And if he's still alive, that means he keeps all his lands and wealth. It doesn't go somewhere else. Okay? So then now the new emperor comes into power, and now he has to conquer new lands in order to establish his divinity. Okay? So the Incas are endlessly, eternally expansionist. They have no choice in the matter. And then if you think about it, this is actually a good strategy to reduce internal conflict, right? Because this reduces the problem of elite overproduction. The old emperor's family and loyal soldiers keep their land, and now the new emperor has to go conquer new territory, okay? So this resolves the issue of elite overproduction. But it also makes your society extremely unstable because it's too spread out and too many enemies, okay? The way that the Incas conquered other people is when they conquer other people, their gods are incorporated into a pantheon of gods. Like the Romans, the Incas are extremely tolerant people. You can worship any god you want as long as you acknowledge the supremacy of my God. Okay? So the pantheon of gods. So within the Inca Empire, everyone was allowed to practice their own religion as long as they submit themselves and pay tribute. Okay? The Incas also had a very advanced bureaucratic system. They had a census, they collected tribute, they collected taxes, they had a legal code, they had a court system. What's interesting about them is they didn't have a writing system, but they had beads, okay? And with beads, with numerals, you can create basically a knowledge system, okay? So this is basically like like a very primitive computer or calculator. What's left of the Incas is Machu Picchu. If you ever have a chance to visit there, it's beautiful. It's a hike. I want to visit one day with my kids. Okay, the Incas were conquered by another conqueror named Francisco Pizarro. Okay, the emperor he defeated was Atahualpa. Sorry, I'm not going to pronounce his name properly. And what happened was that Atahualpa had just fought a civil war, and now he's the divine emperor. And the legend is that Pizarro fought a battle with Atahualpa. Atahualpa had 40,000 soldiers. Pizarro had 200 soldiers. And Pizarro won and captured Atahualpa as a hostage. This story is probably not true, okay? What probably happened was that the emperor greeted the Spanish with open arms and say, let's negotiate. And the Spanish basically captured him, okay? Remember, in this society, the emperor is divine. He's untouchable. So it is beyond his imagination that the Spanish would capture him, okay? Then what happened is that Pizarro said to the emperor, we'll let you go if you can fill this room with gold. And guess what happens? The emperor issues out a command, and a few days later, the entire room is filled with gold, okay? So this place is pretty wealthy. Then what do the Spanish do? What do you think? They kill him, okay? They kill him, and then they conquer the entire territory. So that's why you should not pay ransoms to pirates, okay? I think Pizarro himself was sort of astonished that there was so much gold, and the Incas could just fill a room like that, right? And then they're like, well, if I can just ask for gold and they'll give it to me, then why don't I just take this entire territory? And that's what he did. Okay. All right. So another question is, how did this happen? How was it possible that the Aztecs and the Incas were defeated by just a few hundred conquistadors very quickly, okay, in a few decades? And what I want to show you now is the religious practice and belief system of the Mayans, which then influenced the Aztecs and the Incas, okay? All right, so in these societies, religion is spread through oral tradition, from priest to people, okay? But fortunately, in about the year 1700, there was a Dominican priest who made it his mission to write down this oral tradition, okay? And this book we call the Popol Vuh. It's translated into the Book of the Community, and it's just it's just a literary form of the oral tradition, the oral religious tradition of the Mayan people. Okay, so we're going to look at a few passages to figure out their underlying belief system and how it governed their society. All right. Okay, so this is a story of the heroic twins. So the Mayans worship the heroic twins as the saviors of humanity. So what happened is the twins themselves had twin fathers who were captured and killed by demons in the underworld. Okay, and this is very similar to the Egyptian myth of Osiris, who was killed by his brother Set and then sent into the underworld. Okay, and so the brothers want vengeance against these demons, and so what they do is they become their friends with the demons, and then they make themselves immortal, okay? When they die, they come back to life. And then they play a trick on these demons. They go to the demons and say, hey, look at us. We can play this game where we cure ourselves, we cut out our heart, and we come back alive, okay? And the demons are like, yeah, we want to play this game as well. And they all end up killing themselves, okay? So this is a passage from the Popol Vuh. Sacrifice in the same way, said one deaf and seven deaf to Hanapu and Zalakwe. These are heroic twins, okay? These are the heroic twins. Very well then, surely you will be revived. Are you not deaf? For we are here to gladden you, O lords, along with your vassals and your servants. They said, therefore, to the lords. Okay, so they're playing a trick on these demons. The first we sacrifice was the very head of all the lords, one deaf by name, the Lord of Zebabah. He was dead then, this one deaf. Next they grabbed 7 deaf, but they didn't revive them. Thus the Zebabans took their heels when they saw that the lords had died. So they killed all the lords, and then they killed all the demons. Their hearts were now taken from the chest, okay? Their hearts were now taken from the chest. This is very important because this is how the Aztecs practiced their sacrifice, okay? So they're trying to, with their rituals, they're trying to express or bring to life this mythology, okay? Which is what the Vikings did as well. Both of them had been torn open as punishment for what they had done. Straight away, the one Lord was executed and not revived. The other Lord had begged humbly, weeping before the dancers. He would not accept it, for he had become disorientated. Take pity on me. Okay? So this is how the heroic twins conquer and destroy all the demons. Okay? And the Aztecs will take this story and they'll turn it into the basis of their religious ritual. Okay? All right. This is a story of the creation of the first man. What's interesting is that the Mayans believe that the gods made different attempts to create humanity. The first attempt is by making them out of mud. And they fall apart, okay? So that's a disaster. Then they try to make man out of wood. And that doesn't work either. So then they try corn, maize, okay? And that works. So that's why the Mayans consider themselves the children of the corn. Okay, they worship corn as something that's divine. Okay, so the gods create man, and let's read the story together. Then the framer and the shaper asked them, "What is the nature of your existence? Do you know it? Do you not look and listen? Are not your speech and your walk good? Behold now, therefore, and see that which is beneath the sky. Are not the mountains clear? Do you not see the valleys? Try then," they were told. Okay? So the gods created man, and they want man to be thankful. Why? Because the gods created man in order to serve them. Okay? So basically, the gods created humanity to be their slaves. Thus, their vision of everything beneath the sky was completed, and they gave thanks to the framer and the shaper. And this is what man says to the gods. "Truly we thank you doubly, triply, that we were created, that we were given our mouths and our faces. We are able to speak and to listen. We are able to ponder and to move about. We know much, for we have learned that which is far and near. We have seen the great and the small, all that exists in the sky and on the earth. We thank you, therefore, that we were created, that we were given frame and shape. We became because of you, our grandmother, and you, our grandfather," they said when they gave thanks for the frame and shape. Okay, so we humans are paying our thanks to the gods. Okay, we're showing our gratitude. Their knowledge of everything that they saw was complete. The 4 corners and the 4 sides, that which is within the sky and that which is within the earth. Okay, so we now have knowledge and wisdom because of the gods. Now this is really important. But this does not sound good to the framer and the shaper. It is not good what they have said, they that we have framed and shaped. They said, "We have learned everything great and small." Okay? So the gods don't want our gratitude. They want our subservience. They want our obedience. Okay? And this becomes a basis of these religions, where we have to believe that the gods created us in order to serve them. We are slaves to the gods. All right? And again, this is very similar to the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation myth, where the god Marduk creates humans so that the gods wouldn't have to work anymore. This is also very similar to the Catholic Church, which believes that we are slaves to God because God freed us from the devil. Okay? This is the god Tohil, okay, which is the Mayan fire god. And what they believe is that Tohil demands that we sacrifice our enemies to him so that the blood will rejuvenate him. Okay? He's a god of fire and of sacrifice. and he's always hungry. So the Mayans believe they always have to go to war to capture slaves to be sacrificed to their god. All right? And there's a lot of mythology around this god. And this god has always demanded human sacrifice. So the humans decide to rebel against him. Okay? They tried many tricks to rebel against him. They all failed because he's smarter than us. So eventually the humans decide to get together and to fight him, okay? But they all get killed. Thus, only a portion of them were able to return. Okay? Those who rebelled, only a few were left alive. Only a few people from the nations were able to escape from Tohill. At first they tried to flee, but when they were caught, they were finished off. They were killed. It was not just a few of the people who died. And of those that did not die, the insects came upon them and tormented their hearts. They were no longer able to wage war. Okay, so the gods had destroyed our capacity to ever challenge them, to ever rebel. They did not take up their arrows or their shields again. Thus all the nations were humiliated and begged humbly before the faces of Balaam, Kitsa, Balaam, Eka, and Mohakata. Pity us, do not kill us, they said. Very well then, certainly you shall become obedient. You shall be servants, as long as there is sun and light, they were told. Okay? So we can never, ever challenge the gods. Because when we tried, we were all killed. And so the gods showed mercy to us. And so from now on, we must obey the gods. But now it's like, how do you obey the gods? What do the gods require of us? That's the question now. All right. We obey the gods through their priests who understand them. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so let's read. Kokapakaz and Kotua were enchanted people, priests, and enchanted lords. Kopa and Kazama were also enchanted lords. They knew if there would be war. Why? Because the gods tell them. They could see the future. Okay, they talk with the gods. It was clear before their faces. They saw if there would be death, if there would be hunger. They surely knew if there would be strife. There was an instrument of sight. There was a book. Pavel was their name for it. Okay? So everything that's written down here, it's sacred because it was written down by those who speak directly with the gods. So all these words are the direct words from the gods themselves. But it was not only because of this that they were lords. They were great in their essence. Great as well were their fasts. In order to venerate their temples and venerate their sovereignty, they fasted for long periods of time and sacrificed before the faces of their gods. Not only do the gods favor them, but they themselves made many sacrifices in order to win the favor of the gods. Okay? They are worthy. Therefore, we must submit ourselves before them. Okay? And that's how we worship the gods. Okay? Does that make sense? So think about this. The logic is very clear. The man created civilization that is extremely religious and hierarchical. Okay? Everyone, millions of people, must worship their priest king. Because the priest king is the direct representative of God, right? But when you do that, you create the condition for the Spanish to come, kill that priest king, and become the new priest king. Does it make sense? That's what happened. The Mayans create this religion in order to enslave everyone around them, and that provided the perfect opportunity for the Spanish to come and take over that role. So in history class, you may have learned that the Spanish were extremely cruel to the natives. Not more so than the previous overlords. Okay, does that make sense, guys? All right. So what I'm going to do now is, having explained the history, I'm going to provide the theory. Okay? I'm going to explain the theory of all this. Okay, but before I do so, are there any questions about what we've learned so far? Was this clear to you guys? The logic of this. All right, so let me explain the theory. Okay. Okay, so what you learned in this class, what we talked about in this class previously, is the idea of game theory. Okay, game theory. The idea of game theory is that all human interaction, it's playing a game, okay? We may forget we're playing a game, but we're still playing a game. So if you want to understand how people behave, you first have to figure out how the game works. What are the rules of the game? Okay? So, Samaria. The Sumerians were one of the first earliest civilizations because they were based on the Tigris and Euphrates in Mesopotamia. Okay? And what happened was that they developed different city-states along the river, the Euphrates and Tigris. And all these city-states had their own city god, okay? And these were all different. They're all these different city gods. Over time, these cities came into conflict with each other because of trade issues, okay? And also because of land issues. So they start to fight. At this point, this becomes a competition, it becomes a game, okay? And whenever there's a game, there has to be rules that underpin this game. And the first rule of this game was, we do not attack each other's cities. Does that make sense? Why? Because the city is a physical manifestation of God on earth. So you can kill the enemy's army on the field, but you don't attack the city. And also there are city walls to protect the city. Okay? And so what would happen over time is this game establishes an equilibrium where, okay, they fight all the time, but no one can actually conquer the other cities because these cities are protected by the gods. And so this reaches an equilibrium. And this is a form of peace and stability. Okay? And there are like these elaborate rules governing warfare among the people of Samaria, okay? But then you had one king named Luga-Zagesi who was like, screw this. I'm going to come and I'm going to kill your god, okay? So he comes, he sacks the city, okay? He basically steals from the temple. The temple is where all the gold, all the valuables are. And he sacks the temple, and even his soldiers are afraid that the gods will come and smite him, okay? They're afraid, but nothing happens to him. So he does it again and again and again, and he becomes, over time, more and more powerful. Okay, so he's breaking the rules of the game. He hacked the game, okay? This is called a hack, or he cheated, whatever. But he figured out what the ultimate taboo is, okay? The ultimate taboo, and he broke it. If you break it, you become God yourself. Okay, does that make sense? The idea of taboo are what humans must not break, what humans must not violate. Only gods are allowed to break this taboo. Okay? Only gods are allowed to kill each other. We humans must not try to kill each other's gods by ransacking their temple. Okay? And now, once this rule is broken, what happens is you allow a society called the Akkadians to come in and conquer everyone because they are the most warlike. Okay? All right? So, how is it possible for a different people who are much fewer and much poorer to come and conquer an entire empire? And we discussed this, right? The Mongols. When you are severely limited in your resources, you have to use psychological warfare, all right? So the three forms are escalation dominance. Escalation dominance just means that you will do more than anyone else in order to win the war. It doesn't make sense. That's what escalation dominance means. Second is the idea of terror. So the Mongols were going around and killing people randomly in order to instill terror among the population. And the third is the idea of aura, of inevitability, and invincibility. Okay? You want people to think you are the demon or the gods themselves. And that's how you get people to obey you. Okay, so the Mongols perfected the strategy. All right? But the Akkadians also used the strategy. Sargon the Great. Sargon of Akkad. Okay? And what he did was he perfected siege warfare to break down the walls. And before, it was thought impossible that you could break down these city walls, but he did so. And so this created escalation dominance, terror, and an aura of inevitability and invincibility. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? This is often what happens. When societies are playing a game against each other, when they're in competition, they establish an equilibrium. Okay? The equilibrium is held together by an ultimate taboo. But then someone comes along and breaks this ultimate taboo, which then opens up the game. Okay? And whoever now is able to master psychological warfare, escalation dominance, terror, and the aura of inevitability will win this game. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Now that we understand the basic theory, let's apply it to the Aztecs. All right. So the Aztecs, had escalation dominance. They had terror, right? Because of human sacrifice. And they had the aura of inevitability and invincibility. Okay? This is how they're able to control millions of people, even though they themselves had a very limited population. They employ the same strategies as the Mongols. Okay? The Incas also used these three strategies. Right? And so you can just say that it was really about God. The Aztecs proved that their God was superior to every other god. Okay? Does that make sense? All right? The problem now is you have the Spanish who come in. And they don't know how the game is played. They reject all the rules of the game. They reject the idea that God cannot be killed. They kill God, right? They killed Montezuma, who is god of the Aztecs, and they killed the Inca emperor as well. And when you do that, when you break the ultimate taboo, you leave people completely helpless. Okay, does that make sense? So let me use an analogy so that this makes sense to you. In today's world, there is an ultimate taboo among societies. Okay? So China, United States can engage in economic warfare. Russia and Ukraine can engage in military warfare. These are not taboos. The ultimate taboo is no one is allowed to use nuclear weapons. Does it make sense, guys? No one is allowed to use nuclear weapons. Because if anyone used nuclear weapons, the world would end tomorrow. All right? So, if you think about it, there were actually a couple of instances where we were very close to nuclear war, okay? During something called the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was very close, okay? But there was a chain of command. So maybe one guy would give the command to launch nuclear weapons. But then you have like 10 other people who have to say yes. And there's always going to be one guy who's like, I don't want to be the guy who ends the world, okay? Okay, so I know there's talk about possibly Russia or the United States using nuclear weapons, okay? It's not going to happen because it's the ultimate taboo. If anyone uses nuclear weapons, the world ends. It's like killing God. No one would do it, okay? But let's imagine 10 aliens, okay? 10 aliens. Just 10 of them. There's like 8 billion of us, right? They come to Earth on their spaceship, far away. They're out on the moon, right? They are not inhibited by this taboo of using nuclear weapons, okay? Does that make sense? So all they do is use one nuclear weapon against us, and then what would happen? We would all surrender. Does that make sense? Okay? Does that logic make sense to you? Same thing happened with the Aztecs and Incas. Because the Spanish were able to kill their god, everyone is like, what do we do now? What do we do now? We exist to serve God. God is invincible. But the Spanish just killed them. Which means what? Which means now the Spanish are gods. Right? Does it make sense? So this is what happened. It's game theory. If you're able to figure out the ultimate taboo, and you're able to use it against the local people, then you win. And you don't need that many people. You don't need that many soldiers. You don't need that much weapons or technology. You can just use ultimate taboo against them, okay? Because again, the thing that you learn in this class, which is very important, is the worldview, which is basically religion. It's the basis of who we are. It is our operating system, okay? That your computer cannot run without an operating system. We cannot run without a worldview and a religion, okay? If you destroy the worldview, it's like cutting off someone's brain. You turn this person into zombies and slaves. Okay? Does that make sense? So what the implication of this is, whenever society has an extremely strict hierarchy where the majority are forced to worship minority, it makes society extremely vulnerable to invasion and conquest. Does that make sense? All right? Okay? Doesn't matter how many people. It does not matter how many people you have. Doesn't matter how much weapons you have. As long as you have a strict hierarchy, it becomes the ultimate weakness of a society. Okay? You become vulnerable to an outside invasion. All right? Okay. Any questions? This is clear to you guys, the logic of this. Okay? Any questions? Okay, so next class we do the gunpowder revolution, okay? Gunpowder revolution. And this will mark a radical change in how society is structured. Okay? Okay, so good morning. Today we are doing the gunpowder revolution. Specifically, we are going to ask the question, how did Europe, starting about the year 1700, conquer the world? So after the fall of the Roman Empire, Europe became divided, very poor, and very weak compared with the rest of the world. But then starting in the year 1700, Europe very quickly, in only about 200 years' time, will go on to conquer the entire world. So today we are going to examine how this happened. Okay, so before we begin, I want you guys to remember a very important concept that we have been developing throughout this course. And the concept is this. The nature of the military determines the nature of the political system in societies, in nations. Okay? So the four specific examples we've looked at are Sparta, Athens, Macedonia, and Rome. Because Sparta had a hoplite army, it became an oligarchy. Okay? Oligarchy means rule by the few, the rule by the elite. And hoplites were farmers who could afford their own armor and weaponry. Okay? Athens had a navy, and so it was a democracy. And the idea here is that anyone and everyone can row a boat. And if you can row a boat, you can fight a war, you can help Athens win, and therefore you can participate in the political process. So Athens was a democracy. Macedonia, where Alexander the Great is from, it was a cavalry-based army. And because only the nobility could afford horses, it was a monarchy. And the last example is Rome. Now, the thing about Rome that made it distinct from these societies is that it was willing to make tremendous sacrifices on the battlefield because it could replenish its soldiers with allies from neighboring nations in the Italian peninsula. And as such, it was a republic. Now, the difference between a republic and democracy is that in democracy, everyone has the right to vote. So the decisions are based on majority rule, okay? But in a republic, it is ruled by laws and tradition and history. So people will do what has been traditionally accepted as a norm. And as such, you can bring in immigrants into your society very quickly. This is important for us because Rome will become the model for America. Okay? America is not democracy, it is republic. A very important difference. So I want you guys to remember this idea. The military, the nature of the military, will determine the nature of your political system in your society. Okay? All right. So let's go over some basic military history. In Greece, when the polises were fighting each other, in very much the same way that the warring states were fighting each other in China, the main soldier is called the hoplite. The hoplite means shield in Greek. And the thing about the hoplite that's very important is that it was a self-sufficient soldier, meaning that most of the time he was a farmer, but when there was a war, he would grab his armor and his shield and his spear and he would go to war. You didn't need an economy to allow the hoplite to exist. Okay, this was a self-sufficient system. Over time, the Macedonians will take the hoplite formation and turn it into the Macedonian phalanx. And the Romans will have their legion. Okay? Now, the difference between the Macedonians and the Romans, the difference between this system and the traditional Greek system is now you have a standing army. These are professional soldiers that must be supported by the economy. This is cavalry, the Roman cavalry, and obviously these are nobility because only they can afford to have horses. These are the Vikings that we've studied before. Again, this is pretty self-sufficient. The Vikings are able to build their own ships very quickly and repair them. And they are able to go off in small bands. Okay? The steppes people became archers, right? So the Mongolians are the classic example. And again, the thing here is that these people, ever since they were born, could ride horses and shoot arrows. And that's why they were so effective soldiers. And that's why, for the longest time, the steppes people were the dominant military force in the world. Okay? They could come in and conquer all the agricultural empires. This will include the Yamnaya, which we talked about, but it will also include the Turks and the Mongolians. Okay? In medieval Europe, they developed a new system where the knight becomes the main military force in the army. Now, the knight, as you can see, it requires armored horses and armored and weapons. And this is very expensive. And you have to train from an early age to become a knight. And that's why you now have a system called feudalism, where the entire economy revolves around maintaining knights for war purposes. Okay? This is where feudalism comes from. What makes feudalism stick is the idea of castles. So feudalism is about decentralization, where the knights and the lords have control over the local territory, and there's something the king can do about it. Why? Because maybe if there's a fight between the lords and the king, and the king comes with his army, the lords can just hide in their castle. And as you can see, it's very hard to besiege and destroy a castle. First of all, there's a defensive perimeter, the moat, and then the high walls. Okay? And eventually, the king will have to give up. So in the feudal system, the king is more like a figurehead who is appointed as maybe the chairman or the elected leader. Okay? But the king does not have that much power over the local areas. This changes in 1453, okay, in the city of Constantinople. So for about close to 1,000 years, Constantinople was the wealthiest, most powerful city in Europe. They are the heirs to the Roman Empire. They consider themselves the Eastern Roman Empire. And they are invincible because of their high walls. Remember, we talked about the Byzantine Empire before. And for about 1,000 years, Constantinople was powerful because they were invincible. You cannot besiege the city. Okay? But in 1453, this changes because the Ottoman Turks come in with cannons. And they laid siege to Constantinople and they destroy the walls. And this was unimaginable before. And so it's gunpowder that allows the Ottomans to destroy the once impenetrable Constantinople. And this marks a revolution now in Europe. Now, people understand that you need gunpowder if you are to win wars in the future. Okay? This is a revolution now in Europe. So, over the centuries, what will happen is this. Gunpowder will radically remake the world in three fundamental ways. The first way that's important is the steppe people cease to be a threat. Okay? So for thousands of years, the steppes, right, the Mongolians, the Turks, the Yevnaya, they drove history because they could come in and conquer empires and establish new societies. Now, with gunpowder, the cities can defend themselves against the steppe people, and eventually, over time, the Russians will colonize the steppes, and they will cease to be a factor in development of global history, okay? So this is the end of the steppes. That's the first fundamental change. Second is, this will mark the beginning of Europe as the dominant global power in the world. It is China that invents gunpowder, right? About over 1,000 years ago. But it is Europe that will perfect gunpowder as the ultimate military weapon. And it will allow Europe to defeat everyone, including the Ottoman Turks, including the Chinese, everyone, okay? And the third and most important fundamental change is that gunpowder will usher in a whole society revolution that will remake the fabric and structure of European society. Okay? So I will explain all three as we move on. But these are the three fundamental impacts of gunpowder. All right, let's talk about the steppes. So before we discussed why the steppe people, the Vikings, the borderland people, they usually tend to win out against empires, even though empires have much more resources, much more people, much more technology, okay? So this is the chart that explains why the borderlands wins out in the end. Because the borderlands have energy. The people are much more courageous, they're much more hungry, they're much more determined. Openness. The borderlands people tend to be much more innovative. They're open to new ideas. They don't invent things, but they take inventions and they apply it to their society. The last is opportunistic, where they will only attack you if they think you're weak, okay? The empire has three advantages: mass, organization, and depth. Mass just means a lot of people. Organization means a centralized bureaucracy. And then depth just means that they can afford to lose a lot of battles, okay? And for most of human history, the borderlands had advantages over the empire. But with the advent of gunpowder, the dynamic changes. So now that the empire is able to control and crush the borderlands. And the main reason why is, with gunpowder technology, you need organization. You need centralization. Remember, before, armies were self-sufficient. you needed to go to war, you told everyone, let's go to war. And then the people who were soldiers would get their armor and they would rush to battle. Okay? That's what the Greeks did against the Persians. But with gunpowder, you need a professional army, you need engineers, you need the resources that allow you to make gunpowder. Okay? So you need specialization. With specialization, you need centralization, hierarchy, and bureaucracy. And that's what empires do very well. And the borderlands don't do this, okay? And that's why eventually the empires will win out against the borderlands in the long term. All right. So there are 4 major gunpowder empires, meaning these 4 societies are most equipped, most ready to take advantage of the gunpowder revolution. The first and most important gunpowder empire are the Ottomans, right? They're the ones who took the cannons, the artillery, and they're the ones who destroyed Constantinople. And the Ottomans, after that, became the dominant power in Europe and the Middle East, okay? The Ottoman Empire. What made the Ottoman Empire so fierce was their use of professional soldiers called janissaries. Janissaries are young boys who are Christian, and they became slaves to the Ottomans. And they were educated to become professional soldiers. And because they're basically slaves, they owe their entire loyalty to the Sultan, the king of the Ottoman Empire. Okay? And these are professional soldiers who made very effective use of gunpowder in battle. Okay? So that's the Ottoman Empire. But then you also have the Mughal Empire, which was the height of Indian civilization. They were also, for the longest time, a centralized bureaucracy, and they were also able to take advantage of gunpowder. Then you have the Safavid Empire, which is in modern-day Iran. They are the heirs to the Persian Empire. And remember, what you learned last semester is it was really the Persians who created bureaucracy in the world. Okay? And of course, the last and arguably the most powerful of these gunpowder empires is China. Okay? This is the Ming Empire. Remember, it was China who invented the gunpowder. But what's interesting is when China invented gunpowder, it was not used that effectively. The Chinese army used gunpowder mainly as bombs or as fireworks, as incendiaries to blow things up, okay? But because of the Islamic Golden Age and because of Genghis Khan's conquest, globalization came into being. And the technology of paper and gunpowder spread all the way to Europe. It was the Europeans who innovated gunpowder and turned it into a propellant, okay? Something that you shoot people at, a projectile. And that's why we have cannons and muskets. And so it was the Europeans who actually invented gunpowder as a projectile. And then what would happen is this technology would come back to China, and China would adapt this into their own army, okay? So that was the process. Yeah, so this is China and the use of gunpowder. Okay, so the paradox is this. It was China who invented the gunpowder, and the 4 great gunpowder empires are the Ottomans, the Safavids, the Mughals, and the Chinese. But at the end of the day, it is Europe that conquers the entire world. Okay, that's the paradox. That's the mystery that we're looking at today. And so the thesis, the answer is, European nations would surpass the gunpowder empires because they would adopt a whole society approach to warfare. Okay? So what does that mean? It means that if you are really to integrate gunpowder into your military effectively, you need to change the structure of your society. You have to change the status quo. You have to move from a society that is heavily centralized to one that is both centralized and open as well. Okay? So I'm going to explain to you what changes Europe had to make in order to move to become a modern military. Okay, the first change is it went from a feudal system to a nation-state system. Okay, does that make sense? Feudal is decentralized, local powers. Nation-state is you have a centralized bureaucracy. Okay, you need that, and that's what Europe did. Second change is it went from a focus on villages, on agriculture, to a focus on towns and industry, right? Because with gunpowder, you need specialized workers, you need engineers, you need iron workers, and that happens in towns and not in villages. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Also, when you move to towns, you start to create proto-capitalism. So the merchants become much more important than the bureaucrats because it's the merchants who go and procure resources necessary for gunpowder. And the third major change that happened in Europe that really didn't happen anywhere else is a shift in focus from religion to science. Okay, religion is asking the question, what does God want from us? How can we best serve God? Science is asking the question, how can we win this war? How can we make gunpowder much more effective? How can we kill more people? Okay? So these are the three major revolutions that happened in Europe that really didn't happen anywhere else. Okay? And when they happen in Europe, it will unleash these extremely violent and powerful revolutions as well, okay? So including the French Revolution, which we will study, the American Revolution. And it's a bloody process that takes centuries to unfold and to develop. But it will make Europe into the dominant power in the world, and it will allow Europe to conquer the entire world and force nations like China to adopt European social frameworks. Okay, does that make sense, guys? Okay, so that's the main idea here. Okay, the main advantage that Europe had over the rest of the world was also its main disadvantage, which was Europe, ever since the fall of the Roman Empire, was always divided and poor and always fighting each other. Okay, this is what the concept we use for this in our class is open cooperative competition. This is the main driver of innovation in the world. When was China most creative? During the Warring States period, right? Okay, so this is consistently true throughout history. Whenever a society is fractured and the different constituent parts are forced to fight each other, this will lead to massive innovation, not just in the military, but also in society, in philosophy, in literature, okay? So we talked about the three revolutions in Europe that came about because of the gunpowder revolution, okay? All right, so one thing to keep in mind is, in the beginning, it was not obvious to people gunpowder was a revolutionary force. It would take centuries before societies, the military, use gunpowder as the main weapon. Okay, and the reason why is, in the beginning, gunpowder was very unstable. It was hard to store, it was hard to make, and the guns that you used were too heavy. So they were only a small part of your military. Also, what's important for us to remember is that there's always been a battle between artillery and fortification. Okay? So even though the Ottomans used the cannon to destroy Constantinople, engineers would figure out ways to better defend the city. Okay? So the first strategy against gunpowder was the idea of earthworks. Basically, and it's very simple. You just dig trenches around your city. And then, therefore, the cannons cannot come into range of your city. Okay? Does that make sense? So there are different strategies you can use to negate the advantage of gunpowder. Okay? So earthworks is one advantage. But then what they figured out was something called a star fortress. Okay? And this is another revolution in the military. A star fortress is designed differently. Most fortresses before were rectangular because they were the most intuitive and the easiest to build. But with a star fortress, you have different points in the fortress so that even if one part gets destroyed, guess what? You can fill the gaps, right? This part gets destroyed, but then you fill the gaps here. That part gets destroyed, you fill the gaps here, okay? So you basically have to attack the entire fortress at once. And most armies don't have these resources to destroy the entire fortress at once. You can only do it part by part, okay? You want to breach the fortress, but the star fortress allows you to be resilient, okay? To be flexible. The word that we use for this is ductile, okay? Ductile just means the resilience of materials. The gunpowder revolution will also mark radical changes in military formation, organization, and hierarchy. Okay, so again, at this particular stage, gunpowder is only a small fraction of the entire army. Most people are using spears and pikes together. Okay, they also have cavalry as well. So the problem for the Europeans is how do you best utilize all these resources in a efficient and effective manner, okay? So this is one possibility where the pikes are at the back, the gunpowders are in the front, and the cavalry is to the wings, okay? And this provides the most flexibility in your army. And because Europeans are always fighting each other, they're always able to figure out new strategies, okay? This is a picture of an European army in the 16th century. Okay. All right. So let's talk about very quickly the formation of gunpowder. How is gunpowder made? Well, gunpowder is made using 3 different resources. Okay. They are salt, pepper, sulfur, and charcoal. Charcoal is pretty easy to get. Okay. Sulfur you get basically from volcanoes, and in Europe, the place where they had the most volcanoes was Italy, on the Italian peninsula. So if you look at the history of Europe, most wars, the vast majority of wars, were actually fought over the Italian peninsula. One, because you need sulfur for gunpowder, but also because the Italian peninsula controlled trade with the rest of the world, and also because the church was there, the Pope was there. Okay? Salt, pepper is the technical name is potassium nitrate, and it comes from manure. Okay, manure. It doesn't really grow naturally, so they have to farm it. They have to make it. And they make it basically by taking horse manure or animal manure and planting it in the ground and then farming it. Okay, so this became an industry unto itself. And salt pepper is important because as they chemically enhance gunpowder, they discovered that salt pepper should go from 41% to almost 70%. Okay, so salt pepper was the main ingredient in gunpowder, and the Europeans had to figure out ways to mass produce salt pepper, and that's why they came up with these knittery, okay, or farms. Okay, and this became a very important part of European society. You also had chemists working in laboratories to better refine the technology of gunpowder. Okay, because one huge issue of gunpowder is it's very hard to store. So, for example, if it rains, guess what? No more gunpowder. Okay, so they constantly have to refine the chemical composition of gunpowder to make it resilient against rain, to make it easier to store, to make it easier to transport. There's also a good possibility that along the way, the gunpowder explodes on you, okay? So this was an absolute necessity to figure out how to better make, store, and use gunpowder. You also had ironworks, right? Because you need iron and metal to make cannons, which was the main use of gunpowder. These are foundries where they will make gunpowders. And again, this helps us explain why towns became much more important than villages, right? Because it's towns where you have the specialization going on and not the villages. The thing to remember about the early guns called the arquebus is that they're very heavy. Remember, these are metal. Okay, so the soldier basically needs something to stabilize the gun. But even once the gun is stabilized, it's not very accurate. Right? You can't. You're better actually off with a bow and arrow, and that's what most people were using, bow and arrow. Okay. The other thing about the arquebus and the musket is it's very, very slow. Right? You have to aim it, then you have to fire it, and then you have to reload it. That could take maybe 10 minutes, half an hour. The technology will get better and better over time, but it's very, very slow. So you have two issues with the guns, the musket, the arquebus. One is that it's not very accurate, and second of all, it's very slow. So the only solution is to have mass army, to have a lot of soldiers firing at once. So you don't even care. You don't even want to aim. You just want to shoot it directly at cavalry or soldiers, okay? And that's the idea. And that's why these armies, like the Ming and the Ottomans, were most able to use gunpowder effectively because they could organize mass armies. Okay, so the Ming were one of the main innovators of gunpowder armies using something called the volley. Okay, so what would happen is soldiers were sent in line. They would come up, shoot it, then walk to the back. A new line would come up and shoot it again. Okay, they weren't aiming; they were just shooting it. And this is what we call volley fire. Right. So this is the main tactic. Okay, so does it make sense to you guys so far? But over time, gunpowder will become much more effective, much more accurate, much faster. Okay, and now what you can do is conscript more soldiers. So, in other words, what is required now is more conscripts for your army. Okay, so this is a picture of a battle. But not only that, but you need your soldiers to be obedient, okay? Because you're asking them to charge into gunpowder. Okay? And so you needed to change the nature of people into basically peace-loving, pretty simple individuals who are used to freedom to ones who were obedient, who are bloodthirsty, and who could kill other people, okay? And that's why you now have the invention of something called schools, okay? If you want to know where schools come from, it comes from the need to create as many soldiers as possible for your mass army. Okay? So a concept that I want to introduce you today, and we will go over a lot in this semester, is the idea of synchronicity. Okay? Synchronicity is to structure your society so that people in your society are able to follow the rules. Okay? If they're able to follow the rules, then your society can become much more prosperous and become better, can have more effective militaries. Okay? So the two classic examples in this world of synchronicity, the two societies that do synchronicity the best are Germany and Japan. Okay? Go to Germany, go to Japan. And go on the subway. Guess what, guys? Even though it's really, really crowded, everyone stands in line perfectly. Okay? Everyone knows his or her position in the line, and everyone's willing to wait in line. And that's why in the 20th century, Japan and Germany had such effective militaries. Okay? And also why they also have very effective industries. Okay? Schools is preparing people not just for the military, but also for the assembly line, the workplace. And again, societies that are most able to stand in line orderly will be the most effective in terms of industry and military. And that's usually the European societies and Japan as well. Okay? So again, gunpowder marks a whole society revolution, changing not just the military and how wars are fought, but changing the very nature of what it means to be human. Okay? Does that make sense? if you want to know where schools come from, it comes from the need to fight wars. All right? And again, China will adopt all these policies and social structures for itself. Okay? Let's go over some wars. So what's really important about Europe at this time and why Europe became the dominant power in the world is it never stops fighting each other, okay? It's always fighting wars internally and externally against the Ottomans. Okay, so the wars between Europe and the Ottomans are called the Hungarian-Ottoman Wars, and this will last for about 300 years. And in the beginning, this is really important, is the Ottomans destroy the Europeans. The Ottomans are able to destroy Constantinople, and they're able to take over most of Eastern Europe. Okay, so the Ottomans, for many centuries, up until the year 1700, is a dominant military power in Europe and around the world at this time. There's also something called the 100 Years' War that is fought between France and England. Okay. Let's now go over some wars, and what I will do now is show you the casualty count, like how many people are killed in action. All right. So again, as I mentioned, a lot of wars are being fought on the Italian peninsula. So the Second Italian War, there's maybe 200,000 killed during this war, okay? These are soldiers killed, not civilians. But when you get to, a few years later, it's 31,000, okay? And then it goes up to 30,000, and then 75,000, okay? These numbers are going up. Why? Because the armies are getting larger, and the weapons are getting much more precise and effective, okay? This is the reason why more people are dying. The English-Spanish War, it is really important. 48,000 people died. This is important because, remember, last class we talked about how Spain is a dominant naval power in the world, and that's what allowed Spain to colonize South America. But in this war, England will destroy the Spanish Armada, the Spanish Navy. And England now will become the dominant navy in Europe and around the world. And they will maintain this position until America in World War II, okay? So this is a really pivotal point in history, the sinking of the Spanish Armada by the English. We said this 30 years before, which was a religious war between the Protestant Europe, and the Catholics. This will kill between 4.5 million to 8 million people over a span of 30 years. This is the worst war in Europe before World War I. Okay, so these wars are becoming much more violent, much more deadly. Spanish-Portuguese War, 80,000. Franco-Spanish War, 108,000. Okay, you're seeing these numbers go up, right? Franco-Dutch War, 342,000. War of the Holy League, almost 400,000. This is important because this is when Europe is finally able to defeat the Ottoman Empire. This marks a radical turning point where Europe will now become the dominant military power in the world, and the Ottomans will now decline rapidly. Okay? Now, you may be asking yourself, wait a minute here, why are all these wars being fought? And the answer is, Europe is divided among different kingdoms. And the main policy of all these kingdoms is balance of power. So whenever a new power arises, the other powers get together and try to take down that empire, okay? So before it was Spain, and then Spain was destroyed, then it was France, then it was Russia, then it was Germany, okay? So that's the idea here. 9 Years' War, almost 700,000. The 7 Years' War is really the First World War because it's a war fought between France and England for control of the entire world, okay? It's being fought in North America, and it's being fought in Europe. And almost 1 million people get killed in this war over 7 years. French Revolutionary Wars, we'll discuss this later on, but 663,000 killed. The French Revolutionary Wars is important historically because a lot of people who fought in this war, they are not professional soldiers. They're just citizens who have revolutionary devotion and fever. They love their country. They want freedom for the country. So they take up arms and they're able to defeat much more powerful European adversaries. Okay, so this is the beginning of what we call the nation state, when a citizen is completely loyal to the nation. All right, we'll be talking about this later on, the French Revolutionary Wars. And then, of course, the climax is World War I. And you get 20 million people. Okay, 20 million people die in this war. So you can see how the casualty rates just go up exponentially over the decades. And that just shows you how fast the Europeans are innovating. Okay? They're innovating in terms of bureaucracy, meaning that they're able to tax their citizens much more effectively. And they're able to conscript more soldiers effectively. They're also innovating in terms of technology because of science, right? They now have like machine guns. In World War I, they also have trenches. We'll be talking about this later on. All right, so as I said before, the thing about Europe is that it's always divided into different factions who are always fighting against each other. And what you will see, what these maps will show you is two things. First is that the status quo is always switching back and forth between different nations. Okay, so in the beginning, in 1448, the Holy Roman Empire is a dominant power in Europe with a population of 15 million people. Okay, that's the first thing I want you guys to notice about these maps. The dominant power is always changing over time. The second thing that you will notice is that even though, this is really interesting, even though these wars are deadly, they're continuous, and they're becoming much more violent, the population of every nation in Europe goes up over time. Okay? So, 1554, the Ottomans now are in control, and they're at 24 million. The Holy Roman Empire goes down to 19 million, but France is arising, so is Russia. Okay? 1623, the Holy Roman Empire is still around. So Holy Roman Empire and Ottomans are the dominant powers. But by the time of 1660, France actually becomes the dominant power in Europe. And because France becomes the dominant power in Europe, all the nations decide to go against France. Okay, and this leads to a series of wars. 1727, France has 23 million. That matches the population of the Ottomans. Russia is rising now. Okay? Right before the French Revolution, 1780, France is now the most populous country in Europe. Okay? 27 million. The Ottomans have 26 million. Okay? And this is right before the French Revolution. 1824, the Russians are now at 49 million. They become now the dominant military power in Europe. And this will bring them in conflict with the rest of Europe. Okay? So England and Russia will fight something called the Great Game. We'll be going over this in a future class. Okay? So the rivalry between the United Kingdom and Russia, which still goes on today, by the way. Okay? It's still going on today, the Great Game. Germany is now rising in 1890. Okay? This is right before World War I. And so Germany now is a dominant power in Europe. So guess what happens? All the nations in Europe combine together to attack Germany. And this leads to something called World War I. Okay? All right? So that's the quick introduction to the history of the military revolution in Europe. Okay? We'll be going into specifics in future classes. All right, any questions about this? Was this clear to you guys? Okay, any questions?
Every time in the war they kill so many people, and especially for the male labor in the society, how can they recover from such a hurt every time?
Okay, great question. Okay, so the question is, these wars are so deadly, right? And so how is it possible for these societies to be resilient and to recover? Okay, so there are many different reasons, there are many factors going on, okay? But what's important is the rise of something called the nation state. Okay, so the nation state replaces the role of religion in people's lives. Right? Before, you had to sacrifice your life to the will of God. You have to serve God. Now, with the French Revolution, you now have to dedicate your life to the nation. Okay? The glory of the nation. And what does that mean? It means that you have to do whatever it takes in order for your nation to beat other nations in war, which includes working hard, making a lot of money, but it also includes basically having a lot of children. And this is facilitated by the scientific and agricultural revolution. Remember in last class we talked about how because of the age of exploration, the Europeans were able to bring back the potato, corn, tomatoes, squash. These are pretty easy to grow, and they provide a lot of nutrition for the European nations, okay? But what's important is what's really driving the population growth is war and the necessity for having a large population. So the government will provide a lot of policies that promote population growth. Okay? Does that make sense? We'll be discussing this in future classes. All right? And I mean, I know it's hard for us to imagine, but war gives people meaning and purpose. Okay? Does that make sense? It's like rooting for a sports team. You want your sports team to win no matter what. Okay? You're going to go and cheer them on. Okay? That's what war does. War really galvanizes the energy of people. So people feel extremely patriotic during wars, even though their children are getting killed. The other thing that's really important about war is that it gives people hope in the future. I know this is paradoxical, okay, but so let me explain. With war, a lot of people die. With death comes opportunities that didn't exist before. That creates social mobility. So it's perfectly possible that you're a peasant, but because of war, the nobility dies off, and your son can go join the army, become like a captain or a lieutenant, come back and start his own business. And that wasn't available before, right? Because in peacetime, the social hierarchy stays stagnant. Okay, does that make sense? So, yeah, I mean, like, and so if you think about it, it's because we live in a world of peace. Okay, something called the Pax Americana, the American peace. And that's why a lot of young people refuse to have children. Okay, why are young people refuse to have children? They really don't see a future, right? It's like, I'm not going to rise up in the social hierarchy. My kids aren't going to rise up in the social hierarchy. There are fewer economic opportunities. Young old people aren't dying, okay? They're not dying. I mean, I know a lot of old people who are extremely successful, and they will live over 100. They are like 90, 80 right now, and they are extremely healthy. They're happy with their lives. They're very wealthy. They don't have any reason to die, and they won't die. So all that wealth becomes monopolized by old people, and so young people are like, why would I want to have children? Why would I want to work hard? Why do I even want to be ambitious? There's no point. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, all right. Good, great question. Any more questions before I continue? All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to summarize what we learned, okay? Just so you have a clear understanding of how everything fits together. All right, so feudalism. What is feudalism? This is a system that was in Europe for 100 years, okay, in something called the High Middle Ages or the Late Middle Ages, which was maybe about the year 1000 to 1400, okay, 1500, okay? So how does feudalism work? Feudalism works because each part of society, it's partitioned into different lands run by lords, okay? Maybe Lord A, Lord B, Lord C, Lord D. And the king was more of a figurehead. And he really didn't have that much authority over the local regions because each region has their own army with castles. So it's very hard to invade every single part, okay? And so whenever there's a war, what would happen is the king says, okay, guys, we need to go to war. So A would come in with his army, B would come in with his army, then C, then D. And they would fight independently, okay? And what would often happen is that maybe sea betrays the king, okay? This would happen a lot in European history. But this is how most wars are fought in the feudal era, okay? Now, with gunpowder, you need centralization. Why? Because the thing about gunpowder, as I discussed, is you need a huge army in order to best effectively use this gunpowder. So you need two things: taxation and conscription. And therefore, you need a bureaucracy. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? You need to resolve these two issues. You have to tax people to create a central army, and you need to conscript people to fill the ranks of your army. You can only do it through a centralized bureaucracy. Therefore, at this time, historians say that feudalism transitioned into an absolute monarchy, where the king now has absolute power, because only the king can organize a centralized bureaucracy. Okay? So now, what happened is that the king would ask for conscripts from all lands to create a centralized army. Okay? So, why you need to do this is the nature of gunpowder. So remember before, soldiers were self-sufficient. If there's a battle, they just went and got their armor and then the sword, and then they'd go off to battle, okay? With gunpowder, you need different elements, okay? First of all, you need material. The two main materials, sulfur and salt pepper. And therefore, you needed to do trade and production, okay? You needed to create a gunpowder economy if you are to have a gunpowder army. But you also need specialists. Specialists are just people who are able to make gunpowder and who are able to use gunpowder in battle. Okay? You need industry. Industry are people who manufacture gunpowder and manufacture cannons. You need research. And these are just scientists who help you refine gunpowder over time. Okay? You also need a bureaucracy to coordinate. And you also need a military hierarchy. Why? Because these soldiers need to be trained on how to use the guns. Okay? So you need a hierarchy to control the training of soldiers and the deployment of soldiers in battle. Okay? So I mean, like, this is very simple, what I'm doing. But as you can see, what this means is you need what we call a whole society approach. Okay? You have to radically transform your society so that all resources are directed to the use of gunpowder in battle. And the society that is most able to do this will be the most effective in war, okay? And who are the people who are most able to do this over time? The Prussians, which will become Germany, and the Japanese, okay? And these are just two examples. Also the Americans as well. And they are the most effective in war, a whole society approach. Now, the question then is, well, okay, the logic here makes sense, but why is it that it's Europe that used a whole society approach and not China, not the Ottomans, not the Indians, okay? And the reason why is whole society approach means a radical transformation of your social hierarchy and social order. That's the reason why, all right? So the three major changes, as we discussed, is to go from feudalism, okay, basically an aristocracy, to a bureaucracy, okay, a national bureaucracy, bureaucrats. So the power shifts from the aristocrats to the bureaucrats, okay? That's one radical social change. But then you have to go from agriculture to industry. The merchants. So now you have to give the merchants, the capitalists, tradespeople more power in your society, right? And the bureaucrats don't want that, okay? And then you have to go from religion to science. So now the people with the most authority in your society are no longer priests, which has historically been true, but scientists, right? So this is a radical social transformation that overturns the entire social hierarchy. And that's why, this is really important, this is a process that will take centuries and which will lead to traumatic social revolution, including the French Revolution and the American Revolutions, okay? We'll be discussing this later on. Okay, so that's what you have to do. And most societies are not willing to do this because the elite don't want to give up power, okay? It's that simple, okay? The elite do not want to give up power. Their power has to be taken away from them, okay? So let me give you an example to illustrate how hard it is to transform society, okay? All right, so let's look at China. Let's look at Europe. Hey, guys. So China is one of the first societies to centralize. And when you centralize, you accumulate a lot of resources, and these resources allow you to make great inventions. And so the 4 great inventions of China are the compass, right? Paper, printmaking, and gunpowder. Okay, these are the 4 great inventions of China. China was the first to invent this by hundreds of years, okay? So the printing press in China was maybe about the year 800. In Europe, it would be 1400, okay? So this is like a huge advantage over Europe. But these 4 inventions did not really impact society in China. They had no impact on society. But in Europe, when they go over to Europe, the compass will bring in the age of exploration, right? It will allow Europe to conquer the entire world, the age of exploration, right? Paper and printmaking, what does it do? It creates universal literacy. Everyone in Europe is now able to read and write because of paper and printmaking. It radically transforms the entire fabric of European society. And because people are now able to read and write, it gives rise to the Renaissance, the Protestant Reformation, the Silent Revolution, okay? And the gunpowder allows Europe to conquer the entire world, conquest, okay? So think about that. China was the first to invent all 4, and Europe was able to take all 4 and radically transform the society and make Europe into the dominant power in the entire world, right? So then the question then is, why is it China didn't make use of these 4 inventions? Just look at paper and printmaking, okay? The problem in China is that you have these Confucian bureaucrats. And what is their source of power? It's the monopoly over literacy and knowledge production, right? So they didn't want to make it possible for everyone to read and write because that would reduce their power over the people, right? Does that make sense? Same thing with the compass. The compass would allow Chinese to explore the world and bring in new ideas and new goods. The bureaucrats didn't want that. They want to protect the social hierarchy. With gunpowder, yeah, it's fine, but the problem is if now everyone has a gun, they can revolt against you, right? Okay? So for China, it was much more important to maintain a social hierarchy than it is to innovate and to dominate the world. In fact, what's important for us to remember is that if you give governments a choice, they would always choose to maintain a social hierarchy rather than to innovate, because that's just the easiest thing to do. But, and this is important, Europe didn't have a choice in the matter. It was a matter of life and death. You either innovate or you will get destroyed by your neighbor. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, great. Okay, so we did a broad overview of the history, and we'll go into very specific details over the next few weeks, okay? So next class will be on the Enlightenment, which will then give rise to the French Revolution and the American Revolution, okay? All right, so but this is just a very broad overview. All right, so questions, guys? Yes?
So, is that like the Chinese bureaucracy want to keep the social hierarchy?
Yes.
And instead of being innovative, so and is that like Europe they didn't have a choice? Like why? Like, didn't they have like they had the royal families, they have the social classes, so they wanted to keep the social hierarchy.
Okay, so why did Europe innovate, right? Okay, great. So let's look at Europe. Let's just look at France, okay? Okay, so as a nation, you are under two types of pressure. External, okay? External just means Britain, Russia, Germany, Holy Roman Empire. Okay, you have a lot of enemies. Okay? And so you're competing against them. At the same time, this is really important. You have internal pressure as well, okay? Because remember, what they're doing now is they're recruiting more and more people to join your army. And the general rule is that if people fight for you, if they die for you, they also have a say in your society. Okay? Also, you need to get people to have children to replenish your population. You need everyone to you need to get them to work hard, okay? So you're always afraid of revolution, discontent, and also the idea of indifference, right? People don't care anymore. So you're under these two pressures. So because of these two pressures, it creates contradictions in your society. And these contradictions force you to balance these contradictions, which leads to innovation. Okay? Does that logic here make sense to you? Right? This creates conflict and contradiction, right? Which will then lead to innovation. And if you don't innovate, then you have a revolution or defeat, okay? Does that make sense? If you don't innovate, your enemies will come and conquer you, or your people will rebel and overthrow you, okay? Those are the two options. So you don't have a choice in the matter, but to innovate. But sometimes the innovation can't keep up with the social change. And that's what happened in the French Revolution, which we will discuss later on, is that, okay, the government was trying to make these changes, but you have too many social classes. The merchant class, the educated middle class, lawyers, basically. You have all these different social groups now who want a greater say in government, but then you have this hierarchy of like clergy, nobility, and bureaucrats who want to maintain their privileges. Okay? And if you can't resolve this conflict, then the only outcome is revolution. All right? So it's either you choose to resolve it or it will be resolved for you. Okay? So this is a process of constant innovation and revolution. Okay? Yeah?
So didn't China have the same problem? Didn't they have enemies or, I think they have revolutions. I mean, like, we always have, like, a religion that have different dynasties.
Okay. All right. That's a good question, okay? So why isn't this happening in China? Okay. All right. So the first thing about China, that's it from Europe, is that China for the longest time has been much more united. And there are natural boundaries that protect China, okay? So the sea, the mountains, the desert to the north, okay? So China has these natural boundaries that Europe doesn't have. So from the perspective of Chinese bureaucrats, they're not afraid of external enemies, okay? Because like Japan, Korea, they're not really threats to China at this time. They're more afraid of internal revolution. Okay? So that's where the focus is on, like, how do we maintain internal coherence? And the best way to do that is by co-opting the local elite, by bribing the local elite. Okay? And the best way to bribe the local elite is by helping them stamp out local discontent, ensuring that the people that are most loyal to you are always in power in local areas. Okay? Does that make sense? So the example is this. The example is, think back to the Japanese invasion of China, okay, World War II. You look at the KMT, the Kuomintang, which is the dominant power in China. Japan is coming in, conquering most of China, controlling the industrial heartland. And what is Jiang Jieshi doing? Does he care about the Japanese? Not at all. He cares about the Communist Party. These peasants in these caves in northwest China. Why? The Japanese are a much greater military threat, but they are not a threat to the social hierarchy. You can work with the Japanese, right? The Japanese are perfectly willing to work with you to control China. The communists represent an overturning of the social hierarchy. Therefore, they are a much greater threat. Okay? Does that make sense? But that's a logic in China. Okay? Maintain the social hierarchy. If foreigners want to come and conquer China, that's fine because we can work with them to maintain the social hierarchy. Okay? But these peasant rebels are the real problem. Okay?
So, if China is already trying their best for stabilization, why our dynasty is still not lasting long? Or saying, if they are only valued for a social hierarchy, but they are actually not mind that which emperor is exactly who it is.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a great question. Okay. Why is it that Chinese dynasties don't last very long, right? Okay. So I know this is hard to understand, but what Chinese civilization is, it's a bureaucracy. Okay? The bureaucracy. Because the bureaucracy represents a social hierarchy. Okay? Confucianism. If the Confucian culture lives on, China lives on. So what's important is to protect the Confucian culture, which puts scholar officials, the bureaucrats, at the top of society. So you can have the Mongols, you can have the Japanese, you can have, I don't know, Zhu Yuanzhang, who cares? The emperor doesn't matter. You understand? The emperor doesn't really matter in this system. What matters is the bureaucracy. And that has been consistent for 2,000 years. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so the intention, the strategy is to maintain the bureaucracy, even though you may need to put in a foreign leader. Okay? In fact, you're better off a foreign leader because the foreign leader is much more dependent on the bureaucracy than maybe a local leader.
So they actually don't care about who it is, the emperor, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The emperor is just a figurehead. The emperor has no power, right? Because you think about it, the emperor is just one person. But the information that he gets is all from bureaucrats. And therefore, you can control and manipulate the emperor based on the information you provide him. Right? So it's a bureaucracy that has all the power. And that's why China doesn't innovate, because the bureaucracy is too powerful. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, great. Questions?
So, European countries, they're all kind of related with each other in some way. Like their nobilities are intermarried or
Yeah.
Brother or sisters.
Yeah.
So why didn't they think about unification? Right?
Yeah, okay, so that's a great question, okay? So the thing about the European nations is that even though they're divided, they are basically one big family, okay? Like, so for example, the Germans, the Russians, the English, they were just like one big family. They were cousins of each other, but they still went to war and they still killed millions of people, okay? So how to explain this? And the answer is, we can use game theory, okay? Game theory. And the idea of game theory is that you can be related to each other, but you're all participants in a game in which there's going to be one winner, right? So you still have to think about your own survival. And you can survive as long as you have as long as you have authority and legitimacy among your people, right? Because if they think that you are representing a foreign interest, your soldiers won't be loyal to you. They'll kill you. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? And also, look, there's a very common, very simple example where it's very common that a king dies, right? And guess what? What? The two sons start a civil war, right? They're brothers. But why are they fighting a civil war? And the reason why is, okay, this is really interesting, is they represent different political factions who are all striving for power. And the sons are just figureheads for these political factions. Okay, does that make sense? Okay? Okay, so civil wars are fought between different political factions, and they will appoint maybe son A to be the head, okay? And son A, if he doesn't agree, they'll find someone else. Okay? So everyone's trying to be the top dog. It's really, okay, yeah, so there's a theory, but the theory is called status. What we really want is status, right? And so brothers hate each other the most because only one can have status. The other must obey. Okay? And that's why throughout history, so much violence has been between princes, okay, who are striving for this top position. So there are different theories. Okay? Great. Any more questions?
You mentioned that in Europe, schools were institutions that create soldiers, and that's kind of like not the case in China, where like Confucius and all that academy in China. But you mentioned that later on, China also adopted the European ways. So how did that happen?
Okay. So let's go over the history of schooling, okay? So the modern schooling model that we use today is from Prussia. Okay, Prussia. Okay, schools. Okay, and so if you are a military, you need soldiers. And what you discover is if you want soldiers to be obedient, you need to train them from an early age. But not only that, but you need to separate them from their families at an early age. Okay, does that make sense? Because if they are separated from their families, they feel more anxious, they feel more stressed, they're less loved. Therefore, they are much willing to accept authority. And they're much willing to kill other people. Okay? So that's a basic theory of schooling. Make them obedient from an early age, and separate them from the families from an early age, and then train them to be soldiers from an early age. Okay? And this is a model that we adopt for today, universal schooling. And every country uses this system because not only is it good for the military, but it's also good for industry, right? Companies also want this system where you go in and you work hard because you're anxious. You want to make money. You want to prove yourself, right? Whereas if you feel loved by your family, you don't care. You're like, I don't like this boss. I'm going to go home and be with my mother, okay? So that's why every nation adopted the system. Because it was intended for the military, but it really helps with the industry, okay? So the question then is, why did China adopt this? Well, because of industry, right? Because China needs factory workers. And this system gives you the best factory workers. Okay? Does that make sense? Great. Any more questions? Okay, so great questions, guys. I really enjoy it when you ask questions, and like they're really perceptive, okay? And I think that by asking them, you learn a lot as well. So next class, we do the Enlightenment, okay? And this will pave the way for the American and the French revolutions. There's no class next week because of midterms, but I'll see you after the midterms, okay? Okay. So today, we start a 3-part series on the French Revolution, which I believe to be the most significant event in human history. Okay, so let me very quickly explain its significance. So, as I keep on mentioning in this class, it is the religious worldview that underpins society and civilization. It is what allows society to function. And to oversimplify, there have been 4 major religious worldviews in human history. Okay, so let's go over them briefly. The first is what we call the animistic. And this is basically during the Ice Age when we were hunter-gatherers and we were just roaming the earth. Okay, and there are 3 major keywords that underlie this worldview. Balance, harmony, and oneness. We did not believe that we were different from the plants, the animals that lived on this planet. We were one with them. We were interconnected with them. We didn't fear death because life and death were part of the same continuous cycle. Okay? So this is the idea of the animistic worldview. From then, we moved on to the polytheistic. Polytheistic, many gods. And the 3 main ideas that underpin the polytheistic worldview are action, ritual, and fate. No one, not even the gods, can escape their fate. Our fate has been preordained. What courage is the willingness to embrace with honor and with dignity your fate. So think of Hector as he is about to battle Achilles. He knows he is going to get killed, and he's afraid. He shakes, but he still confronts his fate, and he dies. And that's what's expected of you in the Viking world, in the Greek world, in the Roman world, to face your death with honor and dignity, to live your life with courage, action, but in a ritualized manner, okay? In a way that the community expects of you, and to embrace your fate no matter what it is. Okay, that is the polytheistic worldview. Then this leads us to the monotheistic worldview. The monotheistic, okay? So the monotheistic are the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims. The 3 major ideas that underpin the monotheistic worldview are faith, orthodoxy, and truth. There is an eternal truth called God. We must have faith in Him. And faith and truth are expressed through orthodoxy. There is a set of beliefs that you cannot question, that you must believe. And you must live your life according to this orthodoxy. Okay, so these are 3 major ideas underlying monotheistic. Now, we move to the modern period. Okay, another word that we can use for modern is deism. Okay, deism. You may have heard of this, but the idea of deism is that there is a God. God created the universe, but then He left us. He doesn't care about what happens anymore because the world He created was perfect. And it is up to us to understand the perfect laws of the universe and then perfect our lives according to these laws. Okay, so that's the idea of deism. This is important because deism is the founding religion of both the American as well as the French revolutions. All right, and there are 3 major beliefs that underpin deism. The first is reason. Okay, so rather than faith, we have to use our reason because that's the gift that God gave us before He left. We are able to, using logic, using intuition, using skepticism, to understand how the world works, okay? Reason. All right? But reason by itself is not enough. You have to engage in debate in order to fully use our reason. You may not be able to reason out for yourself the truth, but in a debate, you're able to hear out the truth. Okay? And if we do this, if we continue to exercise our reason, if we continue to engage in debate, what is often called the marketplace of ideas, this will lead to the idea of progress. Okay? So what's happened is that the modern period is responding to the Christian period by replacing faith with reason, orthodoxy with debate, and truth with progress. Okay? And these three ideas, reason, debate, and progress, are the foundations of the period we live in today called the modern period. These three ideas are the foundations of our school system, for our universities, for our scientific institutions. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Now, having gone through these 4 different periods, I want to do some analysis. Okay? The first analysis is to explain to you how these changes manifested themselves. So the animistic period is the most natural. It's what makes the most sense. Quite honestly, if animals had a religion, it would probably be an animistic religion. Okay? So how do we transition from the animistic to the polytheistic? Well, the main reason is because of civilization. Okay? Because of mass society, civilization. Because we chose to settle down and learn agriculture and develop religious systems. All right? And with that comes war, comes hierarchy, comes inequality. And as such, we develop the polytheistic worldview. All right? From the polytheistic worldview, we then transition into the monotheistic worldview. Why? Because of Christianity. All right? Christianity. Remember, you're usually taught that Christianity is, Jesus dies and then everyone becomes a Christian. That's not what happened, okay? As you learn in this class, Christianity was a mechanism developed by the Roman Empire in order to assimilate the Jews. And then later on to assimilate barbarians who were economic migrants into the Roman Empire. Basically, it was a tool of control for the Roman Empire, okay? But then you have this massive transition from monotheism, the Christian period, into modernism, all right? And this turning point, which is the most radical turning point in human history, is what we call the French Revolution. Without the French Revolution, modernity could not happen, all right? And what's amazing about the French Revolution is it is entirely unprecedented. We've never had anything like this before. It was entirely unpredictable. It was unique in human history. All right? So we will spend the next 3 classes to understand how the French Revolution happened. Because without understanding the French Revolution, you cannot understand future events, especially communism, the rise of communism, World War I, World War II. None of these things would have been possible without the French Revolution. Okay? All right. So another thing that's really important for us to understand is that all 4 worldviews still exist today. All right? There are still people who believe in animism, polytheism, okay? But they're the minority. The dominant people are still the monotheists, okay? And they're in competition with the modernists, okay? Who are the educated elite, okay? So this conflict is still going on today. The other thing that's really important for us to understand is none of these beliefs is inherently superior to the other. Okay? You cannot make the argument to me, at least, that one is better than the other. But new systems believe they are superior to the other, okay? To the previous. So the polytheists believe they are superior to the animists. The monotheists think they are superior to the polytheists. And the deists think they are superior to the monotheists. Okay? And because of this sense of superiority, the they try to crush previous worldviews. Okay, so these four worldviews are not in competition with each other, but the new ones seek to displace the old ones. And this has led to a lot of conflict throughout human history. All right? So this is the overall framework we're working with. I know it's a bit simple, but for the purpose of this class, it's good enough, okay? All right. So now what I'm going to do is explain the framework for the next 3 classes. Okay? My argument to you is the French Revolution was ultimately a religious crusade. That is the main thesis of the next 3 classes. In each class, we will introduce different elements of this crusade that made it possible. For a crusade to happen, you need 3 different types of geniuses. You need the poet to envision the future, okay? The poet. But then you need the prophet who has the courage to take the people into this new land. And then you need the prince or the conqueror who has the conviction and the determination to physically conquer this new land and expand the revolution, okay? So the poet is Rousseau, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He wrote the Social Contract. We'll be focusing on him mainly today. Okay? He's the one who introduces the idea that it is possible to build a new world based entirely on reason itself. All right? That's Rousseau. Then you have the prophet. The prophet is the one who has the courage to lead the people into the new land, even though it may cost him his life. And this person, his name is Maximilien Robespierre. Okay? Maximilien Robespierre is, in my opinion, one of the most misunderstood and underrated individuals in human history. Next class, we'll focus on Robespierre. Without Robespierre, the French Revolution could not have succeeded. And then now you need a prince who will take the ideas of the prophet and he will militarily expand into the world and conquer a new world and build a new world. And this person's name, of course, is Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon. And this is the last class. All right? And my argument to you today is that without the active cooperation of all 3, if they're not able to build on each other's work, the French Revolution would not have succeeded. Because if you just look at the French Revolution, the odds were so against the revolutionaries, right? They were not only against the aristocracy and their own people, they were up against the entire world. Britain, Prussia, Russia, Austria. Everyone wanted to destroy the revolution before it threatened their nations. So the odds were completely against the French Revolution, but they succeeded. And it was only because of the cooperation of these 3 particular types of geniuses: Rousseau the poet, Robespierre the prophet, and Napoleon the prince. Okay? So that's what we will be doing these next 3 classes. All right. So let's talk about the ideas that underpin the French Revolution, the Enlightenment. Okay? How did we get into the modern period where the ideas are now reason, debate, and progress? Okay, so let's go back to Dante. Dante's Divine Comedy is a prophecy. It is a new understanding of the world. Okay, so what the Divine Comedy does is, what it helps people do is take all these new structural forces that are being unleashed onto the world and understand it in a new way that unleashes 3 major movements, okay? These are, of course, the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the Silent Revolution, okay? Now, as these things are happening, what else is happening is the gunpowder revolution. The gunpowder revolution. And these things combine in order to create massive structural changes within European society. Okay? So we discussed this, but there are three major changes that are happening throughout this period. The first is the transition from feudalism to a nation. Okay, the idea of a nation. Okay? At first, it's an absolute monarchy, but then after the French Revolution, it transitions into a nation state. Okay, from decentralization into centralization, basically. That's the first major change. Second major change is from rural to urban. Basically, from agriculture into industry. Okay, and the third major change is from religion into science. All right, and this is what's happening in Europe because of the gunpowder revolution. Now, what's important about this is with these structural changes comes massive demographic, political, and economic changes. Essentially, what's happening is that new groups of people are being created. And these groups of people are who we collectively call the middle class. Okay? So let's look at the middle class. All right, so previously in Europe, there are, just roughly speaking, two major groups, okay? There's the nobility and the clergy, okay? There's almost no difference between the two because they intermarry, they come from the same families, okay? But they're the leading elite of society, okay? You have the top people, the nobility and the clergy. And then at the other end are the peasants and slaves. But of course, I mean, like, this is not that simple. I mean, you always have a middle class, you always have tradespeople, you always have people working in towns, but they're a minority. And what's happening now, because of all these changes in society, is they now become an increasingly powerful group of people. They're the ones who are driving economic change. Okay? Now, the middle class is an extremely complicated set of people, but roughly speaking, we can divide them into three major categories, okay? Three major categories. The first is what we call the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, okay? The bourgeoisie is a French term that we use, and it comes actually from the German, which is Bürger. Bürger means the leading citizens of a town, the burghers. And the leading citizens of a town usually are the factory owners, the merchants, the people who trade, the bankers, the people who have control of the money, the lawyers. Okay? So these are the bourgeoisie. These are the elite. Okay? And this is a new group of people that work very closely with the nobility, but they have some differences. Okay? And the thing to remember about these people is they tend to be conservative because in terms of status, they already have all the status that they want, okay? And over time, what will happen is that the king and nobility will increasingly depend on the bourgeoisie for financing, okay? So they pay for wars, they pay for new industry, they pay for roads, okay? So the bourgeoisie are the ones who are most heavily taxed. But they're usually conservative. They're really happy with the way things are. At the other end, next to the bourgeoisie are what we call the petite bourgeoisie. All right? And these people are not rich, but they're solidly middle class. They're comfortable where they are, okay? These people are school teachers. Maybe they're restaurant owners. Maybe they're notaries, okay? So the thing about these people is that they tend to be aspirational. They're not happy with their lives. They want more. And as such, they are opportunistic. Okay? Usually, the people who are most likely to lead the revolution come from members of the petite bourgeoisie. Okay, so most of the leaders of the French Revolution, the most radical members, were provincial lawyers. Okay, lawyers who worked in small cities. They're not part of the elite, the bourgeoisie, okay, but they're pretty comfortable where they are. Okay, they're the provincial elite. If you look at the communist revolution, right, Mao Zedong, he was a petite bourgeoisie, right? He was a provincial elite, not a Beijing elite. All right, and the last group is what will be referred to in the future, okay, not now, as the proletariat. Proletariat. And the proletariat are basically artisans, craftspeople, people who work in cities and in the urban centers, and they have a specialized craft that makes them valuable, okay? They're not peasants, they're not poor, but the problem is they are very precarious, okay? Precarious. And what this means is that as the scientific revolution progresses, new technology will start to replace the artisans, okay? Like a sewing machine. And as such, they lose their livelihoods. So their lives are very precarious. Therefore, they most likely tend towards violence. So these are the foot soldiers of revolutions. Okay? The petite bourgeoisie are often the thought leaders, but the proletariat are the ones who provide the muscle. Okay? So if you look at most revolutions, this is how it works. What's really important for us to understand is that, first of all, these categories are not strict. Okay? There are lots of interchange between the proletariat and the peasantry. There's lots of interchange between the bourgeoisie and the nobility. Okay? These categories are not static. The other thing is that the loyalties of each group will change according to the circumstance. Okay? So the petite bourgeoisie is not definite that they will rebel against the bourgeoisie. It depends on their economic interests. And it is not definite that the peasants will work with the petite bourgeoisie against the nobility. In fact, during the French Revolution, this is really important, the nobility and the peasants were working together to suppress the revolution. Why? Because the French Revolution wanted to destroy the Catholic religion. And the peasants love their religion, okay? The peasants wanted to be Catholic and they wanted to protect their priests. So there was a massive civil war going on in France between the peasants and the proletariat. And that would be counterintuitive to you. Think it's like, why would poor people be fighting against poor people? Well, it's because they have different religious interests. Okay? Does that make sense? All right? So this is a framework that I want you guys to remember. There are different groups. This is an oversimplification. And their loyalties will change. So during the revolution, the loyalties will change, and it will mark different stages in the French Revolution. And you can use this framework to also understand future revolutions, especially the Communist Revolution. Okay? And it's also important for us to remember that most revolutions will fail. Okay? All right. So, this is the middle class. Now, the thing about the middle class, the thing about new groups is that what they have to do is they have to establish group solidarity. Okay? And the way you do that is by establishing group identity. So how is it that the middle class is different from everyone else? Okay? And as we discussed, what the middle class will do is they will slowly adopt the Enlightenment principles of reason, debate, and progress. Okay? That's how the middle class, or most members of the aspirational middle class, will try to differentiate themselves from everyone else by embracing the Enlightenment. And that's why we have the Enlightenment. Okay? So, over time, these things will become much more concrete. Okay? So what makes the middle class identity? The first is the idea of education. Second is the idea of achievement. And the third is the idea of morality. All right? So what is the middle class? The middle class are those who embrace these three ideas: education, achievement, and morality. Right? If you're in the middle class, you'll be much more educated than nobility and the peasantry. You will read books. You will read newspapers. That's why we have newspapers, okay? Because the middle class wants information. Achievement, the achievement ethos is, I will always strive to be better. I want my children to be better than me, okay? If you're a peasant, you don't believe your children will live a better life. If you're nobility, you don't really care if your children live a better life. But for the middle class, it's very important that their children live better lives, okay? So the idea of the achievement ethos, to work hard, okay? So you guys should understand this because you're all members of the middle class in China, right? And the last is the idea of morality, okay? And this is really important. Morality is, especially when it comes to sexual morality, all right? Sexual morality. So the idea is that if you're a poor person, the thing about being poor is you have no control over your body. So during this time of industrialization, what's happening is a lot of peasants are moving into the cities. And what are women doing? Well, they're becoming prostitutes. There are tons and tons of prostitutes in these cities at this time in Europe, okay? We just walk on the street and guess what? There are prostitutes everywhere. So as a poor person, you have absolutely no control over your body. So with the middle class, the way that they differentiate themselves is by saying that we have enough resources to protect our bodies. And if you're part of the middle class, then you're expected to adhere to a very strict morality, okay? Does that make sense? That's where we get the idea of morality from the development of the middle class. As a middle class, you have sexual, you are much more sexually pure, but also you have a new idea called childhood. If you are a poor person, your child age 6 starts to work, okay? At age 10, he or she may be working in a factory, and by 12, may be dead. What the middle class can do is give his or her child a childhood, okay? The modern concept of childhood comes from this period, and we'll be looking at this. All right? Okay, so that's the idea here. The Enlightenment basically was a movement in which a new group of people, the middle class, they've always existed, but now they exist in quantity. And they have more resources than they used to have before, especially literacy, access to information. They have more wealth. They have more technology. They are the future leaders of the world. And as such, they want to embrace a new identity. And that's why we have the Enlightenment, okay? The Enlightenment was basically a period when they tried to bring the ideas of science into society in order to create a new middle-class identity. And it still exists today, okay? All right, so that is the basic framework for today. Now we will look at specific writers and thinkers of the Enlightenment. Okay, any questions so far? Okay, great. All right. So let's start looking at some major thinkers of the Enlightenment. Okay. All right, so today's class is on the European Enlightenment. Now, what's really important for us to remember is that there are major ideological differences between the British Enlightenment and the European Enlightenment. Okay, European just means France, Germany, Netherlands, okay, basically continental Europe. The ideas that develop in Europe will be different from the ideas that develop in Britain. After the French Revolution, we'll look at Britain specifically, but now I just want to focus on the European Enlightenment, okay? So please remember that. The British Enlightenment and the European Enlightenment have contrasting ideas, even though most historians consider them part of the same historical movement. All right, so what is Enlightenment? It is a movement to systemize and institutionalize Dante to create a new European middle-class identity. So all these ideas are coming from Dante, but there is a major difference that we must remember. Remember, the Enlightenment, for the Enlightenment thinkers, what God left us is the capacity to reason. Through reason, we can access the mind of God. Okay? Reason is the fundamental principle of the Enlightenment. That's not what Dante said, though. Okay? Dante said, love is what God gave us. Love is the light in us. Now you think, well, what's the difference between love and reason? Okay, what I will do over the course of the semester is show you that there's actually a huge difference between love and reason. Specifically, reason is independent. You can, by yourself, reason out things. But love requires you to connect with someone else. Either your child, your wife, your mother, who knows, okay? But you must connect with someone else. And because of that idea, interconnectedness, it puts a restraint on your reason. But if you're capable of reasoning by yourself, you can reason anything, including concentration camps, nuclear bombs, genocide, okay? So there's a huge difference between love and reason. And it's really important that the Enlightenment thinkers see reason as a central organizing principle of human society and not love, okay? So I just want you guys to keep that in mind as we move on. The Enlightenment happened mainly in salons. These are places organized by wealthy bourgeoisie women, and these salons were not political. They were mainly designed to learn manners, speech, refinement, right? Because they're trying to differentiate themselves from the nobility, the clergy, and the peasantry. And one way that they want to do this is through their education, through their knowledge, expertise, okay, salons. In Britain, they mainly spread ideas through coffee houses, right? Coffee houses. So the idea of meeting at a coffee house comes from this period in Britain. So these women, like Madame Labarthe, were the ones who were driving Enlightenment ideas. Okay? And these salons were places for the leading intellectuals of the time to come and debate ideas. Right? So these were the leading women of that time. All right. So there are lots and lots of Enlightenment thinkers, because this is a time of literacy, right? People want to read. There's a marketplace of ideas. So money can be made from writing books, and that's why you have this explosion of ideas, the marketplace of ideas during this time. But now I want to just go through some of the major thinkers of the Enlightenment, okay? The first major thinker of the Enlightenment is René Descartes. And René Descartes he is a mathematician, he's a philosopher. He wanted to ask two questions. The first question is, how do we know that God exists? And how do we know the soul exists? Okay, these are the two questions that he is trying to grapple with in his philosophy. And he wrote a book called Meditations on First Philosophy. This is a really important book in development of Western civilization, okay? We will be referring to this book quite often for the rest of the semester. So I want you guys to remember this book, Meditations on First Philosophy. And so he's asking these questions. And let's read a few paragraphs from his book to understand his thinking, okay? It is some years now since I realized how many false opinions I had accepted as true from childhood onwards, and that whatever I had since built on such shaky foundations could only be hotly doubtful. All right, so what he's doing here is saying, okay, I want to know if God exists, but first I must ask myself, what do I believe, and how do I know if it's true or not? I must look inside myself, all right? Hence, I saw that at some stage in my life, the whole structure would have to be utterly demolished, and that I would have to begin again from the bottom up if I wish to construct something lasting and unshakable in the sciences. And what he's saying here is that after I examine my own beliefs, I recognize that most of my beliefs are not true. Okay? This is a radical departure from previous traditions where you know something is true because someone really smart said it. Okay? You defer to authority, right? That's a practice here we use in China where, well, Confucius said this, so this must be true. And what Rene Descartes is saying is that, no, that's not true. Okay? I myself have the capacity to know if something is true, and I have a responsibility to reflect and question everything I know. And through that process of self-doubt, self-examination, I can construct something that is more truthful. Okay? And this is the idea of enlightenment. All right? And this is the idea of education. You know, when we try to teach you critical thinking skills, this is what we're trying to do, okay? Trying to get you to question things so that you may construct a more eternal truth. All right. But this seemed to be a massive task, and so I postponed it until I had reached the age when one is as fit as one will ever be to master the various disciplines. So to get to this point, you also have to go through a long process of education, okay? You just can't be like, okay, I'm going to do this right now. You have to first learn these beliefs, and then you have to go back and then re-examine these beliefs. I've delayed so long that now I should be at fault if I use up in deliberating the time that is left for acting. The moment has come, and so today I have discharged my mind from all its cares, and I've carved out a space of untroubled leisure. I've withdrawn into seclusion and shall at last be able to devote myself seriously, without encumbrance, to the task of destroying all my former opinions. Okay. What he's doing here is saying that for me to discover the truth, I just have to rely solely on my reason. Not debate, not talking to others, not reading old books, but by self-examination. Okay? And so this is the beginning of the book. We will read other sections later on in the semester, but this is the introduction, okay? So this project is a process of constant self-examination. And through this self-examination, what he discovers is everything is false. How do we know the sky is blue? How do we know the sky exists? We don't. How do I know that the words I'm speaking make any sense? I don't. It's a constant process of self-negation, okay? But what then he recognizes is that the only way that I can actually engage in this process of self-examination is through doubt. Right? So what do I know to be true? Doubt is true. I doubt, therefore I am. Right? You know the expression, I think, therefore I am, right? It's actually, I doubt, therefore I am. The Latin is, cogito ergo sum. Okay? The thing that I know to be absolutely true is my capacity to doubt. And that is who I am. Therefore, I exist. And so the capacity to doubt is my soul. All right? Now, how do I know that God exists? Well, if God didn't exist, then I would not have the capacity to doubt, right? Someone must have given me the capacity to doubt, and that must be God, whoever God is. But now, how do I know that God is good? Right? Because God could be a trickster. God could be the devil, and God could be deceiving me. And my capacity to doubt will only lead me into error. Okay? So that's the question he asks now. And then he says, well, because God is perfect. If you are perfect, you're incapable of fault. Therefore, I know God is good. Okay? And obviously, this makes no logical sense. This is not logical. It's what we call a tautology, right? God is perfect, therefore I know God is good. God is good, therefore he is perfect. Okay? It makes no sense. But what's important is that René Descartes is asking us to challenge our assumptions about the world, to doubt, to reason. And he's saying that the idea of reason is the most powerful force in the world. More powerful than the church, more powerful than dogma, more powerful than society itself, okay? Our individual capacity to reason is what matters. It is what allows us to have access to God. Does that make sense? right? So this is one of the major ideas underpinning the Enlightenment. All right, now let's move on to Goethe. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. He is considered the greatest German writer of all time. And he wrote a book called Faust. Okay? Faust. And we'll just read a few passages from Faust. But Faust is also a very quintessential Enlightenment work of art, okay? And so the book of Faust, it's based on another book called the Book of Job, which we find in the Bible. In the Book of Job, it's about this very pious individual who is very faithful to God. Okay, he's very wealthy, he has a lot of children, he's very happy, and he's very devout. He prays to God all the time, he makes sacrifices to God all the time, he's very generous, he has a lot of friends. One day, God is in heaven, and he has a meeting with Satan. Okay, Satan in the Bible means adversary. So Satan is actually an archangel, an agent of God who roams the planet. And God is very proud of Job. And he says to Satan, have you seen Job? Do you see how faithful he is to me? He's very proud. And Satan says, God, he's only faithful to you because he's rich. Okay? You take away his money, you take away his children, and he will curse you. And God says, fine, I make you this bet. You can do anything you want to him, but you must not kill him. Okay, that's the only condition. So Satan basically makes Job's life a living hell. All his children die in accidents. He loses all his money. He becomes infected with diseases. He's old. And eventually he curses God. And he's like, why is God doing this to me? And then God appears before him and says, how dare you question me, God? I create the world. What have you done with your life? Okay? But basically, God goes on for a long, long time and curses Job and says, you, as a human being, have absolutely no right to ever doubt, to ever question me. I can do whatever I want. I'm God. I'm a mystery. Do not ever think you can understand me. Do not ever believe you can question me. Okay? And then what God does is he restores Job's health and wealth. Okay? So it's a very strange story. And it's one that is meant to inspire fear among people. And so what Goethe does that's really interesting is that he reimagines the story of Job and turns it into a much more confident, optimistic story that captures the spirit of the Enlightenment. Okay? Does that make sense? So the story goes like this. Faust, he is a professor. He loves learning. He's very curious. But what he recognizes is that despite all his book learning, he doesn't really have access to the truth. He's not really learning new information, new knowledge. He doesn't feel as though he's accessing God. So he tries magic. One day, the Satan, and Satan's name here in Faust is named Mephistopheles. Okay? Mephistopheles talks to God, and Mephistopheles says to God, you know what? The worst thing you ever did was allow humans the capacity to reason. Because you're idiots, you're stupid. If you're stupid and you can reason, all it does is confuse you and make you unhappy. And then God is like, well, have you met Faust? Faust is my favorite person in the whole world because he's curious, he loves learning. Eventually, through the process of self-exploration, he will discover the truth. He will get there. I have faith in Faust. And Mephistopheles says, fine, I'll make you a bet. I bet you I can make him complacent. I bet you that I can make him not want to learn anymore, to lose his curiosity. And if I win this bet, then Faust will become my servant. Okay? His soul will be mine. I will damn him to hell for eternity. Okay? And that's the bet. All right. So let's look at some passages. This is Mephistopheles saying to God, their lives will be a little easier if you not let them glimpse the light of heaven. They call it reason and employ it only to be more bestial than any beast. Okay. What's important for us to remember is that here, Goethe is invoking Dante, right? remember, Dante in the Divine Comedy says that love is the light of heaven. And here, Goethe and the Enlightenment thinkers are saying that, no, it's reason that is the light of heaven. In fact, in many ways, Faust is a rewriting of the Divine Comedy. Right? So Mephistopheles is saying to God, reason is bad because it makes people who are stupid more confused. And then God says, do you know Faust? And then Mephistopheles says, the doctor. The Lord says, and my servant, okay, my favorite person in the whole world. Mephistopheles, indeed, he serves you in a curious way. The fool is not content with earthly food or drink. Some ferment makes him want what is exotic, yet he's half conscious of his father, okay? Faust wants to understand the world. He's curious. He's driven by his curiosity and his imagination. And Mephistopheles makes fun of him because he'll never get there. Okay? From heaven he claims as his the brightest stars, and from the earth all of its highest joys. But nothing near and nothing far away can satisfy a heart so deeply agitated. Okay? He's just too curious. He can't be satisfied. And the God says, though now he only serves me blindly and ineptly, I shall soon lead him into clarity. The gardener knows when the sapling turns green, that blossoms and fruit will brighten future years. Okay? So God is saying, if he continues to be curious, eventually I, God, will lead him into the light. Okay? So what's important for us as humans is to be curious. And that's how we show our faith in God. All right? Now, so Mephistopheles and Faust meet. And Mephistopheles says to Faust, listen, I know you want to know the truth about the world. I know you want to experience the whole world, but you can't do it by yourself. So I will help you. Okay? I will grant you the knowledge of the world. But if at any point you become complacent, you stop striving, you're happy with the way things are, you're happy with the moment, then you will become my servant. Is that a deal, Faust? And Faust says, sure. Because Faust does not believe that he can ever lose his curiosity. Okay? So what happens is all these strange events where Faust falls in love with a maiden named Gretchen. And Gretchen falls in love with him. And they try to have sex, but the mother gets in the way. So Faust has Gretchen kill the mother. The brother finds out and tries to kill Faust. Faust kills the brother. Gretchen gets pregnant and then has to kill the baby because Faust has disappeared. And then Gretchen basically dies in prison, okay? So it sounds terrible. But what happens is that eventually Gretchen forgives Faust because Gretchen goes to heaven. And then Faust has more adventures. He becomes a servant to the king. He builds a lot of roads and a lot of cities. He marries Helen of Troy. He goes back in the past. Anyway, a lot of strange things happen, okay? But what's happening is that he's experiencing life for all its potential, for all its possibilities. And so as he gets older, he's about to die. And Mephistopheles comes to collect his soul, okay? And this is the last speech of Faust before he dies. A swamp lies there below the hill, infecting everything I've done. My last and greatest act of will succeeds when that foul pool is gone. Okay, so he is an architect, and he is an urban planner working for the government. He's a civil servant, basically. And his job is to make the city much more livable for people, okay? To help civilize the world. And he's taking pride in his work. Succeeds when that foul pool is gone, okay? Let me make room for many a million, okay? Let me make space for more people, not wholly secure, but free to work on. Green fertile fields where men and herds may gain swift comfort from the new-made earth, quickly settled in those hills' embrace, piled high by a brave industrial race, and in the center here a paradise, whose boundaries hold back the raging tide, and though it gnaws to enter in by force, the common urge unites to hold its course, okay? So he's taking pride in all that he's accomplished and that he will accomplish, okay? He's taking pride in this moment when he's actively contributing to the betterment of civilization. But because he's taking pride in this moment, he's now lost a bet to Mephistopheles, right? He's not become complacent. He wants to live in the moment. You can't do that. Yes, I've surrendered to this thought insistence. The last word wisdom ever has to say. He only earns his freedom in existence who's forced to win them freshly every day. Childhood, manhood, age, vigorous years, surrounded by dangers, they'll spend here. I wish to gaze again on such a land, free earth, where a free race and freedom stand. Okay? So, to be alive means to constantly struggle to progress things. Okay? And this is it. Then to the moment I dared say, stay a while, you are so lovely. He wants to stay in this moment forever. Through eons, then, never to fade away, this path of mine through all that's earthly, anticipating here its deep enjoyment, now I savor it, that highest moment, okay? In this moment, when he feels he's contributed to development of society, he feels at peace, he feels fulfilled. Okay? And so the irony is that at this moment, when he's most fulfilled, he should now be damned to hell, right? But what happens as Mephistopheles is about to claim false soul is angels appear and steal it from Mephistopheles, okay? The angels. Pure incandescence, whom its flames bless, blissful of goodness is their existence. Gather together, rise now and praise. Spirit can breathe here in pure waves. So God has come to save false. They rise carrying away the immortal part of false. False soul is now in heaven. Mephistopheles says, how then? Where did they vanish to? You took me by surprise, you adolescents. Now with what they've salvaged from the tomb as their own prize, they've flown off to heaven. They've stolen a great and unique treasure, that noble soul mortgaged to my pleasure. They've snatched it away with cunning even. But whom could I even complain to anyway? Okay? So Mephistopheles knows he's been tricked, but he has no say in the matter. Okay? And so, false, it is considered the greatest work of German literature. And the main message is God loves us. God wants us to be curious. God wants us to explore, to challenge ourselves, to grow. And if we do that, God will always protect us, no matter how many stupid things we do. Okay? God is ultimately about forgiveness and love and mercy and kindness and generosity. So that's a very optimistic and confident view of the world. All right? Any questions so far? Okay. Let's move on to Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant is the greatest philosopher who ever lived. We'll be spending a lot of time on Immanuel Kant throughout the semester, okay? So I introduce you to him here. And he wrote a very influential essay called, What is Enlightenment? Why do we have enlightenment, okay? All right, so enlightenment is man's emergence from his self-imposed knowledge. Knowledge is the inability to use one's own reasoning without another's guidance. This knowledge is self-imposed if its cause lies not in lack of understanding, but in indecision and lack of courage to use one's own mind without another's guidance. Dare to know, have the courage to use your own understanding is therefore the model of enlightenment. Okay, so what he's saying here is that you're students, and I'm the teacher, okay? I'm enlightened because I'm using my reason. But you're not enlightened because you're relying on my reason. Right? And what he's saying is that it's not because you lack the capacity to reason that's a problem. It's because you guys are lazy. Right? It's just easier for you to just sit there and take notes rather than to actually read these texts for yourself and understand them yourself. That's why you rely on me. Okay? But if you don't ever rely on yourself, you can never be free to think. Does that make sense? That's what he's saying here. Laziness and cowardice are the reasons why such a large part of mankind gladly remain minors all their lives long after nature has freed them from external guidance. Okay? You have the capacity to reason. You can just read these things by yourself, but you're lazy and you're cowardly. Okay? You don't want to make a mistake. Okay? You don't want to be wrong. Thus, it is very difficult for the individual to work himself out of the knowledge which has become almost second nature to him. He has even grown to like it and is at first really incapable of using his own understanding because he has never been permitted to try it. Okay? So, everyone can do it, but only a few can do it. So, what's the solution to this problem? The solution is free and open debate. Does that make sense? If you're able to access information, if you're able to access different points of view, then you're able to hear the truth for yourself. Okay? Does that make sense? All right? So you don't want to find the truth for yourself, but if you're able to hear the truth, hear the opinions of others, then you can make up for your mind, make up your own mind as to what the truth is. And you can because you have access to reason that God implanted in you, okay? That's the logic here. It is more nearly possible, however, for the public to enlighten itself. Indeed, if it is only given freedom, enlightenment is almost inevitable. There will always be a few independent thinkers, even among the self-appointed guardians of the multitude, okay? So this is the idea of reason, debate, and progress. If there's a debate, if everyone is able to hear different opinions, then society will almost always progress. Okay? Does that make sense? This enlightenment requires nothing but freedom. And the most innocent of all that may be called freedom. Freedom to make public use of one's reason in all matters. Now I hear the cry from all sides. Do not argue. The officer says, do not argue. Drill. The tax collector, do not argue. Pay. The pastor, do not argue. Believe. Only one ruler in the world which says, argue as much as you please, but obey. We find restrictions on freedom everywhere. But which restrictions is harmful to enlightenment? Which restriction is innocent and which advances enlightenment? I reply, the public use of one's reason must be free at all times, and this alone can bring enlightenment to mankind. He is arguing for absolute freedom of expression. Okay? Even if it's hate speech, even if you say racist things, you're still allowed to say it. Because people have reason and therefore the capacity to judge for himself or herself what is true. Whenever you censor something, you're denying freedom to people. Okay? So this is an absolutist understanding of freedom. And this becomes the foundation for, of course, the American Constitution or the American Revolution. In view of this, he as preacher is not free and ought not to be free since he is carrying out the orders of others. On the other hand, as a scholar who speaks to his own public, through his writings, the minister in the public use of his reason enjoys unlimited freedom to use his own reason and to speak for himself. Okay, this is a really important idea. All right, so I'm your teacher, okay? I'm your teacher. Now, I can perceive myself in different ways. I can perceive myself as an employee of a school in China. Therefore, I must be aware of censorship laws in China. I must be aware of what I can teach you and what I cannot teach you. I must also be aware that my main responsibility is to make you a citizen of China and therefore make you feel good about China, okay? If I see myself as an employee of a school in China. But if I see myself as a free individual in the service of human progress, then my job is to enlighten you as to the possibilities of human reason, right? So I must be honest with you. I must challenge you to think for yourself. I must give you the capacity for you to think for yourself, okay? Therefore, I will not tell you what Kant says. I will show you what Kant says so that you can by yourself interpret what he's saying. Does that make sense? Okay, that's the difference. You can either see yourself as an employee who's just making money in the service of others, or as a citizen of the world. As a citizen dedicated to the progress of human civilization. Okay? That's your choice. But should a society of ministers, say a church council, have the right to commit itself by oath to a certain unalterable doctrine in order to secure perpetual guardianship over all its members and through them over the people? I say that this is quite impossible. Such a contract concluded to keep all further enlightenment from humanity is simply null and void, even if it should be confirmed by the sovereign power, by parliaments, and the most solemn treaties. An epoch cannot conclude a pact that will commit succeeding ages, prevent them from increasing their significant insights, purging themselves of errors, and generally progressing in enlightenment. That would be a crime against human nature, whose proper destiny lies precisely in such progress. Okay, this is a radical statement. What he's saying is that I'm of an older generation than you, right? I have absolutely no right to tell you what to think. I have absolutely no right to tell you what to think. I can show you possibilities. I can argue with you, but I must not enforce my ideas on you, because that would limit human progress. Progress is determined by a new generation's capacity to question and negate a previous generation's ideas. Okay, does that make sense? All right? All right, so this is Voltaire. Voltaire, I don't really want to spend too much time on, but Voltaire is considered a celebrity of the Enlightenment, okay? He was very famous at that time because he is what we call today a troll, okay? A troll. Why? Because he's always making fun of the nobility and the clergy, the powers that be. And as such, the middle class basically worshipped him, okay? They loved his contributions. But he himself was not a very deep thinker, okay? He himself was not a great thinker. So I don't want to spend too much time on him. All right. So let's move on to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who is the most influential Enlightenment thinker in France. It is his ideas that will drive the French Revolution, okay? All right. So he wrote a very influential book called Emile. Emile is his treatise on education. How should you best educate children, okay? All right, so let's just read some basic passages. If the infant sprang at one bound from its mother's breast to the age of reason, the present type of education would be quite as suitable, but its natural growth calls for quite a different training. The mind should be left undisturbed till its faculties have developed, for while it is blind, it cannot see the torch you offer it, nor can it follow through the vast expanse of ideas, of paths so faintly traced by reason that the best eyes can scarcely follow it, okay? So what he's saying here, and it's a very controversial idea, what he's saying here is that kindergarten and primary school make no sense. Kids come into school to learn math, to learn language, right? But the problem is that their faculty for reason has not fully developed. Okay? It's like me asking you to fly, even though you don't have wings. So what he's saying is this: before the age of 12, let kids play. Because if you ask them to come to school, all that will do is screw up their minds. Right? If a child is crawling and you make the child walk, all that's going to do is make the bones deformed. Okay? It's going to really screw up the legs. And that's what Rousseau is saying. Do not ever send kids to learn anything before the age of 12 because their faculty of reason has not developed before the age of 12. And guess what, guys? This is the idea of childhood. Okay? Childhood. Children should be allowed to play until the age of 12. And it comes from Rousseau. Okay? Does that make sense? Therefore, the education of the earliest years should be merely negative. Negative just means like, don't have kids jump in the pool by themselves, okay? But don't be positive. Don't make them learn mathematics. It consists not in teaching virtue or truth, but in preserving the heart from vice and from the spirit of error. If only you could let the well alone and get others to follow your example, if you could bring your scholar to the age of 12, strong and healthy, but unable to tell his right hand from his left, the eyes of his understanding would be open to reason as soon as you began to teach him. Free from prejudices and free from habits, there would be nothing in him to counteract the effects of your labors. In your hands, he would soon become the wisest of men. By doing nothing to begin with, you would end with a prodigy of education. Okay? That's the secret of education. Before age 12, leave the kid alone. make sure he or she is healthy, make sure he or she is eating well, but do not teach mathematics, okay? Because by leaving the child alone, you free the child from bad mental habits. You allow the child to think for himself or herself. Okay? So the very idea of childhood comes from Rousseau. And this is an idea that a lot of middle-class parents will adopt. Okay? I myself also believe very heavily in this idea. I don't want to send my kids to school before age 12, possibly even age 16. Okay? I work in a school, so I don't really trust schools. I don't trust teachers. It's like being a cook and you work in a restaurant. Like you would never actually go eat in a restaurant because you know how to make the food, okay? All right. Let's continue. There are two classes of men who are constantly engaged in bodily activity, peasants and savages, okay? There are these peasants who work the farm and there's savages who run around in the forest all day, okay? So you think there's no difference, but in fact, there's a world of difference. And certainly, neither of these pays the least attention to the cultivation of the mind. Peasants are rough, coarse, and clumsy. Savages are noted not only for their keen senses, but for great subtlety of mind. Savages are really smart. Peasants are really dull. Why? Generally speaking, there is nothing duller than a peasant or sharper than a savage. What is the cause of this difference? The peasant has always done as he was told, what his father did before him, what he himself has always done. He's a creature of habit. He spends his life almost like an automaton on the same task. Habit and obedience have taken the place of reason. The case of the savage is very different. He is tied to no one place. He has no prescribed task, no superior to obey. He knows no law but his own will. He is therefore forced to reason at every step he takes. He can neither move nor walk without considering the consequences. Thus, the more his body is exercised, the more alert is his mind. His strength and his reason increase together, and each helps to explore the other. The savage is an explorer. The savage is a problem solver. The savage is free and independent to make his own destiny. That's the difference, okay? So if you want to educate your child well, then let the child be a savage and not a peasant. O man, seek no further, for the author evil, thou art he. There's no evil, but the evil you do or the evil you suffer, and both come from yourself. Evil in general can only spring from disorder, and in the order of the world I find a never-failing system. Evil in particular cases exists only in the mind of those who experience it, and this feeling is not the gift of nature, but the work of man himself. Pain has little power over those who have thought little, look neither before nor after. Take away our fatal progress, take away our faults and our vices, take away man's handiwork, and all is well. If you take children out of school, you let them play by themselves, whatever they want, guess what? They become smart. They become resilient. They become educated. They become curious. They love learning. So if we try to build structure, if we try to build civilization, if we move children away from their state of nature, we can only screw things up. Schools are not designed to educate children. Schools are first and foremost designed to control children. Right? Why? Because we don't like kids running around. Okay? It's that simple. They're not meant for kids, they're meant for adults. So that parents don't actually have to see them and teachers don't have to deal with them. Okay? And so that's what Rousseau is saying, and he's absolutely right. All right. So that was Emile. Now, Rousseau also wrote a really famous book called Discourse on the Origin of Inequality, which will have a major impact on the French Revolution and the Enlightenment, okay? And it's the idea of private property. Where does private property come from? The first man who, having closed a piece of ground, bethought himself of saying, "This is mine," and found people simple enough to believe him, was the real founder of civil society, okay? So we have society because some people want property, private property. Okay? From how many crimes, wars, and murders, from how many horrors and misfortunes might not anyone have saved mankind by pulling up the stakes or filling up the ditch and crying to his fellows, beware of listening to this impostor. You're undone if you want to forget that the fruits of the earth belong to us all and the earth itself to nobody. What he's saying is this. Suddenly, one day, some people in our society are like, oh, this is mine. This ground is mine. You can't come here. We should have all been like, what are you talking about? That makes no sense. How can you claim this ground for yourself? Well, we didn't do that. In fact, we claim our own ground, or we let them have their own ground. And because of this, because of the idea of private property, we now have inequality, patriarchy, war. Okay? This is where war and patriarchy and inequality come from, because of some people's insistence on having private property. All right. Okay. Any questions so far? Okay. Is it all clear to you? All right. So let's move on to the final book, the social contract. Okay. The social contract is the Bible of the French Revolution. It is the book that is the most influential in development of the thinkers of the French Revolution. All right. The most famous sentence, the sentence that begins the social contract is, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains." Here's one who thinks he is the master of others, yet is more enslaved than they are. Okay? So we were born free, but we choose to become slaves. But not only that, the people who have enslaved us think they're our masters, but in fact, they're more enslaved than us because they are trapped by the system. You understand? Slavery is a system that enslaves all. Slavery is not a system where a few oppress the others. Slavery is a system where an idea has oppressed everyone, especially the masters. All right? We see at once that on this account of things, certain questions can be laid aside. Whose business it is to make laws? They are acts of the general will. Is the prince above the law? No, because he is a member of the state. Can the law be unjust? No, because nothing is unjust towards itself. How can we be both free and subject to laws? There's no problem about this because the laws are nothing but records of our violations. Okay, so this is a really important idea that I need to explain to you. All right, and it becomes a basis for a new type of society promoted by the French Revolution. All right, so Rousseau is trying to reason from general principles as to how to form a good society, okay? A social contract where everyone chooses to participate in a society and is not compelled to participate in a society. And what he says is this. There are two types of will. There's the general will and there's the particular will. Okay? General will is what we can agree on if we are left to reason by ourselves. Particular will is what we believe if we are part of a group of people. Okay? A part of an interest. So let's just say, for example, the central government in China is like, I want to spend $10 billion on roads, on new roads. Where should we invest this money? Okay? General will is everyone agrees that we should invest these roads where they're most needed in China, right? Maybe Guizhou, maybe Yunnan, the poorest parts, because they will do the most good. We can all agree on that, right? But because we're in Beijing, we will be like, no, you should put the money in Beijing. That's a particular will. Okay? So in other words, society, if it is to function well, must be based entirely on the general will and negate the particular will, on the common interest. And that's why everything works, because if laws are based on the general will, then all the laws are acceptable to people because the laws are just an expression of the general will. And the king, he's just acting out the general will. So the king is acceptable to everyone, okay? Does that make sense? The problem with this, of course, is that that's not how the world works, okay? There's absolutely no one in the world who's like, oh, I should do this because of the general will. It's always a particular will, right? Does that make sense? And so this is the major divergence between the French Revolution and the American Revolutions. The French Revolution, it is fundamentally idealistic. It believes that people are capable of considering the common interest. The American Revolution denies this, okay? So we will discuss the American Revolution later on. But I just want you to be aware of this, okay? The French Revolution, it's based on the idea of the general will, that everyone is capable of reason and of promoting the common interest. The American Revolution refuses to believe this, okay? All right. Each of us puts his person and all his power in common under the supreme direction of the general will, and in our corporate capacity, we receive each member as an indivisible part of the whole, okay? So as long as we are capable of reason, which we are, we can understand the general will. If the populace held its deliberations on the basis of adequate information about the citizens communicating with one another, what emerged from all that particular wills would always be the general will, and the decision would always be good. Okay? So if you only think about the common interest, everyone would come to the same conclusion about everything. Okay? If the general will is to emerge clearly, it's important that there should be no partial society within the state, and that each citizen should think only his own thoughts, which was indeed. I'm continually astonished that such a simple sign of good government isn't recognized, or perhaps many do recognize it but aren't honest enough to say so. What's the purpose of any particular association? The preservation and prosperity of its members. And what is the surest sign of their preservation and prosperity? Their number and their population growth. That's the sign you're looking for. Other things being equal, the unquestionably best government is the one under which the population increases most without external help from naturalizing foreigners or establishing colonies. The government under which the population shrinks is the worst. Over to you, calculators. Count, measure, compare. Okay, this is a really important idea here. What Rousseau is saying is that not only can we deduce good government from general principles, but good government can be measured. Okay? So we can know how we are doing as a society through measurement, by measuring things, by counting things, okay? Count, measure, compare. And that's what progress means. Now, what we will learn later on is this is actually a really dumb idea, okay? But for now, I want you to be aware of this. And the French Revolution will embrace this. And that's why in the French Revolution, they will introduce the metric system. Okay? The metric system comes from the French Revolution. And the metric system is now used by every country in the world except two, right? There are two countries in the world who don't use the metric system. They are? Do you guys know? There are exactly two countries in the world that do not use the metric system. They are? Can you guess? These two countries are the countries that were most against the French Revolution. These countries are America and Britain. Okay? Yeah, it's true. In China, we use Celsius, right? When you go to America, they don't use Celsius. They use Fahrenheit. Okay? And when you go to Britain, they use something called the imperial system. So just be aware, when you go to America, you will hear terms like, 12 yards. And you're like, what is 12 yards? Okay? So they don't actually use the metric system in America. But everywhere else does. But I'm wrong to speak of a Christian republic. Those two terms are mutually exclusive. Christianity preaches only servitude and dependence. Its spirit is so favorable to tyranny that it always profits by such a regime. Genuine Christians are made to be slaves, and they know it and don't mind much. This short life counts for too little in their eyes. Okay? So Rousseau is rejecting religion in government. This is the idea of separation of church and state, which becomes the basis for the French nation state. Okay, it's a very important idea. And during the French Revolution, this will lead to civil wars between the peasants who want to be Christians and the revolutionaries who want to establish a secular state. The dogmas of civil religion ought to be few, simple, and exactly worded, with no explanation or commentary. Its positive dogmas are the existence of a mighty, intelligent, and beneficent divinity, possessed of foresight and providence, the life to come, the happiness of the just, the punishment of the wicked, the sanctity of the social contract and the laws, and just one dogma of exclusion, and the exclusion of intolerance, which is a feature of the cult we have rejected, okay? So what Rousseau is saying here is that the new society should now have a new religion, a state religion, that is based on reason. Okay? And this new religion of reason must reject all other religions because these religions are intolerant of each other. And that's why in France today, there's so much conflict in society, okay? You have a lot of Islamic immigrants, and they're always in conflict with the French state because the French state insists on secular, on a secular religion, but the Islamists want to practice their own religion, okay? Okay, so that's it, okay? So these ideas that we looked at will now become the basis of the French Revolution, right? So next class, we'll look at the French Revolution. All right, so I know this was a lot, but are there any questions about what we've learned so far?
Why peasants are so loyal to the religion?
Excuse me?
Why peasants will be so loyal to the religion?
Why are peasants so loyal to the religion, right?
Yes.
Okay, great question. All right, sorry, let me... All right. So what you learn in this class is that the Christian religion, it is something that is adopted, okay, or enforced. But over generations, right, over the centuries, it becomes part of your tradition, right? So what is religion? Okay, people. Okay. What do we know that people are loyal to? People are loyal to their home, right? Their land. And that's true, right? People like being in a place. They don't want to move. Most people in the world don't want to move. If you give people the choice of just moving to America, you think everyone would go. But no. Most people would not go because they want to live where they grew up, okay? So they're loyal to the land, they're loyal to the family, they're loyal to tradition or culture. They're loyal to food. Okay? Right? This is true for most people. If you grew up eating, rice, you don't want to eat potatoes. You want to eat rice. Okay? So what this tells us is that people are, first and foremost, people of habit. Does that make sense? Why? Why are people of habit? Because this is a really important idea, okay? And I know this is a strange idea, but because it feels good. Do you understand? Because when you do something out of habit, you feel good about yourself. When you break this habit, you feel bad about yourself. And the only way that you know if something is good or bad is how you feel about it, okay? Right? Like, you're eating rice, and you're happy eating rice because you've been doing this all your life, and now you're eating potatoes, and like, it kind of tastes weird. But I tell you, hey, no, eating potatoes is better for you. It's more nutritious, it's cheaper. You don't care, okay? It's all about feeling good. So you resort to habit, and habit is in the land, the family, the tradition, and the food. Does that make sense? And guess what? These ideas are all encapsulated in religion. Because religion is what determines your culture, your food. It's what your family practices. It is your connection to your family. It's connection to your land. Okay? And that's why people will die for the religion, because the religion is really a metaphor or an encapsulation of all these things that people understand and know and love. Does that make sense? Okay? Now, what you will learn in this class is people don't die for religion. They also die for ideas, which include the nation. Right? The nation state. Because what you will learn in this class is what the French Revolution will do is start a process where religion becomes part of the nation. Our ideas of religion become transplanted into the nation. Okay? So people will also die for the nation. That's why you have these incredibly devastating wars like World War I and World War II, where people will die for their nation. Okay? And they won't even think about it. But it starts during the French Revolution. Okay? Does that make sense to you? Okay, great.
Yeah, like you mentioned that Rousseau said there needs to be a new religion based on reason. So how can the religion be like, based on reason?
Okay. All right. Good question. So how can a religion be based on reason? All right. So traditionally, religion is given us to by God, okay? Right? Every religion is like, well, we have this religion because God told us to believe in him, okay? So and the way you do that is through priests, who then tell you what to believe. Okay? So this is the way that most religion is practiced, right? What the Enlightenment thinkers are saying, especially Rousseau, is, no, this system doesn't really work, right? Because you have reason. And therefore, you have the capacity to access God. So you don't really need priests, right? So we can just think reasonably what religion should be like. And from first principles, you can deduce the religion. Right? Okay, does that make sense? Now, if you just reason from first principles about what religion should be like, what are they? Well, first of all, there is a God, okay? First of all, there is a God. Second of all is that there is heaven and hell. If you do good things, you go to heaven. If you do bad things, you go to hell. Right? That's the second thing. Third thing is, good people go to heaven, therefore you should do good. Okay? And then fourth would be like, if you believe in these things, you are free to believe anything else. For example, you're like, I don't know, I believe that animals have the same rights as humans. Well, that doesn't contradict what we already believe. Therefore, you can believe that animals can go to heaven as well. Okay, do you understand? So what Rousseau is saying is that, just from general principles, just if you're able to exercise reason by yourself, you should be able to deduce the basic principles of an organized state religion. And that's what he does in the social contract. And it becomes a basis, again, for the French Revolution. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. Any more questions? Okay. Great. Okay. So I apologize for the length of this class, but the French Revolution is really complicated, and I really need to explain some basic ideas to you, okay? So next class, we'll do Robespierre, right? So we continue the French Revolution today. And last class, we looked at Jean-Jacques Rousseau and how he is the philosopher-poet of the revolution. He provided the dream, okay, for the revolution. He told the French that there was a promised land of reason where if you use your reason, which is God's gift to us, you could build a new society, a utopia, a kingdom on earth. In today's class, we will look at Robespierre, Maximilien Robespierre, who is a prophet, who will take his people into the promised land. All right, so he is the main instigator, the main leader of the French Revolution. And I'm going to make a very strange argument today about Robespierre that no one has made before. So it's going to be very controversial. It's going to be very strange. So I will do this very slowly, okay? Basically, I'm going to make the argument to you that Robespierre saw himself as the second coming of Jesus. And because he did so, he sacrificed himself in order to save the French Revolution, okay? So that's my argument to you today. Again, it's going to be a very controversial, provocative argument, so I will work very slowly to explain it. All right, okay, so let's go over let's review some information we discussed last class that's very important. Okay, so as we discussed last class, traditionally in Europe, there have been two major groups of people. Okay? There are the peasants and the poor and the slaves. Okay? So basically the lower class, the underclass. And then at the top are the nobility and clergy. Now, there's always been townspeople. There's always been merchants and artisans and craftspeople, but they're the minority. But because of the gunpowder revolution, as Europe begins to industrialize, these people are growing in number and in influence and in power, okay? And we call these people today the middle class. And the middle class, it's an extremely diverse group of people. And you can simplify the middle class into three major categories, okay? There's the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, remember, are the elite of the town. So these are bankers, lawyers, doctors, factory owners, industrialists, merchants, okay? So they are the elite of a town. Then you have what we call later the proletariat, okay? The proletariat are the lower class of a town. They include artisans, workers, okay? They're often the majority. And then in between are what we call the petite bourgeoisie, or the petty middle class. And these are just people who are just stuck in between these two major categories. And they include school teachers, journalists, small lawyers, okay, notaries, small business owners. Okay, so this is an extremely diverse group of people, okay? Now, and as we discussed last class, what often happens in revolution is that the petite bourgeoisie will often become the counter elites. The counter elites are just those who lead the people to revolt against the elites. The proletariat will be the muscle or the army. Okay? And the bourgeoisie are in a very unstable position because at first they will often support revolutions because they want more political power. But over time, they will become reactionaries, or they will try to control the revolution or even kill the revolution because the revolution is threatening their economic interests. Okay? So this is the pattern that we see in human history. Okay, so let's go over some terms that we will need in order to understand the French Revolution. Okay. So what happens is this. The middle class is growing in France throughout the 17th and 18th century. In fact, they become the main economic engine for France. At this time, France is the most populous, the wealthiest nation in all of Europe. But it is an absolute monarchy. An absolute monarchy is one in which the king makes all the decisions. He decides whether or not to go to war. He decides who has the power. He decides who has to pay taxes, okay? He has absolute power, an absolute monarchy. The absolute monarchy leads France into a series of disastrous wars in the 18th century. The most prominent, the most important is something called the 7 Years' War, fought between France and England, primarily. There are other participants as well. And this is a world war, okay? This is really the first world war. You can actually call this World War Zero. It's fought all around the world, in North America, in Europe, in Asia. It's fought everywhere. And France loses this war. Okay, when you lose the war, you incur a lot of debt. But not only that, right after the 7 Years' War, France sponsors the American Revolution. Okay, so France becomes the main economic, political, and military sponsor of the Americans in their revolution against the British. And of course, the Americans win this war. But the Americans refuse to pay back the debt that they owe to the French. Okay, so these are two major wars that have now left France in very dire economic straits. In fact, their treasury, it's empty. Okay, the government has no more money. Food prices are off the charts. People don't have enough to eat. There's no bread. The economy is in tatters. Okay. So what the king needs to do now is he needs to call an assembly of the people. Okay, and this is what's called the Estate General. The Estate General. And this happens in the year 1789. Okay, and this marks the beginning of the French Revolution. And the purpose for this Estate General, it's very simple. All the king wants to do is get these people, the nobility, the clergy, and the middle class, the bourgeoisie, to agree to give him more money, okay, to pay more taxes, to replenish the treasury. Of course, the middle class, everyone in the middle class is like, this is a bad deal for us. We are the main economic engine for France. We pay the most taxes. We do the most work, but we have no political power. Therefore, we should have some political power. In fact, we should check the power of the king to declare war and to raise taxes, okay? So they want a constitutional monarchy. No, at this time in history, no one is saying that they should depose the king and declare a republic. No one is saying that, okay? All they want is a more, a greater diffusion of power, all right? Less power for the king, more power for the people. That makes sense, okay? But of course, the king and the elite don't really like this idea. And the king, this is Louis XVI, and he's very indecisive, okay? He wants to maintain the absolute monarchy, but he lacks the cutthroat mentality that he would need to achieve his power, okay? So he should have sent in the military to kill everyone, but he didn't want to do that. He goes back and forth, okay? And so what happens is now the Estates General breaks off. In the Estate General, there are three estates, okay? Three major groups. There's the first estate is called the clergy, the Catholic Church. The second estate is the nobility. The third estate is everyone else, the commoners, okay? So what happens is the third estate breaks off and they form something called the National Assembly. And they use the National Assembly as a mechanism to press for more rights. And the National Assembly, because it's made up of most of the members of the middle class, you have different groups. You have the proletariat, the petite bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie. They argue amongst themselves as well. So what's happening now is that within the National Assembly, these political groups, political clubs are forming in order to devise strategy and to consolidate ideology amongst themselves, okay? And the most famous of these clubs are called you guys remember? The Jacobins, right? Have you guys studied this history? Okay, the Jacobins. Oh, anyway, the Jacobins. The Jacobins. And this is just a meeting place for revolutionaries to come together and discuss ideology. How do we best proceed? Now, over time, as the revolution develops, the Jacobins will split off into other groups, okay? And the reason why they split off is because the economic interests, the political, economic, social interests of these different groups do not align with each other. All right, so from the Jacobins, you will emerge the Folins. The Folins represent the bourgeoisie. They don't want any economic change. They want political change. They don't want to have a more equal society. They just want more power over the king, okay? So these are conservatives. But then you will also emerge the Girondins. Girondins. And the Girondins are lower bourgeoisie. These are merchants. These are tradespeople. And what they want is war. They want France to declare war against their enemies, Austria, Prussia, basically. And the reason why is, if there's war, they can make money off war. Okay? Because these are merchants, these are tradespeople, these are industrialists. So they see war as an opportunity to enrich themselves. They're speculators, basically. And these are called the Girondins. And then you will also merge the Cordeliers. And the Cordeliers represent a more extreme faction of the Jacobins who want universal suffrage. They want the proletariat to have more rights. Okay, at this point, the proletariat is called the sans-culottes. The sans-culottes, okay? These are very important people because they provide the muscle for the revolution. Sans-culotte is French meaning without breeches. So the custom at that time is that if you are a middle-class person, you wear like silk socks, okay? But they're expensive. So the lower class, the proletariat, they cannot afford these socks. Therefore, they're called the sans-culottes, okay? The sans-culottes. And the Cordeliers want to galvanize these people to create a full revolution where the complete social, economic, political, and religious order is overthrown, okay? Then you have people called the Herbertists. And what they want to do is overthrow the Catholic Church. Okay, so throughout this revolution, over time, you have different groups emerging with different political interests within the middle class. Okay, does that make sense? But at the same time, you have threats to the revolution. Okay? So the main threat is the king. Because the king is a Bourbon, and his brother is king of Spain. He has relatives all over Europe. So he writes to Austria, Prussia to ask for aid. Can you come in, send your army, and crush this revolution for me? Because my army is not listening to me, okay? So the king is conspiring against the revolution. There are these invasions from Austria and Prussia, okay? And then England also sees the revolution as a threat as well. Because remember, every nation has a middle class, and they're afraid that the middle class in their nations will rise up against them as well. So you have these external threats coming in, and then you also have internal threats, okay? You have counter-revolutionaries, the nobility who try to raise their own armies to crush the revolution. You also have economic collapse going on, okay? So the revolution at this point, in the year 1990, 1991, it seems threatened. So what happens is that someone emerges from this chaos to lead the revolution. And his name is Maximilien Robespierre. Okay, Maximilien Robespierre. And Robespierre, he is just a provincial lawyer. Okay? He is not from Paris. He is from Arras, a province in France. He's a lawyer, and he's part of the petite bourgeoisie. And he's not imposing. He's not huge. He's not powerful. He doesn't have a faction behind him. And he's not extremely charismatic. He's almost like a nerd. But the thing about Robespierre is that he is completely convinced that the revolution must win. And it will win if he works hard enough. He works 18 hours a day. The moment he gets up, he works. He gives speeches. He gives over 500 speeches in the National Assembly over his career. He is extremely virtuous. He comes to Paris with no money, and he leaves Paris with no money. His entire career as a lawyer back in his hometown, he spent defending the poor and the weak against the powerful. And he has very clear ideas about how to proceed with the revolution based on Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Okay? He sees himself as a disciple of Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Okay, remember last class we looked at Rousseau's ideas and how to implement a kingdom of reason. Okay? So, Robespierre, because he is the most virtuous, he has the most conviction, he becomes the de facto leader of the revolution. Okay? He becomes head of something called the Committee for Public Safety. And it's not a dictatorship, okay? He's not a dictator. But he's head of a committee that advises the National Assembly on how to proceed. And because he is the most forceful, he has the most ideas. His ideas usually win out. Okay? And over time, as he accumulates more and more power, he makes more and more radical proposals. His most radical proposal is called the Reign of Terror. The Reign of Terror is a time of mass execution, okay, the guillotine, in Paris. In order to solidify the revolution, in order to advance the revolution, Robespierre says we must instill terror in our enemies. We must investigate our enemies and execute them if they are plotting with the king against us, if they are plotting with enemies against us, if they are conspiring against us, if they are engaged in economic speculation, if they're hoarding food. These are all enemies. They're trying to sabotage the revolution. Therefore, we must kill them. Okay? So, over a few years, 3 or 4 years, the Reign of Terror will kill at least 40,000 people within Paris alone. Okay? We don't know in the provinces how many people are killed. The Reign of Terror will also execute the king and queen. So they will kill the king and queen as well. All right? So historians have been debating for a long time if the Reign of Terror was necessary, because obviously it's a terrible thing to kill tens of thousands of people for holding opposing political opinions. Okay? And a lot of these people were, in fact, just political enemies of Robespierre. Okay? So how can we best understand the Reign of Terror? Well, if we think about it, in this class, we've actually studied the Reign of Terror before. Okay? It's the idea of human sacrifice. And we've discussed this before. All societies engaged in war, pre-modern times, practice human sacrifice. So Romans did it, the Vikings did it, the Aztecs did it. Okay? The Aztecs were famous for doing it. So why would you do human sacrifice if you're engaged in war? Okay? Well, there are different reasons. And there are 3 main reasons. The first reason is you want to unify and energize the people. Okay? When people observe or they watch human sacrifice, when they engage in a spectacle, they become much more excited. They have bloodlust, okay? We call this bloodlust, warlust. They want to kill now, okay? They're excited to kill, okay? That's one purpose. Second purpose, of course, is to terrorize your enemy, to put fear in your enemy, okay? That's obvious. And then there's a third reason, which is the most important. The third reason is to break taboo. Okay? To break the taboo. When you break a taboo, you are signaling that you are crossing a boundary. You've crossed a line, and you can never go back. You can no longer compromise. You can only move forward. Okay? So the taboo they broke in the French Revolution is they killed the king and queen of France. That meant that now all of Europe would unite against the French. And they would come and exact a bloody vengeance on the people of France. The enemies of France, which include England, the Netherlands, Prussia, Austria, Russia, the 5 most powerful nations in all of Europe, they will now come, and they will not stop until they have avenged the dead king and queen. Okay? Because the French people have broken this taboo. And the monarchs cannot allow the French people to get away with this, okay? Because if they did, then this would encourage their people to rise up against them as well. Okay? So with the Reign of Terror, Robespierre breaks the taboo. And when you break the taboo, then you are now all in. You are fully committed to the revolution. There's no more compromise. There's no more surrender. There's no more going back into the past. You are now in the promised land. You are now in a new world. You must fight to the death for this world. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. But what happens next, and it's very strange, is Robespierre has accumulated all the power in France. He's not dictator. He doesn't have the powers of a dictator, but he's de facto dictator. And at this point in his life, he's only like in his mid-30s, he could choose to become king, right? He could be like, you know what? For the revolution to fully succeed, I need to become the dictator. And the people, the sans-culottes, love him. The Jacobins love him. He would win. Okay? But at this particular stage in the revolution, he decides to just sit at home. He goes into seclusion. He kind of gives up. And this gives time for his enemies to conspire against him. And he has a lot of enemies because this is the Reign of Terror. Robespierre is virtuous. And no one can be as virtuous as Robespierre. And his enemies think this guy is crazy. He's going to kill everyone who is not as virtuous as he is. And therefore, we're all going to be killed at some point. Okay? So they decide to act first. So the National Assembly conspire to vote for his cadenation. They vote for his death. And he does not resist. The most he does is he goes to the National Assembly and he gives a speech cursing them all. Okay? But then afterwards, they send soldiers to arrest him, and he doesn't really resist. And then he's sent off to the guillotine, and then he's killed. And that's the end of Robespierre. And this is a mystery, a paradox to historians. Like, why did Robespierre fall? Why didn't he resist? Why did he just give up? Okay? All right. So, to answer this question, I'm going to provide you with a new idea. Okay? And this is a hard idea, so please feel free to challenge me or ask questions. Make sure you're clear, okay? All right. So the thing you need to understand is this. In a time of revolution, when people reject authority, when people say, I no longer believe in God, I refuse to listen to my priest, the nobility is evil, I refuse to submit to the king. The question then is, what takes charge? What guides society now? And the answer is mythologies. Mythologies are the subconscious operating system of society. Okay, does that make sense? So what mythology does everyone in France know? Well, the story of Jesus, right? What's the story of Jesus? Jesus is persecuted for telling the truth, for trying to bring about a more equal, more just world. In fact, he is murdered. He's crucified, okay? It's crucifixion, okay? And the moment he's crucified, people discover that he's truly the Son of God. And then after he dies, he ascends to heaven, where he awaits a day when he has to return, okay? And he does return in something called the Second Coming. Second Coming. And the Second Coming, Jesus will become the God of war, okay? The Messiah. And he will lead his people into victory against the entire world. And once he defeats the entire world, he will build a kingdom of heaven, 1,000 years of peace. And then after 1,000 years of peace, heaven will come onto earth. We will all become immortal. And those who have been good will live in heaven. Those who have been bad will burn in hell. Okay, the final judgment. Okay, so that's a story, a mythology that everyone understands, that everyone knows in France. And so, even though the French Revolution was a revolution of reason, when they're trying to reject the Christian faith, the mythology is still implanted in their brains. And this mythology becomes the operating system of the French Revolution. Okay? So, using this mythology, let's now ask ourselves, what happened when Robespierre died? Okay? 3 things happened when Robespierre died. The first thing that happened is Robespierre became a scapegoat. Okay? A scapegoat is someone who takes the blame for all the crimes of the community. So the Reign of Terror is when the Parisians killed 40,000 people, and some of them were innocent. And when Robespierre died, he took the blame for the Reign of Terror, right? They killed him because they called him a tyrant. He's the one responsible for those 40,000 deaths. And he said, sure, I'll take the blame, okay? He becomes a scapegoat. That's the first thing that happens. Second thing that happens is he becomes a martyr for the revolution. He died in order to save the revolution. Robespierre said to the people, if you need me to die in order to cleanse you of your sins, then I will do so. And I will do so because what matters is not my life, but the revolution. Okay, he becomes a martyr. And when he became a martyr, what he did was he made people feel guilty for having persecuted and killed him. Okay? And so the third thing he becomes is a role model or a paragon, a hero. He's telling the French people, listen, I could have become king. I had all the power in the world, but I chose to sacrifice myself because what mattered most was the revolution. If you feel guilty for having killed me, then you have an obligation to the revolution to make the sacrifice necessary in order to save the revolution, okay? So this is what happened. The moment he killed himself, he became a scapegoat, a martyr, and a paragon of virtue, a hero to the people. People will feel guilty for having killed him, and now they will transfer this guilt into promoting and saving the revolution. And so, in other words, the moment that he died, Robespierre became Jesus. He became, in the minds of the French people, second coming of Jesus. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's my argument to you today. And so over the rest of the class, we will look at the evidence. And actually, the best evidence is how Robespierre died. Okay? So let's compare the death of Jesus and the death of Robespierre. And you will see they match up. They line up perfectly. Okay? So let's look at the death of Jesus. And then we'll look at Robespierre, his death. Jesus spends his life preaching the truth to the people and trying to build a more just and equal world. But he knows that eventually he must die in order to complete his mission. Okay? So in the Last Supper, he tells his followers, the disciples, one of you will betray me. Okay, betrayal. And of course, this person's name is Judas Iscariot, who betrays Jesus to the high priest of Jerusalem. Okay? So the first thing is betrayal. But after the dinner, everyone goes to sleep, and Jesus goes to a quiet place. Okay? He isolates himself. Why? Because he knows that the soldiers are coming to arrest him and to put him to death, okay? The servants of the high priest are going to come and arrest him. The servants do come to arrest Jesus, and Jesus submits, okay? Submission. He does not resist. But one of his disciples, Peter, he sees what's happening, and he rushes to try to save Jesus, and Peter cuts off the ear of one of the servants of the high priest. And Jesus tells him, no, Peter, go home. This is what I must do by myself. I must go to the high priest, okay? He goes to the high priest, who then presents him to the Roman governor, Pontius Pilate, right? And Pontius Pilate says, Jesus, you've been accused of crimes against your people, of defying the laws of your God. What do you have to say in your defense? And Jesus says, nothing. Jesus does not defend himself, okay? Okay, so submission, okay? And then Pontius Pilate says, fine, if you refuse to defend yourself, then I can only condemn you to death. So Jesus, he has to bear a cross, okay? And he's bearing the cross. The Jews line up and see him, and they jeer him, okay? They curse him. They spit at him. They throw stones at him. And all this while, there's someone, a soldier, a centurion, following him and whipping him, okay? This is called the passion. Okay? He is punished. And then he is, of course, crucified. And he's crucified. It's the worst way to die, right? Thousands of people come and watch him get crucified and then die. Okay? That's the story of Jesus. Guess what, guys? This story becomes the death of Robespierre too. So Robespierre is betrayed. He is betrayed by his political allies and friends. He helped these people amass power. And once they amass power and Robespierre gets rid of all the other enemies, they see Robespierre as the ultimate threat. So they conspire against him, okay? So it's a betrayal. Robespierre is asked to speak to the assembly. He does, okay? But he knows the assembly has already condemned him to death. There's no point in him arguing, okay? So what he does is, after his speech, he goes to a building, a town hall, and he goes to the second floor, and he is isolated from everyone, okay? He knows his fate. He knows they're going to come and kill him, and he just stands there. His friends, his most loyal followers, okay, say to him, Robespierre, they're coming to kill you. Let's rally the people. Let's go to the sections, the sans-culottes. We have thousands, tens of thousands of loyal followers. Let's rally them. Let's inspire them to revolt. Let's raise an army and kill the entire National Assembly. And Robespierre refuses, okay? Then you have the Paris Commune. Leaders from the Paris Commune, they've heard what happened to Robespierre, so they send a delegation to the section and say, hey guys, we need to defend our hero, okay? And so you have this huge crowd moving towards the National Assembly. And they're waiting for Robespierre to appear before them and say, fight, fight, fight. Okay? Defend the revolution. Save the revolution. Save Robespierre. They're waiting for the hero to come out and lead them. Robespierre refuses to say a word. He just sits there. And everyone's begging Robespierre, please, Robespierre, we have to do something. And Robespierre he stares off into space, okay? He's like Jesus at this point. He knows his fate. He knows his destiny. He refuses to fight his destiny. He submits, okay? Submission. The soldiers come, and his followers, they get into a fight. Some people die. But a soldier shoots a pistol into the jaw of Robespierre, okay? And now he's covered in blood. And he's trying to wipe off the blood. But he's in pain, okay? And even though he's in pain, they still take him to the guillotine. So the passion of Robespierre. And he's being driven on a horse cart with his followers, and there's about 100 of them, to the guillotine. They'll be all massacred at once, okay? And thousands of people line up on the streets to shout, down the tyrant, okay? They hate Robespierre. These are people who lost friends, family in the Reign of Terror. So they want to see this guy dead. And ultimately then, Robespierre then is guillotined. And that's the end of Robespierre. Okay? Do you see how these stories line up perfectly? It is almost as if Robespierre is trying to act out the story of Jesus for the French people. That is his intention. That is his legacy. He wants people to understand that it was Jesus who appeared before them. And Jesus made the ultimate sacrifice because he loved his people. in order to rally his people to save the revolution and fight off the enemies of France. Okay? These stories line up too well. Now, we know that this story is basically just mythology. Okay? But I keep on telling you guys, in history, for us humans, mythology ideas are real. Okay? So Robespierre, remember this mythology, or subconsciously knows this mythology, and he acted it out for the French people in order to inspire them, in order to fully realize the revolution. Okay? So, in other words, the French Revolution was essentially a religious mythology in which Robespierre volunteered to play the part of Jesus. Right? To be Jesus, you need to make the ultimate sacrifice. You need to sacrifice yourself in front of people, and that's what he did. Okay? And after his death, people now see that he's Jesus, and now people are inspired to believe that there will be a second coming of Robespierre. Someone will come who will be Robespierre, and who will lead them to final victory against all their enemies. And this person's name is? Who? Who comes after Robespierre? Napoleon. Okay, do you understand? So Napoleon takes advantage of all this mythology, and he uses it in order to become the king of France, okay? Robespierre refused to become king, but Napoleon will become king. And we'll discuss Napoleon next class. And this will end our French Revolution trilogy. Okay? All right. So this is the main argument, okay? So I provide basically the basic story. But what's important for us is now to look at the evidence. Okay? So we're going to look at the speeches of Robespierre in the context of French revolutionary history. All right? To understand his mentality. Right now, what's really important is for us to understand his psychology and ask ourselves, if Robespierre really believed he was Jesus or a prophet, then do his speeches, do his words actually provide evidence for this, okay? And I will show you that, in fact, there is evidence that he does, in fact, see himself as a prophet. But before I start the evidence, are you guys clear about this argument? Are you clear about the story I'm telling you? All right? Are you guys clear? All right, good. So let's look at the evidence. Sorry. All right. Okay. Yep.
Robespierre is confident that people will actually realize that he is acting as a Satan.
That is a great question. Does Robespierre know that people will know? He doesn't, right? He can't know. And in fact, if you look at the Bible is very clear. Jesus himself was full of doubt. He was not completely sure that people will remember him, okay? But that's the problem of faith. If you truly believe in the people, you will have faith in the people. You understand? So it was an act of faith, right? Robespierre never at any point said, hey, I am the prophet. I need to sacrifice myself in order to save the revolution, okay? He hints at that, but he never really says it outright. And so he himself is an extremely conflicted person. Right? There's a part of him that is pulling him towards his destiny, but there's also another part of him that resists against this. Okay? Do you understand? We humans are extremely complicated. Robespierre was a human being. Okay? Does that make sense? He can never be confident that this will work out in the end. But because he took that leap of faith, it radically changed human history. Okay? Because I believe, okay, and I will argue this, if he actually didn't do this, if he actually just became king, right? If he seized the crown like Napoleon did, the French Revolution would have failed. And we really wouldn't remember the French Revolution. And it really wouldn't change the course of human history. What I will show you next class is, because he did so, because he sacrificed himself, it allowed Napoleon to defeat all of Europe. Okay? Without Robespierre's sacrifice, Napoleon could not have become Napoleon. All right? So does that make sense? No prophet ever truly believes he's the prophet. There's always a part of him that is doubtful, that is skeptical. Okay? But he persists nonetheless, and that's what makes him heroic. Okay? And this is true for all prophets. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. French Revolution. Maximilien Robespierre. Okay, so some basic biographical details about Robespierre. Okay? He was born in a town called Arras, which is a province of France. And his family there, for a few generations, was bourgeoisie. They were all lawyers. His grandfather was a lawyer. His father was a lawyer. But his mother, Robespierre's mother, died giving birth to a younger brother. They both died. And then Robespierre's father left the family and died a few years later in Belgium or somewhere. Okay, so Robespierre went from bourgeoisie to petite bourgeoisie. His family is still wealthy, but not as wealthy as before. Robespierre becomes, at a very early age, okay, maybe 7 or 8, he becomes the man of the family, okay? He's responsible for taking care of his younger brother and his younger sister. His grandparents are still pretty wealthy. They send him to a Jesuit school where he excels academically, okay? His ambition is really to be Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He wants to be a philosopher. He wants to be like a poet philosopher, like Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He writes a lot. He dreams of a better world. He's very idealistic. He becomes a lawyer, and as a lawyer, as I mentioned, he spends all his time defending the poor and the weak. He's a champion of the oppressed. The Estates General is organized, and he goes and becomes a representative. And as I said, over the next few years, he rises to the very top. So the question we're looking at today is, how did Robespierre fall? Okay, so as I mentioned, before the Estates General is called, France is facing economic financial collapse. And so King Louis XVI appoints Jacques Necker to become the finance minister. The thing about Necker is that he understands that, listen, if you want people to pay more taxes, you need to give them more political representation. Okay? So Necker becomes a champion of the middle class, and he's worshipped by the middle class. Louis XVI doesn't really like what he has to say, and so they have this back and forth for many years, where Louis XVI fires him, the people revolt, Louis XVI hires him back, then fires him again. Okay, so this goes on for quite some time. Necker will also become, okay. Around this time, as the Estates General is being called in order to raise more taxes from the people, the Abbé Sayé, who's a clergyman, he writes a very influential pamphlet called What is the Third Estate? Right? Because the first, second, and third estates are being called. The first and second estates have all the power. The third estate has no power. So he writes a very influential pamphlet asking the question, what is the third estate? And his answer is everything, okay? The third estate is everyone in France, 99.99%. What has it been until now in the political order? Nothing. What does it demand to be? Something, okay? So during this time, pamphlets are like the internet of today. It's how most people get their news. And the pamphlets become extremely violent and call for radical change. May 5th, 1789, the three estates meet. King Louis XVI refuses to acknowledge the third estate. He refuses to meet with them. He refuses to heed their demands. So what happens is the third estate form their own national assembly. Okay? And these people are radical. This is everyone in the middle class, the bourgeoisie, the petite bourgeoisie, the sans-culottes. They want more political power. They want more political representation in government. While this is happening, people's mood is becoming more and more radical and violent. Okay? So the people perish. They don't have any bread. they're hungry, they're unemployed, they feel hopeless, they feel the king is aloof. So a group of people, they storm the Bastille. The storming of the Bastille happens on July 14th, 1789. This is important because the national day of France today is July 14th. Why? Because on July 14th, the people rose up and stormed the fortress of the Bastille in order to get gunpowder, in order to have their own army, okay? But not only that, but they killed the governor of the Bastille and parade his head in front of everyone, okay? So people's mood is extremely violent. And this violence is happening all around France. It's been decades of economic stagnation, poverty, military defeat. People want a revolution. August 27, 1789, the National Assembly declares a new constitution. Okay? This new constitution is something called the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen. And it becomes a basis for most constitutions in the world. Okay? This marks the beginning of a new age in human history. So let's look at a few passages from the Declaration of Rights of Man. For these reasons, the National Assembly do recognize and declare in the presence of the Supreme Being is the God of reason, and with the hope of his blessing and favor, the following sacred rights of man and of citizens. Okay, do you understand? These rights were not given to you by the government, they were given to you by God. And these rights can never be taken away from you, okay? First, men are born and always continue free and equal in respect of their rights. Civil distinctions, therefore, can be found only on public utility. Okay, this is a radical statement. Everyone is equal in the eyes of God and therefore in the eyes of the law. If there's nobility, if there's a clergy, it's only because we agree to give them this distinction based on their utility, okay? Based on the fact that they do public good for us. All right, so that's a radical statement. Second, the end of all political associations is the preservation of the natural and imprescriptible rights of man. And these rights are liberty, property, security, and resistance of oppression. Okay? These are the fundamental human rights. All government, all laws, all society must be based on these fundamental principles. Liberty, property, security, and oppression. Resistance of oppression, okay? Third, the nation is essentially the source of all sovereignty, nor can any individual or any body of man be entitled to any authority which is not expressly derived from it. So what this is saying is now we have a new God. It's a nation state. France becomes the first nation state. And all authority derives from the idea of the nation. Okay? And no power can supersede the power of the nation. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Okay, this is the beginning of modernity, right? 4, political liberty consists in the power of doing whatever does not injure another. You can do whatever you want as long as you don't harm someone else. The exercise of the natural rights of every man has no other limits than those which are necessary to secure to every other man the free exercise of the same rights. And these limits are determined only by the law. 5, the law ought to prohibit only actions hurtful to society. What is not prohibited by the law should not be hindered, nor should anyone be compelled to that which the law does not require. Okay, so this is a new idea of freedom, negative freedom. Okay, before it's positive freedom where you have to do certain things to become a citizen. Now it's like if you're a citizen, you can do whatever you want as long as you are not hurting someone else and you're not breaking the law. And so this is where our modern idea of freedom comes from. All right, 6. The law is an expression of the will of the community. All citizens have a right to concur either personally or by their representatives in its formation. It should be the same to all, whether it protects or punishes, and all being equal in its sight are equally eligible to all honors, places, and employments according to different abilities without any other distinction than that created by their virtues and talents. Not only is the government now responsive to the needs and demands of the people, but the people can at any time become the government. Okay, so the people are above the government. Okay, so the hierarchy now is at the very top is the nation. And then below the nation now is the people, right? And then below the people now is the government. The government only exists in order to protect the rights of the people. So the government only exists at the behest and concurrence of the people. All right, number 10. No man ought to be molested on account of his opinions, not even on account of his religious opinions, provided his avowal of them does not disturb the public order established by law. Okay, so this is now the separation of church and state. You are free to believe whatever you want. 11. The unrestrained communication of thoughts and opinions being one of the most precious rights of man, every citizen may speak, write, and publish freely, provided he is responsible for the abuse of this liberty in case determined by law. You are free to say whatever you want. Okay, this is the freedom of expression. Okay, so the Declaration of Rights of Man basically defines the new liberal order. Okay. Last is 17. The right to property being inviolable and sacred, no one ought to be deprived of it except in case of evident public necessity, legally ascertained, and on condition of a previous just indemnity. Okay? So property is also a sacred right. If you have private property, it is yours by the will of God. Obviously, Robespierre does not like this idea. Okay? So Robespierre gives a speech arguing against this idea, and he proposes an amendment to this idea. In the last session, this is Robespierre speaking before the National Assembly, okay? In the last session, I took the floor in order to make a few important additions to the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. It was my intention to expand your declarations of the theory of property by the addition of a few articles. Let the word property frighten no one. Filthy souls who value only your money, I will not violate your treasures, even though I know how unclean the source from which they are, from which they come, okay? So Robespierre is saying to everyone, I know you guys are rich and you all want to protect your property. I won't take away your property. But please remember, every one of you stole this from someone else. This is how you became rich, through theft, through crimes, okay? So Robespierre has a contempt for the wealthy. Ask any one of these traders in human flesh what is property. Okay? How do people make money? For the slave trade, basically. He will show you the long coffin called a ship in which men are packed together and chained. Men who seem yet alive, and he will tell you, look at my property. I have bought it head for head. It's a known fact that at this time in history, a lot of people are getting rich off the slave trade, okay? Question this nobleman who has goods and subjects and who believes that the world will come to an end now that he no longer possesses them, and he will expound similar ideas on property to you. Okay? Rich people love their land. They love their wealth. Question the members of the Carpathian dynasty, and they will tell you that the most sacred property is the right of inheritance, that they have the ancient right of oppression, the 25 million persons now populating the territory of France, of destroying them, of treating them legally and monarchically according to their own royal will. So what Robespierre is saying is that property cannot be a sacred right because property requires the oppression of others, right? How do you make your money? How do you make money off land? By getting people to farm them, right? You're oppressing people. You're exploiting people. Therefore, this is a contradiction. If you're saying that property is a sacred right, then you're saying that God gave people this right. But God would never give you the power to oppress others. That makes no sense. You have increased the number of articles in order to afford the largest possible latitude the right to one's property, and yet you have not added a word in limitation of this right, with the result that the declaration might make the impression of having been created not for the poor, but for the rich, the speculators, for the stock exchange jobbers. To remedy these defects, I propose the following additions. Okay, so he's saying at this point in the revolution, the entire middle class, including the bourgeoisie, are participating in this revolution. But he's also saying that you, the bourgeoisie, have written this constitution for your benefit and not for the benefit of everyone, for the people. Okay? So we need to make changes. First, property is that right held by each citizen to dispose freely of that portion of the general goods guaranteed him by the laws. So it's society that gives people property, not God who gives people property, okay? There's a difference. Second, the right to property, like all other rights, is limited by the obligation to regard the rights of others. All right? So when you speak, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't harm others. Well, what Robespierre is saying is like that should also apply to property. You can own property as long as you are doing so in a way that does not exploit others. And the third is, property may not cause any detriment to our security or to our liberty or our existence or to the property of our neighbor, okay? Owning property should also not harm the national interest as well. So he's putting severe limitations on the idea of property. Because what Robespierre wants is a society based on equality of all. Okay? Now, as this revolution is happening, there's a man named Joseph Ignaz Guillotin who will create something called the guillotine. Okay? He's a doctor, and he wants to create a more humane way of executing people. The guillotine will become the main mechanism of terror during the French Revolution. Right? So if you are an enemy of the state, they will guillotine you. As all this is happening, the king is trying to work with the National Assembly. But the king is also conspiring against the National Assembly by trying to write to his family and friends overseas to raise armies against the revolution. And on June 20 to 21, 1792, the king and queen actually try to flee France. But they're recognized and they're captured and sent back to Paris. A month later, August 10th, the people actually storm the king's residence and basically massacre his Swiss guard, the mercenaries who are paid to protect him. Okay. Finally, they decide to just kill this guy because he's threatening the revolution. Okay. King Louis is always trying to conspire against the revolution, so they break this taboo. Okay. Because remember, many people believe that the king is a son of God, and they kill him. Okay. And Robespierre is explaining why, and it's very simple. Okay. Louis may die in order that the revolution may live. It's that simple. What matters first and foremost is the revolution. In order to advance the revolution, everyone is expendable, including Robespierre. Okay? Robespierre is only the prophet of the revolution. He is not the revolution itself. As is happening, there is now counter-revolutionaries. So in the Vendée, which is in West France, peasants are rebelling against the French Revolution. Why? Because the French Revolution is calling for a secular state. It's calling for a negation of religion. And the thing about peasants is they love their religion. Okay? So the peasants are now rising up against the French Revolution, and it is a brutal war of genocide. Okay? There are massacres and atrocities on both sides. On May 31st, Robespierre takes command of the National Assembly. This is something called the Montagnard coup because he's in charge of a faction called the Mountain. Okay, this is French for mountain. And of course, he then begins the Reign of Terror. Okay, and we discussed why he starts the Reign of Terror. He needs to unite the energies of people to commit them fully to the revolution. Okay, we can't go back. There's no coming back after this Reign of Terror. We have too many enemies now. The thing about the Reign of Terror is he kills his enemies, but more importantly, he's also killing his political allies. Okay? The people on the left, he's also killing as well, because they also threaten the revolution. So this is George Danton, and he's one of the leaders of the Cordeliers, which, as I mentioned, is a very left-wing political group calling for for universal suffrage, for property rights for the sans-culottes, and he is seen as a threat to the revolution. And like Robespierre, he's also fanatical. He's a fanatical prophet. So the National Assembly votes to condemn him to death, and he says, I've said and I shall repeat, my home will soon be in oblivion, and my name in a pantheon. Here is my head. It will answer for everything. My life is a burden to me. I shall be glad to be rid of it. Okay? He's like, screw you all. I don't care. I have done God's work. If I must rest, I shall rest. Okay? And then he's guillotined. Jacques Herbert is leader of the Herbertists. He's a journalist. And he's calling for the complete abolishment of the Catholic Church. And of course, the peasants don't like that. The peasants would all unite against you. So he's seen as a threat to the revolution, even though he is a close ally of Robespierre. And Robespierre also has him killed. Okay? So Robespierre is not just killing his enemies, but he's also killing his friends as well. And it's all in order to advance the revolution. So now Robespierre needs to explain why this is happening. Okay? And he presents a vision of the revolution, which tells us that he sees himself as a prophet. He's trying to build a new world. Right now, there's a war between good and evil, and good must triumph, no matter what the cost. All right, so his speech before the National Assembly to explain the Reign of Terror. To judge by the power and the will of a Republican soldiers, it will be easy to defeat the English and the traitors. But we have another task of no less importance, but unfortunately of greater difficulty. This task is a task of frustrating by an uninterrupted access of energy, okay? So the Reign of Terror is to energize the people, right? The eternal intrigues of all enemies of freedom within the country and of paving the way for the victory of the principles on which the general well depends, okay? So our true enemies are not the English, the Austrians, the Prussians. Our true enemies are those traitors within us. They're the ones who most threaten the revolution. This is another speech, okay? What's the goal toward which we are heading? Why are we doing this? Why the Reign of Terror? The peaceful enjoyment of liberty and equality. Kingdom on earth. Utopia. Paradise, okay? Justice and equality. The ring of that eternal justice whose laws have been inscribed not in marble and stone, but in the hearts of all men, even in that of the slave who forgets them, and in that of the tyrant who denies them. Okay? This law, this justice, this equality is what God promised us because it's implanted in our hearts. We all yearn for this world when we're all equal, when justice prevails. Okay? We are fighting for the freedom and liberation of all humanity from oppression. That's why we're fighting. We seek an order of things in which all the base and cruel passions are enchained. Okay, so last class we discussed Jean-Jacques Rousseau. And remember, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, his most famous line is, we are born free, but we are all in chains. Okay, so this is a rewriting of that idea. So what keeps us in chains are our emotions. So we want a world in which our reason prevails and we are in control of our emotions. Then we'll be truly liberated. All the beneficent and generous passions are awakened by the laws, where ambition becomes the desire to merit glory and to serve our country. Okay? So your ambition is not to gain wealth at the expense of others. Your ambition is to help the community grow and thrive. Where distinctions are born only of equality itself, where the citizen is subject to the magistrate to the people, and the people to justice. Where our country assures the well-being of each individual, and where each individual proudly enjoys our country's prosperity and glory, where every soul grows greater through the continual flow of republican sentiments and by the need of deserving the esteem of a great people, where the arts are the adornments of the liberty which ennobles them, and commerce the source of public wealth rather than solely the monstrous opulence of a few families. Guys, he's talking about communism. Okay? He's talking about a world in which everyone is equal, everyone is free to do what he or she wants, and this will lead to the general prosperity, wealth, and happiness of the entire nation. Okay? So Robespierre is dreaming of a world in which everyone is equal. The great parody of the French Revolution's fundamental elements. The very sublimity of its objective is precisely what creates our strength and our weakness. Our idealism is what gives us power. Okay? Our strength because it gives us the victory of truth over deception and the rights of public interest over private interest. Our weakness because it rallies against us all men who are vicious, all those who in their hearts plan to despoil the people, and all those who have despoiled them in what impunity, and those who reject liberty as a personal calamity, and those who have embraced the revolution as a livelihood and the republic as it were an object of prey. Okay? So we are fighting a war of good versus evil. Among us are men of good who want to build a better world, who care for others. But there are also speculators among us who use the revolution in order to advance his or her interests. Okay? That's why we're fighting this war. We're trying to rid the world of those who seek to exploit others, who prey on others, okay, who enjoy being bad. That's why we're fighting this war. Hence the defection of so many ambitious or greedy men who since the beginning have abandoned us along the way, because they had not begun the voyage in order to reach the same goal. Okay? One could say that the two contrary geniuses that have been depicted competing for control of the realm of nature are fighting in this great epoch of human history to shape irrevocably the destiny of the world. And that France is the theater of this mighty struggle. Okay? This is the end of the world. This is the end of the world. This is good versus evil. Good must triumph. It must. So every sacrifice must be made. Without, all the tyrants encircle you. Within, all the friends of tyranny conspire. They will conspire until crime has been robbed of hope. We must smother the internal and external enemies of the Republic or perish in this situation. The first maxim of your policy ought to be to lead the people by reason and the people's enemy by terror. Okay? This reign of terror, it is about the ultimate victory against evil. We are killing our enemies because our enemies want to destroy all good in the world. If the mainspring of popular government in peacetime is virtue, amid revolution, it is at the same time virtue and terror. Virtue without which terror is fatal, terror without which virtue is impotent. Terror is nothing but prompt, severe, inflexible justice. It is therefore an emanation of virtue. It is less a special principle than a consequence of the general principle of democracy applied to our country's most pressing needs. We have to be as brutal as our enemies if we are truly to promote democracy. Okay? There's no other choice. All right. So the Reign of Terror is just one policy that Robespierre adopts in order to save the revolution. But he also adopts a new religion called the cult of the Supreme Being, okay? This is a new religion where God is the God of reason, all right? So Robespierre is adopting a lot of different policies. And again, he is working selflessly in order to promote the revolution. But eventually, he gets exhausted, okay? He just breaks down. He has a nervous breakdown because it's too hard. Like, he wants people to be virtuous. He wants people to be reasonable. And everywhere he sees everyone in front of him, and everyone's plotting against him. Everyone's trying to exploit the revolution for his or her own benefit, okay? And eventually, Robespierre is brought down and he is guillotined, okay? But let us look at his last speech to fully understand how he sees the revolution and his own death. Okay, this is his last speech before the National Assembly. This is 2 days before he is to be executed. Okay, this is July 26, 1794. The enemies of the Republic called me tyrant. Okay, the National Assembly is now calling for his execution because he's a tyrant. Were I such, they would grovel at my feet. I would gorge them with gold. I should grant them impunity for their crimes, and they would be grateful. Right? If I'm a tyrant, then I would make political alliances. I would bribe people. I would benefit people. But I don't do that. I am incorruptible. I'm virtuous. Were as such, the kings we have vanquished, far from denouncing Robespierre, would lend me their guilty support. Okay? So the kings of England, Netherlands, Austria, Prussia, Russia are all aligned against the French Revolution. Why? Because they're afraid of revolution at home. Right? So Robespierre is saying, listen, if I just became a king, they would marry their daughter to me, and we'd all be one big happy family. Okay? They would not see me as a threat. There would be a covenant between them and me. Tyranny must have tools. But the enemies of tyranny, whither does their path tend? To the tomb and to immortality. What tyrant is my protector? To what faction do I belong? Yourselves. Everything I've done is for the people of France, and you know this. Since the beginning of the revolution has crushed and annihilated so many detected traitors, you, the people, our principals, are that faction, a faction to which I am devoted and against which all the scoundrelism of the day is banded. Okay? It is because I, Robespierre, am the only virtuous person who has fought for the revolution. Now do you conspire against me? The confirmation of the Republic has been my object, and I know that the Republic can be established only on the internal basis of morality. Okay? Only if we are virtuous can we win out in the end against evil. Against me, against those who hold kindred principles, the league is formed. My life, oh my life, I abandon without a regret. I have seen the past, I foresee the future. I am the prophet. I have seen the past, and I foresee the future. You will kill me. I accept my fate. What friend of his country would wish to survive the moment when he could no longer serve it, when he could no longer defend innocence against oppression? You have taken away my powers? Fine, take away my life as well. Because I live only to serve. Wherefore should I continue in an order of things where intrigue eternally triumphs over truth, where justice is mocked, where passions the most abject or fears the most absurd override the sacred interests of humanity? The revolution has been polluted. It is now corrupt. If you take my life, I'll be glad to give it to you. Question history and learn how all the defenders of liberty in all times have been overwhelmed by calamity. Okay? All prophets in their time were prosecuted, including Jesus and Socrates. But their traducers died also. The good and the bad disappear alike from the earth, but in very different conditions. O Frenchmen, O my countrymen, let not your enemies, with their desolating doctrines, degrade your souls and enervate your virtues. Now is the time to stand up and fight for the revolution. I may die, but the revolution must live. Death is not an eternal sleep. Citizens, efface the tomb that motto. Graven by sacrilegious hands, which spreads over all nature a funeral crepe, takes from oppressed innocence its support and affronts the beneficent desperation of death. Inscribe rather, therefore, these words. Death is the commencement of immortality. I leave to the oppressors of the people a terrible testament, which I proclaim with the independence befitting one whose career is so nearly ended. It is the awful truth. Thou shalt die. Yes, today I die, but so will you. And when we all die, we must face our Maker. We must all see God, and we must account for our lives. I go to God in full conscience. I'm happy to go directly to God and await my fate. Okay? And these are his last words. Why should I wish to live under a system where intrigue triumphs over truth, where justice is a lie, where the basest passions and the most ridiculous of terrors supersede in man's heart the most sacred duties? Why should I regret to escape from the eternal torture of seeing this horrible succession of traitors who, by concealing the turpitude of their souls under the veil of virtue and even of friendship, will leave prosperity in doubt which was the greater, their cowardice or their crimes? You, members of the National Assembly, were elected to serve the people. You have only served yourself. You have only fought for your own economic interests. And because you see me as a threat, you see Robespierre as a man of purity, of virtue, of reason, you conspire against me. And I am happy to be condemned to death because it will liberate me from this evil world that you have created. But upon my death, there shall come vengeance. Okay? So, that's it, guys. That's Robespierre. All right? So, does this make sense? Okay? He sees himself as a prophet who must save the revolution. At first, he believes that he must kill his enemies, the enemies of the revolution, in order to save the revolution. But then he recognizes that, no. This reign of terror is not really about energizing the people. It's really about eliminating the enemies of his allies. Okay? It's really about political intrigue. And so he recognizes that if this revolution is to really triumph, then he must make the ultimate sacrifice. Rather than try to seize the crown, he must give his life for the revolution to set an example for everyone, especially the oppressed and the weak. And after he dies, this will energize France. It will unite France. It becomes a hurricane. Okay, the French Revolution now becomes a hurricane. All right? And Napoleon will come. He will take this hurricane and he will unleash it on the entire world, and he will conquer the entire world. And that's what we'll do in the next class. Okay? We'll look at Napoleon. But does this make sense to you guys? Any questions? Yeah, go.
I know that you're arguing for Robespierre's purposefully trying to mimic the story of Jesus. So how do you know that people at the time actually realized that?
Okay. So, the question is, are people conscious of what Robespierre is doing? And I know this is a hard argument, and I know this is hard to understand, but this is all happening subconsciously. Okay? This is all happening without people being aware of it. Robespierre is not aware of it, the people are not aware of it. Okay? So the argument goes like this. First of all, mythology is the collective subconscious. Okay? Mythology is the collective subconscious. That's the first idea. Okay? Does that make sense to you? Okay. Second idea is this. When authority breaks down, the mythology takes over. Okay, do you understand? Okay? The argument is this. Usually, someone in authority orders people around, right? Someone in authority, whether it's a general or a priest or a teacher, tells you what to do. But when you deny this authority, when you reject this authority, what tells you what to do? Well, mythology, okay? Your collective subconscious. Okay? You're guided by your collective subconscious, even though you don't know it. Okay? The third argument is that mythology is essentially a play. Okay? A mythology is a play. It's a story. And this play requires actors. Okay? So the leaders become now the actors. This play must take place because that's what people want. Now you need actors. You need volunteers to come and be the actors in this play. So whoever volunteers now must play that role, and then people will follow that person. Okay? So Robespierre played the role of Jesus, so people followed him. even though people don't really know why they're following him, okay? Does that make sense? But they're following him because he's willing to play the role that's required of him in this play that's being acted out during the French Revolution. Okay? But, and this is really important, this play only works if people play the role they're supposed to play. When they speak the lines they're supposed to speak, right? That's really important. Because what happens is, if people break the role, and say to people, listen, I was just acting, the entire play dies. Okay? The play dies. Why is this important? Because next class, we will look at Napoleon. Okay? In the beginning, Napoleon's playing his role. Right? He's the Messiah come to earth to lead the French people to final victory against evil, to unite the world in good. He's playing that role. But then he does something that he should not do, and which breaks the play, and which is what? Do you guys know? What does Napoleon do that Robespierre doesn't do? That's right. He declares himself emperor. And you're not supposed to do that. Okay? If you're a Robespierre, you would never declare yourself emperor. You can make yourself first citizen, you can make yourself consul, dictator, whatever, but you cannot make yourself emperor because now you're like everyone else. Right? And when he does that, and this is very important, he destroys the French Revolution. And after that, France is now destroyed by their enemies. Napoleon falls. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? So only if you are playing your role can this play work out. Once this play works out, people are energized to sacrifice their lives. Okay? The reason why Napoleon at first could defeat all his enemies is his soldiers were not afraid to die. Okay? They didn't care. They're like, well, if we die, we're going to heaven. That's what Robespierre did. Okay, but we'll discuss this next class. Okay? Does that make sense? So it's a hard argument to make because I'm arguing there is a subconscious operating system to society that we don't ever see. Okay? That we don't ever talk about. But once we see this, okay, then it helps us explain the world we live in. It explains a lot of history to us. But you need to be able to see it first. And most people don't see it, okay? If you look at the traditional accounts of the French Revolution, it's always these economic, political, structural forces, okay? And I'm presenting a different idea here. Okay? Does that make sense? Great. Any other questions?
So you mentioned that the reign of terror is a kind of human sacrifice.
Yep.
And it is a way to replicate Jesus.
No. The reign of terror was a form of human sacrifice, okay? They literally took their enemies and they killed them in front of everyone, right? And that's no different from the Aztecs, no different from the Vikings, no different from the Romans, okay? These are all societies that practice human sacrifice in order to unite the people, right? To galvanize the people, energize them, create bloodlust, to terrorize their enemies, and to break taboo, to send a message that we will never go back. We are going towards total victory. We won't surrender, we won't compromise. Okay? It has nothing to do with Jesus. In fact, the story of Jesus is to tell us we no longer need human sacrifice because Jesus made the ultimate sacrifice. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? But the Reign of Terror, what it did was unleash all this energy. Okay? And this energy, it's polluted energy because it's based on violence, on vengeance, on hatred, right? So what Robespierre decides to do, and it's very clever of him, he needs to now to purify this energy, right? And how do you purify this energy? By becoming the scapegoat, by sacrificing yourself, by telling the French people, the Reign of Terror was not your fault, it was my fault. Blame me. Sacrifice me, okay, for what happened. I will take the guilt for the nation. I will cleanse you of your sins so that you may move on. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, good. Any more questions? Great questions, guys. Okay, all right. So this ends part 2 of the French Revolution. Next class on Tuesday is Napoleon. And this will end the French Revolution trilogy. Okay? Okay, so good morning. Today we finished the French Revolution trilogy. So we are focusing on Napoleon today. And my argument to you today is that Napoleon would not have been possible without Robespierre. Okay? So to illustrate this point, let us do a thought experiment. I am going to present to you 2 individuals. Okay? And I want you to think about who is the greater genius, who is the more rare leader. Okay? So let's look at person A. Person A has a perfect memory. That's the first characteristic. He is able to have instant recall. He or she is able to absorb all the information that comes his or her way and is able to retain it, okay? Second thing is the ability to have priorities. So what's rare among really smart people is the capacity to prioritize what is important information and what is not important information, to filter things out, okay? Because once you have the important information, you are much more capable of making the correct decisions, right? The third thing is the strategic imagination. So a general is able to take all the relevant information that he or she has obtained and then imagine the battlefield across multiple nations. He or she is able to imagine how the battle will progress. And the fourth is the idea of flexibility. So even though the general has a plan, he or she is still flexible during the battle. So if the battle is not going according to plan, then he or she will make adjustments to the battlefield because he or she has total battlefield awareness. Okay? So these are the 4 characteristics of a great leader. Now let's look at B. And B only does one thing. B is I promote the talented. That's all B does. That's all B cares about. So who among these 2 individuals do you think is the more rare individual, the greater leader, the stronger genius? A or B? Okay, so obviously it's a trick question, okay? It's obviously B, right? And so what I'm going to do today is explain why it's B. Because A is Napoleon. Napoleon, like Alexander the Great, like Julius Caesar, is a genius of war. He's able to completely imagine the battlefield and come up with strategies that are shocking, innovative, and unique. That's Napoleon. B is Robespierre. All Robespierre cares about is promoting and rewarding those who are true and loyal to the revolution. Okay? So today I will make the argument that Robespierre is the greater man than Napoleon. So to illustrate this point, I want to ask you a question, okay? Let's just say that I'm a very rich man, maybe I'm Jack Ma, and I have a huge company. I employ thousands of workers. I'm extremely profitable. I have a son. He's 18 years old, and he's expecting to inherit my company at 40, 50, okay? But I say to my son, I sit him down, I have a very long dinner conversation with him. I explain to him, son, it takes a particular type of person to run a great company. It takes dedication, it takes virtue, it takes selflessness. You're a great person. I love you because you're my son. But you're not qualified to run my company. I have a team of experts who will replace me after I'm dead. I'm sorry, son, but you have to go do something else, okay? Because, quite honestly, I don't think you would even enjoy running my company. Okay? So that's a thought experiment, right? Now let me ask you this question. China has 1 billion people. Would there be anyone in China who would think I'm a good father? No one, okay? That's why B is hard, because B requires a selflessness. But not only that, but B requires the capacity to ignore social values and focus on what is good by itself. Okay? That's why B is harder than A. And quite frankly, A, in history, we'll meet a lot of individuals like that. Julius Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler. Even today, there are quite a few individuals like A. But B is rare, all right? So let me explain why B is so rare and why Robespierre was fundamental to the birth of Napoleon. All right, so we're going to focus on a battle. And this is 1805, Austerlitz. This is considered Napoleon's greatest battle. Okay, the battle that made Napoleon into a legend. This is something called the War of the Third Coalition. So Napoleon, the French, are up against three major nations, right? The Austrians, the Russians, and the British. The Prussians will come in at some point to join the Third Coalition. So Napoleon needs to act first and knock out both Russia and Austria before the Prussians come in, because Prussia is considered at this point the greatest military in the world. All right, so this is Austerlitz, the battlefield. Let me first give you an overview of what the battlefield looks like. First of all, you have the coalition forces stationed on high ground, okay? These are about 70,000 troops. Napoleon is scattered, okay? He's got his forces here, and he's got his forces here on the right. This is his right, and these are his main forces, okay? This is Napoleon. And he also has about 70,000 troops. So they look even, but actually the coalition forces have a huge advantage. One, because they're on high ground, okay? Second is that more forces are coming in from behind to bolster the forces. All right, so it looks in the beginning like the coalition forces will overwhelm Napoleon, okay? So what the coalition forces are going to do is this. They see the right flank of Napoleon, it's weak. So what they will do is they will send a right attack and overwhelm the right and then come behind Napoleon. And then the other forces will come down to envelop Napoleon. This is what we call a flanking attack, okay? So that is the plan. And quite honestly, this is the most logical, the most reasonable strategy given the circumstances. What they don't know is this. Napoleon anticipates that they will do this. It's a trap, actually, okay? Because what's going to happen is that as they come and attack, Napoleon will now attack the coalition's right flank. And as the coalition tries to muster the right flank, the cavalry will come in and split the coalition into two, forcing them to retreat. Okay? That is the master plan. The problem with this plan is the right flank. The right flank needs to hold against the coalition attack. Otherwise, the coalition will just sweep in and outflank Napoleon. Napoleon has this plan where coming in to bolster the right flank is his Marshal Davout with 10,000 men. Okay? The problem, though, is that Davout is 100 kilometers away. So it has to be a really quick march to the right flank. Okay? Now, if he misses, the coalition will just wipe out this army. But he does get here in time. He saves the right flank, and then the rest of the plan goes exactly according to Napoleon's vision, his strategy. It is perfect. Okay? Perfect timing, perfect attack. Everything is perfect. And as a result, this is exactly what happens. Napoleon splits the coalition into two. They're forced to retreat. And then what will happen is that Napoleon will sweep in and capture this entire army. Okay? Once this happens, the war is over. The Russians and the Austrians are forced to retreat. The Austrians sue for peace. The Russians go home. Okay? So this is considered one of the greatest battles in human history. It is up there with Alexander the Great's battles. This is considered the defining achievement of Napoleon. And there are certain characteristics about this battle that make it uniquely Napoleon, okay? The first is total battlefield awareness. That's the first thing. He is able to imagine an entire battlefield even before this battle starts. He knows exactly where each unit will be, okay? So total battlefield awareness is what makes Napoleon unique. What also makes Napoleon unique at this time is the idea of speed. This all happens very, very fast. At this time in Europe, battles are fought slowly, and it's really like two forces banging against each other, okay? But this is really fast, and what you have is a lot of maneuverability, okay? Okay? Usually in the battlefield, the army fights as one unit. What's amazing about Napoleon is he's able to divide his forces into different smaller armies that operate independently, but as part of a larger vision. Okay? So Austerlitz is the defining achievement of Napoleon's grand strategy of war. And if you go to military college, if you want to be a general, you will have to study this war, this battle, in great detail. All right? So the problem with this plan is that it should not have worked. Okay? It is a reckless and stupid way to fight a battle. Because there are about 10,000 ways that could go wrong, okay? First of all, you need this guy, DeVoe, to come in. He has to do about 110 kilometers in 48 hours. This was before considered impossible. A really strong army, really disciplined, really well trained, will do at most 20 kilometers in one day. Okay, think about that. This is the best army in the world. The Prussians will do 20 kilometers in one day. DeVoe is able to do 110 kilometers in 2 days. All right? And that just shows you how extremely disciplined the French are. Not only are they able to do 110 kilometers in 48 hours, but they come into the battlefield fresh for battle. Okay? They jump straight in the battle, and they are pushing the coalition forces back. So it's an incredible achievement by DeVoe. In fact, if you study military history, you will see a lot of people argue that DeVoe was the far superior general to Napoleon. Okay? Because it takes a lot of skill to marshal your forces and organize them in a way that they will want to march that fast in that quick on a time, okay? So the first thing that must have happened is DeVoe had to come in time. But you know what? There could have been rain, right? He could have gotten lost. An army could have come in and blocked his advance. All right? So 10,000 things could have gone wrong. Napoleon was really lucky that these things didn't go wrong. Also, in this attack by the French, it was possible that the coalition could have overwhelmed an attack, okay? So, in other words, the thing about Napoleon that's really important is, yes, his strategic genius is one thing, but what really matters is the officers under him, okay? He had a really talented bench of officers who were committed to the battle, and they knew exactly what they had to do. Napoleon was the one with the vision. He was the one who had the courage and the boldness to attack, but it was they who executed the plan perfectly. All right? And that's the defining characteristic of the Grand Army of Napoleon. All right? So, let me explain to you how this happened. Okay? How was it that the French was able to build Europe's greatest army during the French Revolution? All right. So let's compare the Prussians and the French. And the Prussians, again, are considered, at this time in European history, the greatest army ever. All right? So they are run by the nobility. The officers, the generals are nobility. And they are called the Junkers. This is very important. I want you guys to remember the term Junkers. Okay? They are the elite of Prussian society. They're the ones who will take Germany into World War I and World War II. Okay? They are the force behind Hitler. And they are considered the greatest warriors in European history at this time, the Junkers. They are landed nobility. They have their land, and so they can focus completely on warfare. And as time progresses, they become the greatest generals and officers of Europe at this time. Let's look at the soldiers. The soldiers come from three sources. The first is conscription. Okay? Conscription just means that you draft people from your nation to join the war. Second is volunteers. Why do people volunteer? Because you're often treated better in the military than you are in a nation. If you're a soldier, the nobility can't beat the crap out of you for no reason. But if you're a peasant, the nobility can beat the crap out of you for no particular reason, okay? And the third, which is the most controversial, are deserters. So the Prussians have a nasty reputation for arresting people who they believe ran away from other armies, like the French and British army, and they are forced into the Prussian army. It's like basically prison. Now, they have a nasty reputation because a lot of these deserters are actually not deserters. They just happen to be people from neighboring nations that the Prussians kidnap into their army. Okay, so you have these three main sources. Now, the thing that makes the Prussian army unique in Europe is it actually has very strict requirements for joining the military. You have to be tall, basically. You have to be like 5'8". The average height was like 5'6" at this time in Europe. Napoleon himself was 5'7". You have to be 5'8", okay? So Napoleon would not have been able to join the Prussian army. You have to be 5'8". It's the tallest army in the world. The Prussian king, Frederick the Great, takes tremendous pride in how tall his warriors are, okay? All right, so this is extremely disciplined army. But with this army comes three fundamental weaknesses, okay? The first is they cannot afford to lose that many men. Okay, these men are extremely well-trained, they're extremely well-disciplined. They cannot afford to lose that many soldiers in battle. Okay, that's the first problem. Second problem is they're extremely slow. Why are they slow? Because the officers like to live well. Okay, so wherever they go, there's maybe like 3 or 4 different wagons that carry their food, carry their clothing, carry their servants. Okay, so this is a very slow army. But it's fine because every other army in Europe is slow as well. Okay? And so this creates a problem of inflexibility. The Prussians fight one way, and that's the only way they fight. They basically move up front, and because of the discipline of their soldiers, they overwhelm their enemy. They don't have that much flexibility in their army, okay? So these are the three fundamental weaknesses of the Prussian army. They cannot afford casualties, they're extremely slow, and their strategy is inflexible, all right? But it's not a problem because every army in Europe suffers from the same problems. Now comes the French Revolution. Okay? The French Revolution, Robespierre takes charge of organization and personnel, hiring basically for the new French Revolutionary Army. And he makes radical changes to the French military. The first is the idea of a meritocracy. Okay, so before, like every army, most of the French army, the officers and generals, were of nobility that were appointed by the king. They were loyal to the king, and as such, Robespierre saw them as a threat, right? So he basically replaced the nobility with young men from the provinces who believed in the revolution. So at the beginning of the revolution, about 85% of all officers, French, were nobility. 5 years later, it's about 3%. That's a huge, huge change, okay? One of these men that's recruited into the French military and promoted really fast is Napoleon. Napoleon, by the age of 25, is a general. And that's unheard of at Europe at this time. But it's not just Napoleon. It's like dozens and dozens of really talented young men who are given opportunities they would not have been given anywhere else. Also, what's important for us to remember is that Napoleon himself is not French. He's Corsican. Okay? He's a foreigner. But because of the French Revolution, he's given these tremendous opportunities. All right? So that's the first thing. It's a meritocracy. Second thing is, it is total war. In other words, it is complete conscription. There are no volunteers. There are no deserters. It's everyone must now join the army. Okay, so now France has almost this endless supply of soldiers. And that gives the French 3 major advantages. The first is high casualties. They can actually afford now to lose a lot of men in battle. So the French are now willing to take risks that other armies are not able to take. For example, Austerlitz, right? Austerlitz was a huge, huge gamble that paid out for the French. But they're able to do so because they're able to replenish the forces if need be. Okay? High casualties. Second is the idea of mobility, speed. All right? So now you don't have any officers, well, you can travel really fast. Also, your soldiers can just live off the land. You don't have to feed them like great food. They can just go and find berries or chickens to cook for themselves, okay? So they are able to travel at least 3 times as fast as their enemies. That's an incredible advantage because even before their enemies are able to set up camp, the French have surrounded them and overwhelmed them. Okay? And this happens a lot during these wars. So speed is the crucial factor. And the third advantage is flexibility. If you have an extremely dedicated army, what you're able to do is you're able to divide them into different units called corps. Okay? This is no different from the Roman legion. The Roman legion was the main tactic of the Roman army back in the old days. Okay? So what you do is you take a huge army, you divide them into smaller armies. And if they're able to travel really fast, what this army is able to do is really quickly surround the enemy. Okay? If you surround the enemy is dead. The biggest problem in war is being encircled because you've cut off their supply routes. They don't know how to respond to encirclement. Okay, so the French, for many years, was just destroying the enemies because of these 3 factors. They're able to take high casualties, their speed, and their strategic flexibility in battle. Okay, and who created the system? Robespierre created the system. Robespierre, not Napoleon. Robespierre. All right. So, to give you an illustration of what the difference is, let's go to the year 1806. Okay, so the French have destroyed the Austrians, the Russians are in retreat, the Prussians come to battle now, okay? And all of Europe is like, oh wow, the Prussians now have taken the battlefield. The Prussians are going to overwhelm the French because the French are just peasant recruits, the Prussians are tall, they're strong, they're fearless, they're going to destroy the French, okay? So for the first time since the Revolution, the Prussians and the French meet in 1806. Okay. It is a total and utter annihilation, okay? Never before has Europe seen this. The French in 30 days wipes out the entire Prussian army. It is incredible to watch. Also, there's a very famous battle during this time where Deveau, he's a corps leader, and he gets lost. And he ends up fighting the entire Prussian army. Okay? You know about this battle, right? And he's outnumbered 2-1. He wins the battle. Deveau is able to win, outnumbered 2-1 against the main Prussian army led by the king himself, okay? So this is a radical revolution in military affairs. The French, by using the system, is able to dominate Europe for most of Napoleon's reign, okay? And what this does is, and this is really important, is this, because the French are dominating the battlefield, it forces the other European powers to make fundamental changes to society. Because of the French Revolution, these societies are forced to become more liberal and democratic and open and progressive in order to defeat Napoleon. So after 1806, the Prussians make a lot of major changes to society, okay? What they recognize is that our soldiers aren't enough. We need to change the fabric and structure of our society if we are to defeat Napoleon, okay? So they make 2 major changes. There's other changes, but there are 2 major changes that is fundamental. The first is they abolish serfdom, okay? Serfdom. Serfdom is basically like slavery, where the peasants are tied to the land. And that's the majority of people. When you abolish serfdom, the advantage of that is now you can have more conscription. These peasants are now able to come and become soldiers because serfs are not allowed to be soldiers, okay? So now your army, the numbers have increased. And so all the armies at this time in Europe are increasing because they're allowing more people to join the military. Okay, and the second, which is most important, is the middle class. So before the French Revolution, all of Europe was an extremely structured, stratified society. The nobility at the top, but because of Napoleon's victories, the Prussians allowed the middle class to join the civil service. That's fundamental, okay? They are now activating the energy of the middle class. And this allows for innovation, it allows for more economic activity. And so 1806, even though the Prussians are destroyed, it allows them to build the structures that will allow them to dominate all of Europe in about 50, 60 years' time. And eventually, they will become the dominant power in Europe and the world, basically, before the beginning of World War I. And this was all possible because the Prussians lost to the French, and they learned lessons from the French Revolution. Okay, that's why I keep on saying the French Revolution was a turning point in human civilization. Okay, so that is my main argument. Are there any questions about this argument?
I'm a little bit confused about the servant or the concept, which he means the peasant can join the army.
Okay, so serfdom. Okay, all right. So the institution of serfdom, it's basically slavery, where peasants are tied to the land. They cannot leave the land. And this is important because, again, most of these societies are agricultural based. So you need people actually to work the land. And as such, the majority of your population is not eligible for the military. Okay, does that make sense? When you eliminate serfdom, now every man is eligible for the military. And as such, you can replenish your forces. And a lot of men want to join the military because it's a lot better to be a soldier than it is to be a peasant. Right? As a soldier, you are given rights by the military, okay? Because the military is a very powerful institution. If you're a soldier, you can't be bullied around by anyone. Whereas if you're a peasant, you're a serf, you're like an animal, okay? So if you give people a choice whether or not to join the military or be a serf, they would choose to be a soldier, even though there's a risk of death, okay? But with a soldier comes a possibility of social mobility and social respect, which is not available to you if you are a serf. Okay, does that make sense? Great.
Yeah, good. I had a question. So like earlier on in the French Revolution, there were wars against Prussia that the French also won, and one of the reasons for that often come up is that they had it was ideological reasons that the French at that time were full of the spirit of the French Revolution.
That's right.
The ideology of it.
Yep.
Nationalism and all that kind of stuff, right? Would we move up 15 years into the Napoleonic period? Are those ideals of the French Revolution still part of the army, or is it more of like a esprit de corps, like we're just a bunch of young men moving up in the world, and this is our new identity as an imperial army?
Yeah, okay, that's a great question. Okay, so at the beginning of the revolution, these revolutionaries were compelled by sort of a religious fever to die for the nation, okay? And Robespierre became their role model because Robespierre sacrificed himself for France. But in 1804, what happens is Napoleon becomes emperor. And once he becomes emperor, everything changes. Because now you're no longer fighting for your nation, you're fighting for your emperor. And there were a lot of French people who felt betrayed by Napoleon. So after 1804, this is really important. France is still the greatest military in the world, but it's basically a military cabal, okay, who run France. Napoleon is just the head of a group of generals who love war, who benefit from war, and as such, France becomes a military nation where everyone's supporting the French military adventurism. Okay? And even though the French do win a lot of wars, eventually, because you're an empire, you just exhaust everyone. Okay? But I will discuss this during the PPT. Okay? All right. So thank you. All right. Any more questions before I go into the PPT? Okay. All right. So one last point is, why is Robespierre creating a meritocracy? Okay. The reason why he's creating a meritocracy is, remember, he's trying to create a new society. And there are a lot of threats to this new society. Obviously, the major threat is these foreign armies like the Prussians, the Austrians, the Spanish, who want to restore the Bourbon monarchy. That's a major threat. Then you have these rebels, these peasants who want to restore the privileges of the Catholic Church. That's also another major threat. But the main threat is actually the army itself, right? Because remember, 85% of the army is nobility. And there were actually a few times when the army wanted to march against the revolution and restore the monarchy. And the generals didn't do that, even though they wanted to, because they were afraid that the soldiers would mutiny against them. Okay, so this was a huge problem for Robespierre, and that's why Robespierre spearheaded the movement to replace nobles with ordinary men like Napoleon, which gave Napoleon the opportunity to rise to rise within the ranks. Okay, does that make sense? That's the logic of the revolution. All right. All right. So let us now go into the details of this. Now that we've done an overview. All right. So, sorry. All right. So the question we are looking at today is, how did a nobody, okay, and this guy literally was a nobody. He was from an island called Corsica, which was not even French. It was part of the French Empire, but it's not actually French. He grew up speaking French, but in a very bad accent, okay? So people made fun of him in school. His family was local nobility in Corsica, but they were poor, okay? So this guy was literally a nobody. And in only like a decade, he became Emperor of France, the French Empire, which at that time was the main power in Europe. So how is this possible? How did a nobody, Napoleon, become Emperor of France? Okay, so for us to understand this, remember what the French Revolution was. These three classes, we've been looking at very closely at the French Revolution, and my argument to you is it was a religious crusade. Okay, the irony, of course, is the French Revolution was trying to remove religion from social life. Okay? But if you look at what actually happened in the French Revolution, it was the ultimate religious crusade where the people were willing to sacrifice their lives in order to build a new society based entirely on reason. Their new God was reason. Okay? Another idea I want you to remember is that mythologies are prophecies and prophecies are plans of action. Okay? So embedded in your subconscious are the mythologies of society. In France at this time, these mythologies included the stories of Jesus, but also the stories of Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar. Napoleon saw himself as the reincarnation of both Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar. And he wanted to create a mythology that he was in fact the Messiah. Okay? So these mythologies are there, and Napoleon saw this as an opportunity in order for him to amass power for himself. That was his main insight. Okay? He was not a great general. That is one of the major misconceptions out there. He was not a great general. He was not as good as Deveau was, but he understood that the underlying framework for society are mythologies. If you can control these mythologies, you can control people. You can become the emperor. Okay, that was his major revelation. All right, so three things to remember. Mythologies are part of the collective subconscious. Okay, we are all in society governed by the mythology that we share together. That's the first idea. Second idea is that when collective consciousness, authority, breaks down, these mythologies begin to drive history. So when you remove your teachers, it doesn't mean no one's in charge. It just means that now these mythologies are in charge, okay? So think of the Cultural Revolution in China. You could remove these authority figures, but then your subconscious takes charge. And the third idea is certain individuals will act out the leading roles in these mythologies and capture the imagination and attention of everyone else. Okay, that's why Napoleon became emperor, because he saw that the French were looking for a Messiah. And he's like, I will become your Messiah. And he did that by acting it out, by pretending to be Alexander the Great, by pretending to be Julius Caesar. Okay, and I'll show you how later on. Okay, so that's the main idea we're looking at today. All right. And Napoleon himself said this, okay? This is a very famous quote that he said while he was in exile in St. Helena, okay? So he's basically writing his memoirs. He's reflecting on his life. And he's not that perceptive. He's not that bright. But in this quote, we see his plan, like how he became emperor, okay? Let's read this. I saw the way to achieve all my dreams. I would found a religion, right? He's not like, I'm not a general. I am a religious leader. I saw myself marching into Asia, mounted on an elephant, a turban on my head. That is Alexander the Great. That's Julius Caesar, okay? And in my hand, a new Quran that I would have composed to suit my needs. A Quran, a Bible, okay? So that's what he saw. So he understood what the French Revolution really was. It was a crusade to bring reason into the world, and he would become the Muhammad, the Julius Caesar, the Alexander the Great, the Jesus that would achieve this crusade. Okay, does that make sense? He understood this from the beginning, and that's why he was able to succeed. Whereas Robespierre, he may have understood this, but he refused to act out that role. Right? All right. So even in his beginning, the beginning of his career, he was focused on creating mythology of himself. This is when he was first a general and was part of the Italian campaign. And this is a mythology of him leading his warriors into battle. Okay? This didn't really happen this way. It doesn't matter. Because he understood that what matters is how people perceive you. The underlying reality doesn't really matter. So when he was emperor, he was focusing on a cult of personality. Okay? Paintings of himself, stories of himself that would become the official history. So a lot of stuff that we know about Napoleon, his victories, we have to be suspicious about. Okay? Because he was so focused on creating a myth of himself. Okay? All right. So let's go over some details that we discussed. All right. So when Louis XVI was in charge, the French army had a lot of problems. The first problem was you had too many generals. 578 generals, 480,000 men. That's a lot of generals. Okay? And the reason why they had these generals is they were friends of the king. They weren't competent, they weren't necessary, but the king liked them. And so the king promoted them, right? It was a way to ensure the nobility was loyal to you. But that made for a top-heavy bureaucracy that didn't allow for innovation and change. Okay? So that's the first problem. Second problem is 85% are nobles, harsh discipline. Soldiers didn't want to fight, they were forced to fight. No conscription, volunteer army, basically deserters. 1/3 would desert every year. Okay? 1/3 of soldiers would run away every year. So that's why this army is problematic. Okay? And that's why the Prussians, the English, would defeat the French in many battles before the revolution. All right. So this man is named Carnot, and he is actually a friend of Robespierre's. They became friends when Robespierre was in his provincial town of Arras. They've known each other for like a long, long time. And when Robespierre became prominent in the revolution, he asked his friend Carnot to come up with a new system of reorganizing the military. And Carnot he's a mathematician, a scientist. He came up with the idea of conscription. Let's call it levée en masse. So let's get everyone to join the military so as to dilute the influence of nobility. And it worked spectacularly well. And because he's a mathematician, he was extremely well organized. Okay? He is one of the main conspirators against Robespierre because when he amassed power, he recognized that he couldn't really benefit from his power. Robespierre was too virtuous. He demanded on everyone making sacrifices. And so these people that Robespierre promoted, that Robespierre favored, would eventually conspire against him. Okay? And one of these men is Carnot. And Carnot is also important because Carnot would make Napoleon a general. Okay? So the thing about Napoleon that makes him distinctive in the military is he's very good at coming close with political patrons. Okay? He's very good at identifying political patrons and getting them to help him in his career. All right, so as you can see, because of conscription, the French army is increasing, and that forces the other armies of Europe to increase as well. Okay, so you can see the spike. During this time, because of all these reforms in the military, many young, great generals are emerging in the French military. So Napoleon is the most famous, but there are others who are actually just as good, even better than Napoleon. Okay, dozens of them. And these generals will become the core of the French military. All right? And all of them are driven by a republican idealism. Okay, they want France to become a republic. They want France to be free. They want to spread the revolution all across the world. And not only are they devoted and idealistic, but also their soldiers. The soldiers are willing to die in battle, whereas other nations are not. Okay, the vote we talked about. Okay, without the vote, there's no way Napoleon could have won his battles. The vote is probably the greatest general at this time. So Carnot makes Napoleon a general. And why is Napoleon given the generalship? Because Napoleon does the Carnot a favor. So after Robespierre's death, a directory is set up to basically be the dictatorship of France. Okay, 5-man dictatorship, which includes Carnot and also Paul Barras, who is also another patron of Napoleon, as well as a friend of Robespierre. Okay, and at first, after Robespierre's downfall, both Paul Barras and Napoleon are under investigation because they are friends of Robespierre. But because they are extremely politically flexible, I mean, he is the opposite of Robespierre. Robespierre was virtuous. He's very cynical. Okay, he's your perfect political operator. Okay, he's able to become one of the leaders of the Directory, and he helps promote Napoleon's career. Napoleon helps them because at this time there's a mob, a Paris mob, that threatens the Directory. Okay, and what Napoleon does is he fires cannon at them. Okay, and as a general, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to actually go kill your own people. But Napoleon, he is ambitious, he's merciless, and so the Directory owes him a favor, and he asks for a generalship of the Italian peninsula. Why? Because that's where Julius Caesar is from, right? And in the Italian peninsula, he wins a lot of battles. The record is mixed. It's not as great as people make it out to be, okay? But after the Italian peninsula, what's interesting is he then goes to Egypt. Why? Because Alexander the Great went to Egypt, and Julius Caesar went to Egypt, okay? So even at this particular stage in his career, he understands how to create a mythology of himself, right? I am the new Julius Caesar. I'm the new Alexander the Great. And it works, okay? Because in 1799, Paul Barras, as well as Emile Sayas, who is now the head of the government, they get sick of the Republic. The Republic, it's corrupt, it's ineffectual. They want to establish their own dictatorship. But for them to establish their dictatorship, they need a general to help them out, okay? So they need the army on their side, and they go to different individuals. They go to first General Moreau, who is right now considered the best general in France. He's the most respected. And Moreau were to side with them, they would have no issues with their coup d'etat. But Moreau, he's a staunch Republican. He refuses. He's like, no, this goes against the revolution. This goes against the legacy of Robespierre. I refuse to join in your coup d'etat. So then they go to MacDonald, okay? At this point, MacDonald is like, I don't want to do this, but have you talked to Napoleon? Okay? And so they go talk to Napoleon, and of course Napoleon wants to do this. Napoleon's been dreaming about this. He wants to be the new Caesar who crosses the Rubicon and ends the Roman Republic. Okay, and so what happens is Napoleon launches a coup d'etat in Paris. And at this point, the great fear is the mob of Paris will rise up against Napoleon. But they don't, because Napoleon has done such a great job of creating mythology of himself as a Messiah, right? And at this point, after the death of Robespierre, people are looking for a Messiah. So Napoleon gets away with it. And then what he does is he knows that now that he's dictator, he needs to fulfill people's mythology of him as Messiah. So rather than just sit and enjoy being emperor, he decides to go to Italy again, okay? So the first thing he does, which is really interesting, is he crosses the Alps. He crosses the Alps. Why? Because Hannibal crossed the Alps, okay? And in Italy, he makes a lot of really stupid decisions. Okay, so for example, he had the Austrian army encircled. Okay, so he had different forces surrounding the Austrian army. And what Napoleon was afraid of is the Austrian army would run away. But if you're a general in the Austrian army, you recognize that the French are divided, right? So I just bulldoze them, okay? So the Austrians launch this massive attack against the French. And the French are now being overwhelmed. But the French have incredible discipline, so they hold the line, but they're still being overwhelmed because they're outnumbered, okay? Napoleon comes in with his elite group, with his elite soldiers. And the elite soldiers hold their line, but 50% of them are killed. And so now the Austrians are just bulldozing the French, right? Napoleon is safe because another French army is able to come in and save them. Okay, so Napoleon is taking all these stupid risks for no particular reason, and it's all to create a mythology of himself as this great conqueror. Because what he recognizes is, I don't have to win this battle because I control the government. When I go back to France, I'll just tell everyone I won, and everyone will believe me. But what's important is action. Okay, I need action in order to create my mythology. All right, so after this Italian campaign, what he does next is create a legend of himself as a new Messiah who will lead the French people into the promised land. Okay, this is the Battle of Marengo, where Napoleon should have been destroyed, but he got lucky again. And in 1804, he makes himself Emperor of France. And this now destroys the revolution. Because the Messiah is not supposed to do this. The Messiah is not supposed to make himself emperor. The Messiah is supposed to be selfless, like Robespierre, and lead the people to victory, to free the entire world. You're not supposed to become emperor, okay? Because once you become emperor, you have worldly needs. He makes now his brothers emperors as well. He makes his brother Joseph emperor of Italy as well as Spain. Okay? He then makes his other brother, so this is Joseph. He then makes his other brother, Louis, king of Holland. Okay? So he's basically dividing all of Europe among his family members. And obviously, if you are a French revolutionary who dedicate your entire life to promoting liberty around the world, you don't see this as a good thing, right? All right, so the other thing about Napoleon is he was an extremely selfish individual. He was narcissistic, he was selfish. And the reason why we know this is one thing that he spent a lot of time on is writing letters to his wife, the Empress Josephine. Okay, so let's just read certain sections of these letters. So he writes to Josephine, since I left you, okay, he's in campaign right now in Italy, I have been constantly depressed. My happiness is to be near you. Okay, so he's obsessed with Josephine. Okay, he's a general. He's in charge of tens of thousands of soldiers. But every day he's thinking about, hey, is Josephine sleeping with another man? That's like literally what he's thinking. He's like, I know Josephine's sleeping with another man, and I'm gonna be really angry when I find out. Okay, that's what he's thinking every day. And we know because I don't love you anymore. On the contrary, I detest you. You are a vile, mean, beastly slut. All right, so this is what he's writing to his wife, who's sleeping with other men while he's away on campaign. Also, my mistresses do not in the least engage my feelings. Power is my mistress. So this is a megalomaniac. He's narcissistic. He's obsessed with obtaining as much power as possible. That's what drives him. And what he recognizes is this. In order for him to maintain his mythology, in order for him to maintain his image as a Messiah, France needs to be constantly at war. So even though Napoleon could at this time just enjoy being emperor, instead he's constantly at war with everyone in order to maintain his mythology. Because the mythology is what controls the French people. If you don't have the mythology, they won't let you become emperor anymore, okay? And so as a result, France becomes the largest empire in Europe. Okay, so the light blue, it's all part of the French Empire. He's controlled France, but he controls Spain, Italy, parts of Prussia, Germany. Okay, but the problem with Europe is, as I mentioned in previous classes, the geography. It's very hard to control all of it. So Britain is still impossible to conquer. Right now, Britain has the greatest navy in the world. France has the greatest land army in the world, but Great Britain has the greatest navy in the world, and therefore they can never be invaded. Okay? Russia is just too big to be invaded. There's still Austria around. And so now the French army, it is overextended, and people have lost their revolutionary fever. Okay? They don't want to die anymore for Napoleon. So now the French army, they're fighting all these battles, they're losing a lot of men, and these men are being replaced with just common people who don't really care about fighting. Okay, so now the French army is in decline. The turning point, of course, is in the year 1812. And that's the year when Napoleon decides to invade Russia. And even though the invasion is a failure, he's still able to escape. The problem, though, is that in Russia, he's lost his cavalry. He no longer has cavalry in battle. Okay, so that's a huge disadvantage. Also, his soldiers are fighting a guerrilla warfare in Spain because what's happened is because of Napoleon's conquest, nationalism is on the rise. Before, people fought against Napoleon in order to restore the French monarchy, in order to stop the revolution. Now people are fighting against Napoleon in order to secure the national independence from the French. Okay, in order to practice their religion, in order to protect their national values. And so the Spanish rise against the French, Napoleon, but also the Germans as well. So now Napoleon is way overextended, and he no longer has the military that he once had during the revolution. Okay? All right, so eventually Napoleon is defeated. This is called the Congress of Vienna, and it will lead to something called the Council of Europe. And this peace is being masterminded by a man named Metternich, okay? And Metternich argues for balance of power. Let's just maintain our borders, and let's no longer fight any more wars. Because Napoleon, his wars killed millions of people. We are sick and tired of war. The people are sick and tired of war. That's why Napoleon was defeated, because people wanted peace. Now, so this Council of Europe, this peace agreement, and we can think of this as actually like a proto-United Nations, okay? An organization dedicated to maintaining balance of power in Europe. It works extremely well. Napoleon's defeated in 1815 at the Battle of Waterloo, and after that, there's no more wars in Europe, okay, until maybe 1856 during the Crimean War, okay? That's like 40, 50 years. So it's an incredibly successful formula. The problem, though, is this. If you don't let people fight wars, what are they going to do? They're going to revolt against you. Okay? So because of inequality, you have all this massive tension in society. So your options are either you take people to war and kill off a lot of people, or these people will rise up against you. Okay? And that's what happened in 1848 during the revolutions, when all of Europe was engulfed in revolutions. We will study this later on, okay? But I want you to remember this idea. 1815, the Congress of Vienna, Council of Europe, Metternich establishes peace in Europe. Okay, and they think this is a great thing. But then you have the revolutions of 1848, which threaten and destroy a lot of these monarchies. And so after that, what happens? Well, you have continuous wars. Okay, all right. So that's what the people, that's what the elite of Europe discovered because of the French Revolution. You can either have your soldiers go to war or they will revolt against you. That's your choice. All right, and so this will take us into World War I in the 20th century. Okay, so the Peace of Europe is one of the major legacies of the French Revolution. But as I mentioned, another major legacy that we must not forget is the increase of liberalism in Europe at this time. Okay, there are many nations that start to adopt French Revolution principles. Okay, but there are nations who are forced to adopt French Revolution principles, like Prussia, because they have no choice if they are to fight a war. There are other nations like Austria, which will adopt these principles later on. Okay, so even though Napoleon will kill the French Revolution, and Napoleon himself will be defeated by the Europeans, the French Revolution marks a radical turning point in history. Okay, the French Revolution marks the beginning of liberalism, modernity, humanism, a lot of great things that now define our modern world. Okay, we would not be living in the world that we live in today we would not be living in the world we live in today without the French Revolution. Okay, it is probably the most significant event in human history. All right, so let me conclude now by talking about these great figures that have emerged in human history and compare them, okay? So as I mentioned at the beginning of the class, without Robespierre, Napoleon would not have been possible. All right, so this chart shows us how. You compare Robespierre and Napoleon. Robespierre obtained his power through virtue and dedication. He worked 18 hours a day. He was completely dedicated to the revolution. He had no girlfriend. He had no money. He was not being paid for his work. All he was doing was to ensure the revolution would succeed. And because of his dedication and virtue, the revolution was saved and it succeeded. Okay? So without Robespierre, the French Revolution would not have been possible. He was a prophet of reason. he believed that everyone had the capacity to reason. So if you present a logical argument, people would understand it. Okay? And that was both the source of his virtue, but it was also the source of his downfall, because he could not imagine that his friends would conspire against him because they wanted to protect their own self-interest. Okay? And the third thing about Robespierre that's important is he saved the French Revolution. Now let's compare him with Napoleon, okay, who's the complete opposite. Napoleon got to where he was because of political maneuvering. He was able to identify political patrons early in his career, and he did whatever they asked of him. And then together they launched a coup d'etat against the French Republic. And after the coup d'etat succeeded, he betrayed his political allies. And he amassed power for himself. That's how he became emperor, okay? So Napoleon, he's a great politician. We think of him as a general, but he's really a politician. The thing about Napoleon that made him so successful is his myth-making genius. He understood that people are looking for myths, and he knew how to present himself as a mythic figure, like the Messiah, okay? And as a result, he destroyed the French Republic. Now, what's interesting is that if you look at human history, figures like Napoleon appear always at the end of a republic, okay? So Napoleon killed the French Republic, but they have Julius Caesar, who is of the same personality, okay? Julius Caesar was able to identify political patrons very early on and outmaneuver them as they amassed power. Julius Caesar was focused on creating a myth of himself as this unbeatable general. And as a result, he destroyed the Roman Republic. Later on, we will study Hitler. Guess what, guys? Hitler follows the same pattern. All right? Hitler was able to amass power because he outmaneuvered his political patrons and allies. We will study this, okay? Remember, the Nazis did not come out of nowhere. The Nazis were a force incubated by the German army in order to destroy the communist movement. Okay? And Hitler took advantage of this. Hitler got to where he was because he created a myth of himself as a savior of the German people. Right? And then he destroyed the Roman Republic. Okay? Why is this important? Because it's entirely possible we are living at another inflection point in history where the American Republic may be destroyed. Trump, okay? How did Trump get to where he is? Political maneuvering. Why is he president? Because he has a myth-making genius. Okay? That's really important to understand about Trump. Everyone's like, Trump is a terrible business person. He's lost a lot of money. Trump doesn't understand tariffs. He doesn't understand the economy. He doesn't care. He understands mythology. Okay? He understands how to capture people's attention. He knows how to instill an image of himself as a Messiah in people's minds. That's what he cares about. Right? He doesn't need to succeed. He needs to act. And then he needs to present himself in a way that captures people's imagination. What does Trump spend all his time on? He spends all his time talking to the press. That's his job, okay? Do you understand? His job is not to think about economics or military matters. His job is to talk to the press and create an image of himself as a Messiah to the American people. Okay? So the question then is, okay, well, listen. If we see this pattern, Napoleon, Caesar, Hitler are the same person, the results are the same, and Trump is similar to Napoleon, Caesar, and Hitler, what's going to happen? I don't know. Okay? All right? But, okay, and this is really important, if in fact, in the next 10 years, and it will probably take 10 years, if Trump actually destroys the American Republic, okay, then a pattern emerges in history. All right? And if this pattern is consistent, now we're able to control history because we're able to foresee and predict history. Okay? So that's the idea. Okay, that's it. Any questions? Was this clear to you guys? All right, good.
If Napoleon was so selfish, why would how to pronounce the man's name?
Robespierre.
Robespierre being so obedient for him?
Okay, that's a great question. Okay, why did Napoleon succeed where Robespierre failed? Okay, so the difference is this. If I'm Robespierre, I believe everyone is capable of reason, right? Therefore, you have a responsibility to reason for yourself. You understand? I will give you ideas, but you must come to your own conclusions. You must act independently of me, okay? And Napoleon's like, no. People don't want to think. People want to believe. People want to obey. If I present myself as Messiah, and I tell people, follow me, and I will lead you to paradise, people will want to follow me. Okay? And people love this confidence, right? This charisma, this confidence of Napoleon. Think of Trump, right? Maybe you and I think Trump's an idiot, but if you're a normal person, you believe that Trump, he is a genius because he's so confident, right? People are attracted to confidence. Does that make sense? People aren't attracted to logic or reason. They're attracted to confidence and charisma. Trump tells everyone, follow me and the world will be fine. We will make America great again. And, you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't matter, okay? What Trump has done is create a mythology that has captured people's imagination. And as such, people are willing to die for this. Does that make sense? That's what made Napoleon such a great military leader. Because he had this confidence. And people just had to follow him, okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Great question. Any more questions?
So I don't understand how Trump is myth making. What's his steps?
Okay, myth making, okay? Myth making is, all right, there's reality. Okay, why is Trump a myth making genius? Okay, there's reality, right? These are things that you and I see every day. And then there's myths. These are ideas that we have about how society works, okay, about how the world works. Now, objectively speaking, Trump is a failed business person. His father was a great business person, Fred Trump, who built a real estate empire. And then Trump came along and took this empire over, and he almost bankrupted this empire, okay? And so Fred Trump was spending a lot of his time thinking about how to make money. Like, how do I make a great business? How do I hire good people? How do I motivate them? How do I steal more money from the government, okay? So he was focused on the very specifics of running a business. Trump is like, no, people don't want that. People want to see a successful billionaire, okay? And what's a successful billionaire? He sleeps with beautiful women, right? I'm going to find beautiful women, and I'm going to sleep with them, and the press is going to report it. And then people were like, oh my God, this guy is a god, because all these beautiful women want to sleep with him. Therefore, I should give him my money to spend, to invest, because he's a genius, okay? What people want is a mythology of success. Does that make sense? So what made Trump actually really famous is a show called The Apprentice. The Apprentice, it's a TV show, it's made up, and the show presents Trump as this extremely wise and forward-looking business person. And he's the opposite in reality, okay? But what Trump understands is really important is people don't care about reality. People want to watch a TV show that's exciting, that's interesting, that's fun. So if I turn politics into a TV show and everyone's watching all the time, they will always want me to be president. Does that make sense?
So they don't care about what it looks like great.
Yeah, because, so is perception more important than reality? And the answer is yes, okay? And the reason why is reality, it is very hard. It's very difficult, all right? People prefer simple ideas, simple myths that allow them to better navigate reality. That's why religion is important, okay? So what Trump's doing is he's creating a religion. He's creating a religion about himself, right? And it's really the same idea as Napoleon. Napoleon says this, right? I saw the way to achieve my dreams. I would found a religion. I saw myself as marching into Asia, mounted on an elephant, a turban on my head, and in my hand a new Quran that I would have composed to suit my needs. MAGA is a new religion, okay? Make America great again. Don't think of it as a political movement. Think of it as a new religion. And I will explain to you why Trump is so powerful, okay? I think Trump will be president of the United States for the next 10 years. It is very hard to remove him because, once you remove him, the TV show ends. You understand? Now you have to go back to reality. People don't want that. People want to live in a TV show. Exactly. That's exactly right. People want to live in a dream. Perfect, thank you. People want to live in a dream. because that's what makes life bearable. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah. But what if some decisions has caused this dream to be maybe like felt, not felt, but it's being more dramatic, but it's not, but it's in a negative way. Like people are not having better lives, they're suffering and they felt that, and then will it still continue?
Okay, that's a great question. Okay, so the argument against this is like Trump is a terrible economic leader, and so with his tariff war against China, with all of these policies, it's just going to make the American person more poor. Okay, so less money spent, the American won't be able to afford a house. Okay, so this is really important, but you have to think about people's psychology. All right, so sorry, let me write this down, because it's a very important idea, okay? You have to understand people's psychology. Okay, people are not capable of thinking in absolute terms. Does that make sense? Like if I give you a bottle of wine, okay, this bottle of wine, okay, and I give you another bottle of wine, and I ask you to tell me which is better. You're not able to do it, okay? But I told you this one is $50, this one is $10. You know this has to be better. Do you understand? So people's psychology is very interesting, but people cannot think objectively, okay? People can only compare and contrast. So let's just say, okay, trade war. The American consumer is losing purchasing power, right? So the person is getting more poor. But if China is getting more poor in this time, right? So U.S. goes down, but China goes down even more. People are happy. Do you understand? Okay, I know this is terrible, but this is true. I don't have to make you rich. I just have to make everyone else poor, and then you're happy, right? Make America great again. Make America great again. Do you understand? Being great, it's just a perception. I'm better than everyone else, and then I'm great. I don't have to be wealthy. I just have to be better off than everyone else. So the entire world is poor. America is happier. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's a logic here. Trump doesn't want to make America wealthy again. He needs to make America a myth again. You understand? He wants to create the myth of a great America because the rest of the world is either at war or it's bankrupt or people feel hopeless. Okay, do you understand? And honestly, he's right. Okay, he's absolutely correct in this matter. All right, and that explains why he's doing what he's doing. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, great. Any more questions? All right, good. Okay, so we're taking a break, and then when we come back from the break, we start the British Empire. Okay, good morning. So we start the very last section of the course today. It's on the Anglo-American Empire, which rules the world today. So we will first look at the rise of the British Empire. And to understand the rise of the British Empire, we first need to discuss the rise of the Spanish Empire. So let's go back, and we discussed that it was the Spanish who were the first to colonize the New World. And they did so because they were looking for gold and silver. And it turned out they found a lot of gold and silver. And all this money was now going back to Spain. And that became the basis of the Spanish Empire. And you would think it's a really good thing that they found all this gold and silver, but it was a disaster for the nation. Okay? And the reason why is that at this time in history, Spain was a feudal Catholic monarchy. And all this money just made this system even worse. So let me explain. A feudal system means that there are there's a rigid hierarchy of status. The nobles and the clergy at the very top. And because of all this gold and silver, the clergy and the nobility don't actually have to pay taxes anymore, and they actually have to make no contribution to society. All right, so you have this, this group of parasites that are sucking up a lot of wealth, a lot of energy within Spain. Okay, so that's the first problem, this feudal system. Second is the idea of Catholic. So because of the Catholic religion, people don't really care about what happens today. They care about what happens when they die. They care about making sure that they have a place in heaven. So they get all this money from the New World, and none of it goes into industry and innovation and technology and science. All of it goes into religious activities. For example, religious festivals, churches, masses, and all this money is being wasted on these religious festivals. Okay? And the third thing is monarchy. So they have a king, and this king also happens to be, through marriage, the king of the Holy Roman Empire, which is most of Europe. So if you're a king, you have an infinite amount of money, what do? Well, you go on a series of stupid, pointless wars all around Europe. And he was fighting the Ottomans, he was fighting the French, he was even fighting the Catholic Church because he wanted to be stronger and have more authority than the Pope. And he was paying for these wars with this gold, but also by borrowing. And so at the end of the 16th century, Spain, even though it was at this point in history the most powerful empire, the wealthiest empire with the largest army, it went bankrupt basically. All right, so this system was a disaster for Spain. Okay? Another issue is because of feudalism, the Spanish nobility thought it was beneath them to work hard. They believed that it was contemptuous to exert yourself. To be a noble means to sit back and enjoy life. Okay, so this money was a disaster for Spain. So to understand what happened, just think of an analogy. Let's just say today I give each of you $100 million US. You think that's a lot of money. And so you go and you waste it all on ski trips, on buying a new Maserati, on buying a private plane. And then you recognize, oh, you know what? If I keep on doing this, I'm eventually going to go bankrupt. So what do? Well, you go and you invest in businesses, right? And you recognize that, hey, if I go to invest in businesses, what I should do is borrow money from the bank in order to have greater leverage, in order to make more money. And the bank says, well, you have $100 million, so I will give you money. And so you take about $1 billion in loans. And because you're not a very sharp business person, you have absolutely no business, you have absolutely no experience running a business, well, in 10 years' time, all your businesses go bankrupt, okay? And so you find yourself $1 billion in debt. You start out with $100 million, and then through reckless expansionism, you have $1 billion in debt. And that's exactly what happened to Spain, okay? All right. But this system created opportunities for those who did work hard. Okay, and these three countries that will take advantage of the system are France, England, and Holland. Okay, or what we call the Dutch Republic. Okay, don't worry about the name for now. And so there are three ways in which they took advantage of this new system that the Spanish created. The first is through industry. Okay, and what this means is the Spanish didn't have any industry. They were still an agricultural-based nation, but they wanted textiles, they wanted finished goods. So the French, the English, and the Dutch, they did work hard because of their religion. They were Protestants. Okay? And they believed in hard work. And so this created a middle class for them. All right? So they industrialized because of Spanish demand. So that's the first way that these three countries benefited. The second way is through piracy. So what was happening was that these ships were transporting all this gold and silver from the New World back to Spain, which means that you can just hijack these ships and steal all their gold and silver for yourself. And piracy became the official policy of the English. All right, so Francis Drake was the most famous pirate of this time, and he was like an admiral in the British Navy, sponsored by the Queen Elizabeth I. And he was a national hero because he would go and he would steal all this gold and silver from the Spanish and replenish the English crown. All right, so piracy was a really important way these three countries made money off Spain. Also, because of piracy, these three countries were forced to innovate in their navy. So the system of naval warfare at this time is like you would ram your ship at another ship, you would board it, and then you would take over that ship. Okay, so it was hand-to-hand combat. And what the English figured out was, you know what? We can just have cannons on our ship and then just pound the other ships from a distance. Okay, basically artillery and long-range fighting, and that's what the English pioneered, and that's why eventually they become, over time, the greatest navy in the world. All right, so piracy was a very important factor in the development of the English Navy. And the third thing is through trade. Okay? But specifically through smuggling. So the idea is all this territory in the New World was controlled by the Spanish crown. And so everyone started to smuggle in order to avoid paying taxes and levies to the crown. So what were they smuggling? Well, they were mainly smuggling slaves. Okay? So slaves were, for most of human history, the most profitable product that you could trade. Okay? And this was even more true at this time because the New World had these plantations, and they needed people to work these plantations. So they started to transport slaves from Africa to the New World. Now, there is a misconception in history that the Europeans went to Africa, kidnapped these slaves, and then transport them to the New World, okay? This is not true. The reason why it's not true is the Europeans actually did not want to go to Africa and stay there. And the reason why is malaria. So what's happening was that the Europeans set up trading centers around Africa, and it was the Africans themselves who would give the European slaves. And the reason why is these nations, these tribes in Africa were fighting against each other, and the custom at the time is if you lost a war, then we would enslave the entire population and then sell you to the Europeans. So not only were the Europeans getting rich off this trade, but so were many African clans and tribes. Okay, so that is what happened. All right. The other thing is, what people misunderstand is most of the profit was actually not in gold and silver. Okay? At this time in history, the most profitable product, the thing that was most valuable, is actually spices. Things like nutmeg, cinnamon, peppercorn. Right? These are the things that Europeans really valued. One ship of these things was enough to make fortunes for entire families for generations. Right? So, in other words, the center of trade was not actually in the New World, but actually in Southeast Asia. Okay? Southeast Asia. Okay? So, from China, the Europeans imported silk and porcelain, and from the Southeast Asian islands, Indonesia basically, they imported spices. Okay? So, this became known as the East Indies. The East Indies. And this is where the money was to be made. Okay? So the key to world conquest was who could control the trade routes into the East Indies. Okay? So the people that first really figured this out were the Dutch. Okay? So the Portuguese are here. But the Portuguese are like the Spanish, okay? They are a Catholic nation. But the Dutch are the ones who figure out how to make a lot of money out of the East Indies, all right? So how were the Dutch able to succeed? It has to do with the fact that at this time in history, the Dutch were controlled by the Spanish. Okay? The Spanish were in charge of the Habsburg Empire, which included Spain. Which included the Dutch. Okay, so at this time in history, the Dutch are part of something called the Low Countries. Low Countries include today the Belgium and the Netherlands. Okay, that's considered Low Countries, and for the longest time, the Low Countries have been part of the Holy Roman Empire. And this system worked well for the Low Countries because they were poor, they didn't have much resources, so they were left alone by the Holy Roman Empire. They had a lot of local autonomy. They were very independent and very egalitarian nation. And everyone there, because it was cold, it was poor, people worked hard. And the Low Countries was one of the first places to develop textiles. And as such, they started to trade with Spain. They became wealthier. But over time, as Spain became more and more powerful, it wanted to exert more authority over the Low Countries. What's happening at this time is Protestantism is spreading all across Europe, and the King of Spain wanted to maintain Catholicism in the Low Countries, and it's brought them into conflict with the people in the Low Countries. Okay, and this created something called the 80 Years' War. It was really a war of independence between. There were certain individuals, certain cities in Low Countries that wanted independence from Spain. And of course, Spain wanted to maintain control. This war will last for 80 years. Now, the problem is that Spain, it is the most powerful nation in the world at this time. The Low Countries, it's like 1.5 million people at this time, okay? So it's a very, very small place. And so they can't possibly fight Spain. But they persist because they're led by religious fanatics. And over time, what they realize is, even though they can't beat Spain on land, they can actually beat Spain in the sea. Okay? So what they recognize is, you know what? The way to beat Spain is, if we can control the trade in the East Indies, that's going to give us the military, that's going to give us the wealth and the resources to defeat Spain. But we are a small and poor nation. So how can we best do this? And the solution would forever change human history. In 1602, they created something called the Dutch East Indies Company. And it's known as VOC in Dutch, okay? The Dutch East Indies Company. This is really important in human history because this is considered the first multinational corporation in the world. Okay? This corporation, it's not controlled by the government, but it has the power of government. It can raise its own military. It can create its own laws. It can issue its own currency. Okay? And this company will go on to become the most profitable and most valuable company in the whole world. If you take Apple, Microsoft, and Google, these three companies, and you combine them together, they would still not be as wealthy as the Dutch East Indies Company. And the reason why is they had a monopoly over trade for spices in the East Indies. Okay, so then the question then is, why would the Dutch do this? Why would the Dutch go out and create their first multinational corporation? And the answer is, they needed a way to unite the people of the Low Countries into fighting the Spanish. How do you incentivize the people into fighting the Spanish? Most people were indifferent. They're like, we don't really care. The Spanish are far away. But you had some fanatics who wanted independence, but you also had some individuals who were heavily Catholic. Okay? Eventually, what will happen is the people who want independence will move north to the Netherlands. And the people who want to remain Catholic will move south to Belgium. Okay? That's why if you go to Europe today, if you go to Belgium, it's heavily, heavily Catholic. But if you go to the Netherlands, which is still one of the wealthiest countries in the world, it's actually Protestant, okay? And that's what happened. Okay, so they need to unite the people. And the best way to do that is to incentivize them by giving them shares, equity in a company. Okay? So now people actually have an incentive to actually fight the British. Because if the Dutch East Indies Company makes money, they get rich. And that's what actually happened. The Dutch East Indies Company will become extremely wealthy, and so that will create a middle class in Holland. So the first issue is equity, okay? But also, if you think about it, this is actually a very clever way to raise taxes. Because if you try to get taxes from people, they will rebel against you, right? But if you say, hey, listen, we have this company, and if you invest in it, you might get rich. Well, this is the equivalent of selling war bonds to people, right? So that's the idea. And that's why the Dutch East Indies Company, it really marked a turning point in the war between the Dutch and Spain. Also, this will allow the Dutch East Indies Company to work hard to control the trade in the East Indies. Because if they work hard, they're the ones who profit, not the king. And over time, what will happen is the Dutch East Indies Company will push out the Portuguese, and they will monopolize this entire area. And as a result, they will become extremely wealthy. What's important to remember, and this is why the Dutch actually don't really talk about this history, is a lot of brutality and horror happens because of this process. Okay? Because they're a multinational corporation only interested in profit, they commit ethnic cleansing. They basically wipe out the population. They enslave people to work in plantations to grow these spices. They will constantly engage in a series of wars against the Portuguese, the English, and the French in order to maintain control over the monopoly. Okay? But over time, what they will recognize is they don't actually have the population resources to maintain their empire, so they will retreat and leave this empire to the French and the English, but they will still be subcontractors to the English and the French, and that's why the Netherlands remains one of the wealthiest countries in the world today. Okay, a lot of their wealth is hidden. Okay, all right. So what's important for us to understand is this war is actually driving the growth of the middle class and Protestantism in Europe. All right, so let's review the Protestant religion. Okay, so this is actually Calvinism. So there are actually two major ideas that differentiate Calvinism from Catholicism. Okay, the first is the idea of justification by faith. So, in the Catholic religion, you show your faith to God by doing good works, by giving money to the church, basically. But in the Calvin religion, which is what the Dutch Republic adopts, it's justification by faith, which means that you and God communicate. And God knows if you are faithful, and you yourself know if you're faithful. So, if you spend money, if you build stuff, that doesn't matter. The works doesn't matter. What matters is your true faith. Okay? That's the first thing. Second thing, which is more important, is the idea of double predestination. So remember from our lecture on the Protestant religion, reformers are trying to destroy the influence of the Catholic Church because they think the Pope is evil. All right? So the main power of the Catholic Church comes from the idea that it's a church who decides whether or not you go to heaven and for how long. Sorry, whether or not you go to heaven. If you don't go to heaven, then do you go to purgatory and for how long, okay? So the church has control over your afterlife. And so what the Calvinists believe is, no, the church doesn't, because at the beginning of time, even before the world was created, God had already decided who would go to heaven and who would go to hell, okay? That's the idea of double predestination. Your destiny has already been decided. And only a minority, called the elect, will go to heaven. Everyone else will be damned to hell. Okay? And again, these ideas were created in order to erode, dilute destroy the influence and power of the Catholic Church so that people can be liberated from the church in order to celebrate God in the proper way. But we discussed this. These two ideas will now create a new problem, which is, how do you know if you are part of the elect, right? How do you know? Well, I believe so. I believe, but how do you really know, okay? And the answer they discovered is, you know through your virtuous hard work, okay? Through simple, hard work, okay? And so how do you know if you are working hard? How do you know that your life is simple enough? Well, because you're accumulating money. Okay, does that make sense? Money now is actually useful. Before it wasn't that useful. But now, money is now a testament to your faith. Okay? And this marks a radical change in human perception, in human identity. Before, we were people very much focused on status. Right? Now we focus on wealth. So let me explain the difference. Okay? What does status mean? Status just means how you are perceived in your community. So you work hard in order to win approval from your peers. So remember the Vikings, okay? The Vikings would go on these crazy adventures. Why? Because they would come back and tell these stories that would entertain and impress their peers. Okay? Also remember, the Vikings, if they have money, what they would do is this. Remember the Viking funerals. A third of all their wealth would go into funeral expenses, okay? Having a big feast for everyone. A third of their wealth would then go into the funeral clothes, dressing well for the funeral. And a third of their money would then go on to the family members. All right? So for most of human history, we didn't believe it was important to have money. What's important was to impress the community. And that's why if you make any money, you would immediately come back and hold a huge feast for the community, right? And that's still true in China today, where you are from a village, you come to Beijing, you open a restaurant, you make a lot of money. What do? You go back to your village and you hold a huge feast for the villagers, right? Okay, so that's the idea of status. And that's what before we were concerned about. Now we're concerned about wealth. Why? Because wealth is a measure of your faith. It is a testament to whether or not you will go to heaven or not. All right? And this marks a radical change in human perception. And this creates the idea of class now, okay? In the market. All right? So, does this make sense, guys? All right? All right, so the other issue is, now that the Dutch, through trade, they're making a lot of money, but at the same time, they're actually not allowed to spend their money because they have to exemplify simple hard work. Then how do they enjoy their wealth? Okay, and the answer is through art. So now you have an art market in the first time in human history. Before, art was something that was patronized by the wealthy. But as the middle class rose in the Dutch Republic, now the middle class can enjoy art. And this will mark a radical change in how art is created, okay? And also, because of this, you have a new idea called materialism. So the accumulation of goods. If you don't spend your money on the community, if you don't spend your money on the church, where do you spend your money? You spend your money on the house, right? On where you live. So that's why it's important to buy silk and porcelain from China. That's why you want to buy spices. Because it's a measure of your wealth within the household. Okay, remember, and this is really important, this is driven by 3 factors. Okay? The first factor is anxiety. Anxiety comes from the fact that you don't know if you're faithful to God or not. So you must prove to yourself you are faithful. Okay, so that's the first idea, anxiety. Second is the idea of uncertainty. Uncertainty means like at this time in history, the Dutch Republic is at war with Spain. Spain, again, is the most powerful empire in the world. You don't know if you'll survive. You don't know if the Dutch Republic will survive against Spain, and it probably will not. All right? But the uncertainty also comes from the fact that trade is precarious. Okay? Right now, you're wealthy because the Dutch East Indies Company is profitable, and you have stock in the Dutch East Indies Company. But it's also possible tomorrow England or France or Spain comes and wipes out the Dutch East Indies Company. Okay? So there's a lot of uncertainty in your life. And the third thing is competition. Because remember, only a few people will go to heaven. But there's a lot of wealthy people in the Dutch Republic. So how do you prove that you're better than the other members of the middle class? Well, there's going to be competition. Okay? You have to prove that you are a more simple, more faithful individual. All right? And because of these three factors, anxiety, uncertainty, and competition, it will drive three major developments in human society. The creation of money, the creation of the art market. Okay? The art market also includes literature, by the way, but that comes later. And the idea of materialism in human life. And if you think about it, this is now becomes the prototypical middle class identity. Right? And so even though we're in China and we are not a Christian nation, and we've never went through this history, the middle class in China still has the values and the ideas that the Dutch had 500 years ago, okay? The Chinese middle class is obsessed with money making, it's obsessed with materialism, and it's obsessed with the accumulation of artistic objects, right? And so that's the history here. All right. Any questions before I go into the evidence and some of the history? Was this clear to you guys? Okay. I know I'm going fast, but we have a lot to do. All right, in order to finish the semester. Okay. So let's go over some of the history. Okay, so the Dutch Golden Age. All right. So 1588 is basically when the war between the Dutch Republic and Spain really begins to take off. So let's go over some basic background about the Spanish Empire, okay? So remember, Spain has territories in the New World. What's important is that Spain is not colonizing the New World, okay? Spain is only interested in extracting resources, specifically gold and silver, from the New World. Okay, so there's no colonization going on. There's just economic exploitation going on. And the ships, the Navy is designed only to take the gold and silver back to Spain. And again, what this does is it creates opportunities for piracy, which the English and the Dutch will exploit very heavily. Okay, and these centers of economic exploitation will also need a lot of slaves. And so the English, the French, and the Dutch will take these slaves from Africa and smuggle them into the plantations to feed these colonies, okay? So this wealth allows Spain to enter its golden age. And one of the main artists of this golden age is actually Miguel Cervantes. And he's famous because he wrote a novel called Don Quixote de la Mancha. And it's considered the first great novel, or the first novel in human history. It is an amazing book, Don Quixote de la Mancha. I would love to teach it to you if you have the time, okay? But it's about 1,000 pages. But you know what? It's easy to read. You can read it by yourself, okay? I highly recommend it, Don Quixote de la Mancha, okay? But during this time, of course, you also had great artists and great literature happening as well. This money was being wasted in Spain, okay? It was being wasted in building these wonderful, beautiful buildings like El Escorial in Madrid. It's just outside Madrid, and it took about an entire year of bringing back gold and silver from the New World to build this building. But for the longest time, this was the largest building complex in the entire world. Okay. Spanish, because it was so wealthy, became the fashion trendsetter for all of Europe. So Spanish dress, Spanish clothing became popular throughout all of Europe, especially England. So what will happen is the Spanish royal family will marry into the Habsburg, and the Habsburg family controls the Holy Roman Empire. And the Habsburgs are like the most famous dynasty in Europe at this time. They will marry, and then Charles will inherit both Spain as well as the Holy Roman Empire, which includes the Netherlands. Okay. And so this is his empire. And as you can see, it's actually most of Europe. This is Spain, and this is the Holy Roman Empire, which includes the Netherlands, the Low Countries. The problem, though, is once you have this territory, you have to defend it. And so he comes in conflicts with all the great powers of the day, okay, including France, which is the peer competitor to Spain at this time. He'll also come into conflict with the Protestants under Martin Luther. Okay, he's trying to step up the rise of Protestantism, especially Calvinism in Europe. He will also come into conflict with the Ottomans, and he will also come into conflict with the Pope. Okay, so with all this money, the King of Spain is causing wars with just basically everybody, and he becomes a bit of a bully, which bankrupts the nation. The problem with the Habsburg is they have a terrible reputation for inbreeding. Okay, they only marry within the family, and if you do that over 3 or 4 generations, you get this guy. Okay, King Charles II, and this is what you get. So do not. Incest is a bad thing. Okay, we outlaw incest for a very good reason, and because of this, he has no heir, which causes the end of the Spanish Empire. All right, so the Spanish Empire, as we discussed, will allow for the rise of the Dutch Republic. And the Dutch Republic, it's rising because it has very strong industry, and then it builds trade networks all around the world, okay? So as we discussed, it controls the Baltic trade, and what it does is it basically trades textiles across this area, and then it will trade slaves across the Atlantic, and then it will monopolize trade in the East Indies. And that's why in the 17th century, the Dutch Republic will become the wealthiest nation in the world. And its middle class will become the most prosperous and wealthiest in the world at this time, okay, because of all this trade. All right, so this is a map that shows you the extent of trade in the Dutch Republic, okay? So this is a Spanish, and as you can see, most of the trade is actually focused across the Atlantic. All right, this is the French. They get involved as well, but their trade is nowhere near as dense as the Dutch and the British, okay? And eventually, the Dutch and the British will come into conflict with each other in the Anglo-Dutch Wars for dominance over the seas. And what will happen is the Dutch will win most of these naval battles. Okay, the Dutch are superior sea people, but the British are much more persistent, and the British have a much greater population. The British are like the Romans. Remember, the Romans didn't win that many battles, but they just never gave up. They were relentless, and they were willing to sacrifice most of the population in order to eventually win. Okay, that's just the British mentality. All right, they weren't great at. They were not as superior as the Dutch at sea or against the Spanish and the French on land battles, but they were just much more relentless and persistent. Okay. All right. So let's go over the major differences between Spain and the Dutch Republic, okay? How was the Dutch Republic able to rise and defeat Spain and win its independence? Well, the first thing is Spain was a Catholic religion that focused on orthodoxy, okay? So everyone had to be Catholic and everyone had to obey the power of the church. And so you may have heard something called the Spanish Inquisition, right? So it was the Spanish who created, people call the Jesuits, who were responsible for enforcing orthodoxy within the Catholic world. And the Jesuits will come to China as well and spread the Catholic religion. Right? The Dutch, because they were smaller, they had few people, they were forced to be tolerant. So all these Jews that were being expelled from Spain end up in the Dutch Republic. And it's important that to have a group of Jews within your nation. Why? The first reason is they have these trading networks. Okay, remember, there's a Jewish diaspora, and the Jews have these trading networks all across the world, especially within the Ottoman Empire. Okay, that's the first reason, trade. Second is finances. Okay, so historically, Jews have these financial networks all across Europe, and so if you need a lot of money to start a war, well, you often go to Jewish financiers. Okay, and the third is intellectual. The Jewish people are extremely open-minded, extremely intellectual, and they bring in new ideas. So one of the most famous intellectuals at this time is named Baruch Spinoza, okay, and he's Jewish, all right? But it was not just Jews. Everyone was allowed to practice their religion in the Dutch Republic freely, and that was one of the main drawing points about the Dutch Republic, okay, the tolerance. And this is important because the Dutch Republic will become the model for the American Republic, right? Second difference is Spain was an empire focused entirely on economic exploitation. They were only concerned about extracting resources, whereas the Dutch was just focused on mercantile trade, okay? And this is important because if all you do is focus on exploitation, this will lead to mismanagement, and this will lead to a lot of wealth inequality. And that was the issue facing Spain, okay? But if you focus on mercantile trade, then you can create a middle class, which is what happened in the Dutch Republic. And the third major difference, of course, is noble and clerical privilege. So only the elite benefited from the Spanish Empire. Whereas the Dutch Republic, because they were small, they had to focus on middle class growth, on making sure that as many people as possible benefited from trade and commerce. Okay? And it was really trade and commerce that allowed the Dutch Republic became so wealthy over time. And because the Dutch Republic, it's very small and the land isn't great, as the Dutch Republic became more wealthy, they focused a lot of the resources on building canals and on land reclamation from the sea. Okay, and so as time progressed, their land increased. All right. So another really important thing to remember about the Dutch Republic is that it's a coalition, it's a federation of different city-states, okay? There's 7 different places within the Dutch Republic, okay? That's why it's a republic and not a monarchy, because a lot of their decision-making has to go through consultation and diplomacy. And this is also why they created the Dutch East Indies Company, because the fear was that if they didn't have a monopoly, a company to control the monopoly, then if different city-states would compete against each other for the East Indies trade, and they didn't have the resources to do that. That's why they combined the resources to create the Dutch East Indies Company. Okay. Okay. What's important first to remember is that throughout its history, the Low Countries, the Netherlands, they were an egalitarian, independent, and open-minded people. And so some of the most famous philosophers were coming from this region, including Erasmus, who is a contemporary of Martin Luther, and who was one of the main, considered one of the great philosophers and theologians. Okay, he's primarily responsible for something called the Northern Renaissance. Erasmus will allow for the rise of Spinoza. Okay, and again, he's formerly Jewish, but then he creates a new religion called pantheism. You might have heard about pantheism, but pantheism is the idea that God is within every living being. including trees, including animals, including us. And therefore, we're all connected through the essence of God. Okay? Let's talk about art. Okay, so I want to focus the rest of the lecture on art because art will give us a portal into the mindset and psychology of the Dutch people. But before we do that, let's talk about Spanish art. Okay, so this is a Spanish golden age, and a lot of this money is going into patronizing great art. And as you can see, Spanish art, it's very Catholic. So if it's Catholic, then it's very allegorical. So they're drawing images from the Bible and from the Catholic tradition, and it's a worship of the religion. Okay, so this is Madonna, the Mary, and this is baby Jesus. As you can see, everyone's worshiping Jesus. The Protestants are iconoclasts, which is they do not allow for depictions of their God in imagery. Okay. This is another great artwork from the Spanish Golden Age. As you can see, it's heavily allegorical, okay, metaphorical. All right. This is the most famous painting of the Spanish Golden Age by a painter named Diego Velázquez. Okay, you probably have heard of him. He's one of the most famous painters in the world. This is his most famous painting called Las Menadas, the Handmaids. Okay, what's amazing about this painting is that we are actually, as we are observing this painting is actually observing us as well. Okay, does that make sense? Because this is a painter, right? So the painter is looking at us as we're looking at him. Now, who he's really drawing is the royal couple, okay, as this mirror shows. But as you can see, we are also within the universe of this painting, okay? I mean, there's a lot to say about this painting. It's one of the most famous paintings in the world, all right? But we have a lot to do today, so I'll move on. These are landscape paintings, and as you can see, there's a lot of spirituality, a lot of allegory, a lot of divinity embedded within these paintings, all right? So this is a Catholic mentality, all right? So now let's move on to the Calvinist Dutch mentality of paintings. All right. So let's do a compare and contrast. This is a Dutch painting. This is a Catholic Spanish. Sorry. This is actually an Italian Renaissance painting by Correggio, okay? And this is baby Jesus and Madonna, and there are two individuals, supplicants, who are worshiping Madonna. All right? So this is the Catholic mentality, which is God can be with us at any time. All right? So this is the Dutch equivalent, where this is a middle-class woman, and these are two street musicians who are trying to interact with this world, okay? What's really important for us to understand is, with the rise of the middle class, there's a huge focus on hierarchy and boundaries. Why? Because the middle class itself is a very fluid, very flexible, very and uncertain group of people, okay? So their paintings will reflect this anxiety and this uncertainty, right? So as you can see, the inner world, it's full of light. The outer world, it is pretty dark. And this door is a portal, okay? Within the house, there's this divinity. But in the outside world, there's only darkness and mystery, okay? So God is within your household, basically. All right, so there's a lot more to be said, but as you can see, there's a huge contrast between the Catholic mentality and the Calvinist mentality. All right, let's move on. So still life is a very important aspect of Dutch painting. Dutch still life, it captures the material world as it is. It's a celebration of the material world. Because remember, the Catholics celebrate the afterlife, but the Calvinists, the Protestants, celebrate the here and now. Okay, and they do that through depictions of the of life in the household. Okay, and what will happen is this: at first, the Dutch Republic is at war, and it's very poor because all this money is going into the military. But when the war ends, when the Spanish actually concede independence to the Dutch, you can see the wealth for everyone increases dramatically. Okay? And once there's peace established, then the Dutch will become the wealthiest nation in the world. And arguably, even today, the Dutch are still the wealthiest middle class in the world. But a lot of their wealth is hidden. Okay? All right. Because the Dutch are Calvinists, they feel that life is a struggle between their urges and their faith. Okay? So in this painting depicts that. This man who's fat, he represents festival. He represents giving into your urges, eating, drinking, being merry. And this person is called Lent, which is the Christian virtue of fasting and showing restraint, showing temperance. Okay? So the Dutch see life as a constant struggle between your urges and your faith, between your emotions and reason. Okay? And this picture depicts that. And so what paintings are doing is it's taking all this internal anxiety within you as a person because of your faith, and it's transposing it, projecting it onto the painting in order to create a visual depiction of your anxiety as to relieve your anxiety. Okay? Does that logic make sense to you guys? And that's what drives the need or the desire, the demand for middle-class art. During the 17th century, it's only about 100 years, right? From 1600 to 1700, in the Dutch Republic, and we're only talking about between 1 and 2 million people, 5 to 10 million paintings will be sold. Okay? 5 to 10 million paintings will be sold. That's the that gives you a sense of the appetite for this sort of visual depiction. One thing that obsesses the Dutch middle class are the poor. Okay? Why? Because the middle class, they are an anxious, uncertain group of people. So the way they define themselves is they try to differentiate themselves from other groups of people, including the poor and the nobility. Okay? So in their imagination, the poor are just give themselves up to temptation. Okay, they're drinking all the time. They're getting drunk. They're lazy. Okay, all right. Does that make sense? And by depicting the poor in this way, it's almost like a talisman to protect themselves from being poor. You know, it's kind of taboo. You know, the worst thing that can happen to us is if we become poor people, like these people, because we'll end up drunks. Prostitution is also a very popular theme among the Dutch middle class. So what's interesting is prostitution at this time, it's very popular in the Dutch Republic. And hey, if you go to Amsterdam today, it's still popular, right? Amsterdam is sort of famous for the legalization of prostitutes. So at this time, what's happening is you have all these prostitutes, but good middle-class women were responsible for going and negotiating with them in order to satisfy their husbands. Okay, does that make sense? So the idea of prostitution, it is a huge topic in the Netherlands, and it's a cause of a lot of anxiety and uncertainty and desire within the middle class. All right. Another depiction of poor people. Okay, so as you can see, they're having fun all the time. And if you focus on these two individuals, this man who clearly has these sexual urges, he's trying to slowly take this maiden who's resisting, but really can't resist, into his world. Right? And so this is saying, like, if you ever become poor, you just cannot resist the temptations and the urges of this world. So the worst thing that can ever happen to you is if you become poor. Another depiction of what it means to be poor, okay? To surrender yourself to luxury and to the moment. This is a still life. And so the idea of here is one of access. Okay? And so the psychology here, it's very interesting. All right? But let me give you an analogy. Let's just say that you are trying to lose weight. Okay? You're kind of fat. Or you're not fat, but you feel you could lose weight. Right? So when you're trying to cut back on food, you have all these temptations. You have all these desires. So one strategy that you have is if you watch a lot of videos where fat people are binging on food, okay? Just by watching these people, your sort of anxiety, your sort of desire decreases. And that's the strategy of these paintings, where you have these paintings of access and wealth. And just by observing these paintings, by putting up these paintings in your household, they become signals to you that you should not engage in any excessive activity. You should lead a life of moderation and temperance. Okay? Another picture of a prostitute, a poor person. Okay? So you have all these paintings about the life of the poor. And what's really interesting is, yes, it's obvious we don't be poor, but these paintings are also very seductive, right? They're trying to show you, oh, you know what? It's actually pretty nice. A lot of fun to be poor as well. And that's what the Dutch middle class really enjoy. They like to enjoy this anxiety between not having something because it's bad for you and wanting it, okay? This is a very famous painting called The Precarious, okay? So remember, within this world, it's very common for middle-class women to go solicit prostitutes for their husbands. And the middleman is someone called the precarious, okay? And she looks satanic, right? So this is an image that is supposed to represent sexual desire. But as you can see, there's some demonic qualities to it, okay? You can see sort of like the evil eyes and laughter of the people involved. Okay? Does that make sense to you guys? This is Jan Steen, one of the most famous painters of this time. Okay? So as you can see, there are a lot of paintings that follow these themes. At the same time, you have also depictions of what it means to be a good middle-class household, okay? So as you can see, these paintings are ones of simplicity, ones of restraint, ones of temperance, ones of prudence, okay? So within these paintings captures a lot of middle-class Christian values. All right? This is another representation. All right? So you can see the simple Calvinist work ethic being depicted in this picture. This is Rembrandt, who is the most famous painter from this period, okay? Rembrandt. This is probably the prototypical portrait of a wealthy person in the Dutch Republic, okay? She's wealthy, but the most important thing is for you to understand she's simple, right? She's not luxurious and decadent like the Spanish are. She is very restrained, she's very focused, she's very temperate in her behavior, okay? So she represents the quintessential wealthy middle-class woman, right? All right. So now let's discuss why the Dutch are buying these paintings. Okay? The question then is, why is there an art market? What's the purpose of an art market? And so there are different reasons. Okay? Well, the first major reason is to show that you're refined. Okay? To engage in beauty, to show you have taste. Okay, that's the first reason. Second reason is because of the Calvinist religion, the money no longer goes to churches. Okay? Churches are meant to be simple. If you go into a Catholic church, it's luxurious, it's golden. But if you go into a Calvinist church, it's very simple. All right? So now people are transferring their wealth from the temple into the household in order to better worship God. All right, so a lot of these paintings are religious in nature because they're trying to turn the houses into churches. All right, that's the second reason. The third reason is the idea of conspicuous consumption, to enjoy your wealth and to show your wealth off to your neighbors. All right, so when you invite people off to dinner parties, they can see how wonderful your artwork is. Nostalgia is you are thinking about classical Greece, classical Rome. And another reason is meditation, okay? And so we talked about this where the middle class, they're always afraid of becoming poor, okay? So what they do is they freeze their anxiety, competition, and uncertainty in a contemplative whole, okay? They take their anxiety and they project it onto the painting in order to better meditate on the idea of what it means to be middle class. Okay, does that make sense? But there are other three more reasons which are more important for us. These three reasons are the representation of the other, taboos and boundaries. Okay, so as we can see, the paintings of the poor represent the poor as lazy, excessive, and violent. Okay, always giving into their sexual urges. And so they're trying to create the idea of the other, okay? The poor are the other that we must at all times avoid. Second reason is transference, okay? So you have all these desires to eat good food, to engage in sex that you cannot do because of your religion, right? So you transfer these feelings onto the artwork itself. So the artwork itself becomes the subject of your desire. Does that make sense, guys? All right, that's the second major reason. The third major reason is just simply hypocrisy. All right, the artwork is a shield, it's an armor, it's a dress for you to show that you have good values. All right, so these are the three more nefarious reasons why dark becomes popular. And guess what, guys? They're still true today. All right, these are still the reasons what drives culture today, including literature, movies, okay, artwork, okay? And so in every age, so let's now just summarize what we've learned, okay? So the Italian Renaissance, you have great artwork from the Italian Renaissance, you have great artwork from the Dutch Golden Age, okay? What are the three differences? Well, the first major difference is the Italian Renaissance, it's patronized by the wealthy people, all right? And as such, they're trying to have nostalgia for the past. That's why a lot of the paintings are of classical Greek and Roman individuals and historical and history. And the art is meant to be celebrated by the community, okay? That's why they're hung up in churches or public places or in the Vatican, okay? Does that make sense? That's the main idea of Italian Renaissance. When we get to the Dutch Golden Age, it's patronized mainly by the middle class, who are interested in depicting the present, in the here and now. And they're only interested in their individual contemplation with the art, okay? Their individual communication and dialogue with the art itself. And this will give rise to the modern art market, right? Any questions before I move on? All right. So, to summarize, art is a response to the anxiety, uncertainty, and competitiveness of middle-class life, okay? It's still true today. Art encapsulates the alienation of the individual, and that's still true today, right? That's what art is. This is happening because there's certain pathologies to middle-class life that's still true today, all right? The first pathology is middle-class identity demands the control and regulation of yourself and other people. All right? But why? Because you have a fear of disorder. All right? So we discussed this where middle-class life is competitive, it's anxious, it's uncertain, right? So this creates pathologies within you. And how do these pathologies express themselves? Well, through a fear of disorder. But you also have a fear of germs, okay? Cleanliness. All right? The middle class is obsessed with cleanliness. That's why the middle class, if you just mention the idea of infectious diseases, okay, germs, they just run away, okay? They're really afraid of the idea of infectious diseases. And the last is sorry, it's a fear of loss, okay? Sorry, this is wrong, okay? It should be fear of loss. So the middle class is also obsessed with accumulation and achievement, okay? And if you think about it, okay? This explains why Chinese parents are so obsessed with getting their kids into good universities, right? The Ivy League. Because of regulation of yourself, cleanliness, and accumulation achievement. So there's no logical reason why your kid must get into the Ivy League. All right? You can't explain to me through pure analysis, pure reason, pure logic, why it's important to get your kid into the Ivy League. It doesn't really benefit you or the kid. In fact, I personally believe that getting the Ivy League will actually hurt and hamper your life chances for success. Okay? But if you think about the pathology of the middle class, what it means to be in the middle class, the fact that they're uncertain and anxious, and getting their kid into the Ivy League is a way to relieve their anxiety, okay, their OCD, then it makes sense. Okay? All right? All right. So now I will conclude by talking about who I think is the greatest artist of the Dutch Golden Age, and his name is Johann Vermeer. Okay? In every age, in every movement, you will emerge a great artist who subverts the movement, okay? Who shows you the pathologies, the problems, the ironies, the paradoxes within this movement, okay? So what Johann Vermeer is really good at doing in his artwork is demonstrating to us the hypocrisy of middle-class life, right? So this is one of his most famous paintings called View from the Death. Guys, this was painted about 1650. I have no idea how he did this. No one has any idea how he did this. The lighting is perfect, okay? It's like he had a camera, like an iPhone, and he snapped a picture of his city. It's perfect. The lighting is absolutely perfect. How was he able to do this? All right? And so my only explanation, okay, and again, it's my theory, is what makes great artists different is they're able to dissolve their ego. They're able to dissolve their body, and their soul becomes part of the moment. Okay, does that make sense? So in other words, what Vermeer did is he became the painting itself. The painting became him, and then he became the painting. And what he's doing right now, he is just expressing his soul. Okay? So that's my theory. All right. This is his most famous painting, okay? I'm sure you guys have seen this. Girl with the pearl earring, right? This is a beautiful painting, but I will show you some problems or some ironies in this painting. Obviously, this pearl earring is a problem because she's an ordinary person, right? She's maybe a maid, she's a young person, she's poor. Why would she have a pearl earring, which is extremely precious, extremely valuable, extremely expensive, okay? That's a question. That's the paradox or mystery within this painting. Then this leads to the question, why is she looking at us seductively, right? She's looking at us with like desire, with yearning. And then you recognize, well, she probably has a master, a patron, right? She's probably working in a household, and maybe there's a relationship of sorts between the maid and the husband, okay? And so it's a story, it's a novel that draws in your imagination. But more importantly, it shows you the hypocrisy within middle-class life. Because the entire purpose of prostitutes is so that the husband will not do this crap at home, right? Because it's important to maintain the sanctity of the middle-class household. It's your temple of worship. So you're not allowed to seduce your servants. Okay? So this is an extremely subversive painting that at the same time seduces us. It almost begs us to do the same thing. Okay? It's trying to demonstrate our own sexual depravity and our own sexual desires. Okay? It shows us the relationship between sex and power. Does that make sense, guys? Right? This is the Milkmaid, okay, another really famous painting. Again, and I have no idea how he does it, but the lighting is perfect. All right? The lighting is absolutely perfect. Not only that, but the lighting is able to highlight the blemishes of the wall, right? So he could have just made the wall white, but instead he's showing us the cracks, the blemishes within the wall, which is a metaphor for the blemishes and the cracks within middle-class bourgeoisie life. All right? Now, when you first look at it, you think, oh, this is a picture of middle-class simplicity and hard work. Right? She's a virtuous, faithful young woman who's hardy, who's dedicated to her work, okay? But then you focus on this, right? And there's sexual qualities to this, which is the center of the picture. It's almost like she's peeing or this. I mean, use your imagination, okay? Do you understand? Right? So within this wholesome picture is embedded a picture of sexual possibilities. Does that make sense, guys? Okay? And the idea here is it's meant to be subversive. It's meant to make you uncomfortable, right? You guys laugh a bit, but if you're a middle-class person, you have this painting in your house, you're a bit disturbed by what you see, all right? All right, another really famous painting by Vermeer, okay? Interesting is we are sneaking in, right? We are looking in. We're spying into the scene. Right? And what Vermeer is saying is, that's what the middle class do. The middle class are afraid of participating, but they love spying. Right? They love peering. They love peeking into the taboo and the forbidden. That's why we have art, to peer into the forbidden. Okay? And as you can see, the painter and the model, there's a bit of a sexual energy between the two. Okay? And that's what excites us. That's why we're sneaking, that's why we are peeking into the scene. Okay? We're hiding ourselves behind the curtain, and we're trying to capture the sexual possibilities between the two. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? So these ideas that middle class life, it's inherently flawed. There are blemishes, there are cracks behind the veneer. It's fundamentally hypocritical. It gets captured in literature later on. First in Madame Bovary, okay? And then most famously, the most famous novel of all time, Anna Karenina. Right? That middle class life, it's fundamentally hypocritical. So on the surface, it seems, Anna Karenina, she married a very faithful, very loving husband, and then she betrayed him to marry and had this affair that destroys entire families. On the surface, it shows you the importance of maintaining the sanctity of middle-class life, of maintaining rules and order. Because if you don't do so, it will lead to disaster and heartbreak, okay? But at the same time, you read this novel very closely. It's about 1,000 pages, by the way. It also shows you the hypocrisy of middle-class life, how Anna Karenina herself has been oppressed by the taboos and the boundaries set upon her by the world that she lives in. All right? And this is what's going to drive literature from now on. All right? Okay. That's it. Okay? So next class we will do the rise of England. All right? But it's important that we remember that the British Empire, a lot of the ideas of the British Empire are now being seeded in the Dutch Republic, including the idea of multinational corporations, including the idea of capitalism, including the idea of middle-class life, okay? Including the idea of artwork and literature. Okay? Any questions about today? Okay, so next class we will do the rest of England.